Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. This actually didn't happen to me. It is a story that happened to my aunt back when she was in her mid-20s, and I'm going to say that it's an incredibly intense story, and this should definitely serve as a type of trigger warning. And like I said, she was in her mid-20s, and this happened back in the late 80s, a few years after I was born. Unfortunately, all of this had been told to me as I was just a baby when it happened, so I may miss some of the details, but I don't think it diminishes the overall story. This story happened while they were still married, but he is her ex-husband now, so I think it counts. My aunt and uncle met back when they were in high school, and they became a couple back when they were about 18. From there, they got married at the age of 22, and then were trying to have a kid, but come to find out, my uncle was sterile and they couldn't have kids. From what I've been told, this caused some problems between them, and they were on the edge of divorce, but they decided to go into counseling to try and fix it. From there, they supposedly got to a point where they were okay and things were essentially repaired. This was apparently not true at all. They were actually in a worse situation than before. Apparently, when they went to counseling, my aunt's husband started down the path of becoming super religious, and while there's nothing inherently wrong with being religious, he took it to a whole other level. He apparently became super controlling over my aunt and started making her go to church with him and start cutting the family out of her life. It hit the point where she told us that they were doing great together and that we didn't need to worry about her. But on the other side of that fence, he was abusive, controlling, and just genuinely doing whatever he could to ruin her life and make her miserable. She said that it started with him telling her that she needed to repent and beg forgiveness from Jesus. She said that she was okay with this and saw that maybe devotion to a higher power would be enough to keep them together. She started going to his church, she started praying nightly with him, and they started doing nightly Bible reads. Slowly, the controlling behavior started digging in. He started telling her what she could and could not eat. He started telling her that she wasn't allowed to leave without his permission. And after a while, he started controlling the music that she could listen to and what TV shows she could watch. Basically, anything that was violent, sexual, or had inappropriate language was banned from their house. Her husband literally hit a point where he was treating her like a child and running every single minute of her life. This would be bad enough, but things actually started getting worse with him. After he was at a point where controlling her wasn't enough, he started physically abusing her when she got out of line. All the while, he would be citing biblical scripture to her about things that were barely relevant. The big thing that happened between them actually happened about a year into all of this. My aunt had managed to get away from him for a little while. I had no idea how and spoke with a lawyer. She was able to get the paperwork started for them to get a divorce, and she brought it to him and told him that she wanted out of their relationship. While I commend her for being bold and standing up to him in this situation, it's not something that typically goes well with dealing with an abuser, and this did not go well. As soon as my aunt started talking about divorce, he started screaming at her about the sanctity of marriage and yelling about how her asking for a divorce was a literal slap in the face of Jesus. She told him that his abusive behavior was the exact opposite of what a true follower of his religion would have been doing. And then he went berserk. He went off on her, asking her how she could dare call him a blasphemer. And at that point he snapped. He started saying something about how she was possessed by Satan. He started telling her that the devil was using her to attack him, and that her inability to have a child, even though it was him that was sterile, was proof that she was nothing more than a puppet for the demons. He then grabbed a knife and then told her that he had no choice but to kill her in order to prove his love to Jesus. That night, that man stabbed my aunt 7 times. He used the kitchen knife and stabbed her over and over until he was sure that she was dead. Then he left her to bleed out. And fortunately, my aunt was way more of a fighter than he anticipated, and she had managed to actually survive the attack. She managed to knock the phone off the base that was in the kitchen, and she dialed 911, and by some modern medical miracle, she made it through. As for him, the cops actually arrested him in a church, apparently after he attempted to murder his wife with multiple stab wounds, and thinking that he had succeeded, he drove to the church that they attended, covered in blood, and asked the priest to say a prayer for him. Instead of sitting and praying with him, he called the cops. It's almost ironic that he tried to kill my aunt because Jesus wanted him to, and she survived. Then he went to a church only for the religious figurehead to betray him and turn him into the police. It almost like attempted murder for your spouse isn't something that Jesus or really any deity would want you to do. And that's an absolutely crazy hell way to think. My aunt fully recovered. She does have some gnarly scars on her stomach and chest now. But I'm just grateful that she made it, and that this guy is in prison for the rest of his life. Maybe someone out there really was watching the situation and made sure that it went the way that it actually was supposed to. As a child, I was raised in a small tight-knit town. I hated it. Everyone knew you, and there was no such thing as a secret. If you tell one person, you will hear it from someone else in 2 days tops. I had a group of 4 or 5 friends max that I might share things with, that I could actually trust. Hell, some things I couldn't even tell my little sister without getting something on her. Otherwise, we just use it as leverage on each other. And that's what makes the situation even crazier to me. Our school classes were pretty normal, in curriculum and in size in my opinion. We had maybe 10 or 15 of us in a classroom. No one outside of our town was interested in going to our school, and as soon as they were given the opportunity, kids in high school that had cars would get to choose to go to school outside of our district to get out of here, or people would move out before then. I was not so lucky. My family was far from wealthy, so we stayed in our town till I was old enough to move out. Anyways, back to the classes. Obviously, being a teenager, relationships are bound to happen. There weren't many to choose from, and some may have even been a year younger or older than you. I dated a few different girls there, but there was one I was with for about 2 years. For privacy reasons, I'll call her Macy. From the outside, Macy was a fun girl to be around. She was tall, about shoulder-length dark hair, and dark brown eyes with freckles. She could talk to anyone. She was definitely outgoing, and I never really saw a mean side to her. I think she would strive to be everyone's friend. She was just part of our group of friends for the longest time. She wore makeup and dressed more feminine, but also loved going down by the river with me and my friends to catch things, destroy things, and maybe enjoy some drinking. It was over the summer that I really got to know her more. I knew her dad was a drunk and her mom worked a lot, so she didn't see them much. She came over to our house a lot for dinner, and sometimes even slept in our living room. There was one time that she had gotten into an argument with her father. He had grabbed her and started choking her when her mother finally convinced him to let her go, but her mother told her that it was best for her to leave for a while. She came over in tears and I helped her calm down, and I think that really solidified our relationship in a weird way. I was angry. My parents weren't perfect, but they would never hurt us kids. How could a parent do that to their own kid? It was worse when the cops showed up and did absolutely nothing. They showed up to their house, took him in. He said he was sorry and was able to come home after sobering up. Like that changed anything though. She practically lived with us at times. She slept on the couch. Sometimes she'd fall asleep in my room and I'd sleep in the living room. We acted like a normal couple for the most part, hanging out with friends together, always walking to class together, things like that. But after a while, I started seeing a different side of her. I noticed some of the smallest things would set her off. If a friend teased her about something, like throwing a ball weird, and I didn't immediately defend her, she would be pissed. It started as her just ignoring me for the rest of the night. Then she would complain to me in private about how she was embarrassed. But then it started to become more public. She would call me out in front of our friends and even my parents and then storm off. This was my first real relationship, so I didn't really know how to react to it. I would go through the motions, apologize and make up, and we'd be fine. However, it always seemed to get worse. The more serious fights would happen when it was just us. She'd kick things, punch things, scream if she could, and sometimes she would even hit me. It was actually just punching me in the chest or smacking me in the face, but it was still unusual. I thought surely it had to do with her father being the person he was. Maybe this was what she did because she was used to it. So I would do what I could to calm her down, but it stopped working after a while. I would have to lock her out of my room or I would leave until she calmed down, but of course, that's when the accusations would fly. She would start getting loud and push me while at school, and it was embarrassing for me at that point, so I would just walk away. For some reason, when I did this, she thought that I was trying to hide from my other girlfriend. She started accusing me of cheating on her, and she'd always show up at the door of my classroom and wait to see if I walked out with another girl. We had a group project in one of my classes, and I was paired with my friend, Jeff, and some girl that I didn't know too well. And when I was leaving the room, she punched me in the face and started saying that she finally caught me. I remember the girl just looking horrified as she tried leaving without Macy noticing her. People were starting to gather, but she had her eyes locked on and jumped on the girl's back and started slamming her around. I managed to get her off of the girl and told her that we were done. I remember that I called her psycho or something equally hurtful because the look in her eyes changed to sorrow, and she ran off. I, of course, got called to the office and had to explain what happened. Macy ended up being expelled, and I told them it was my fault, hoping that the other girl didn't get any trouble. And I ended up being suspended for the quarter. I finished my suspension, and as awkward as it was, I returned to school to be the center of discussion for everyone. I didn't get to hear much on what happened to Macy, except for what my friends knew, which wasn't much, until I returned. I heard her parents were forced to put her in therapy, and possibly some kind of school for troubled teens, but I never saw her again. That happened about 18 years ago. Right after high school, I left that town. I wanted to go somewhere that was a lot more alive and meet people that I hadn't known my whole life. My sister and I even inspired our parents to get out of there a few years ago. However, they still surprise me with the amount of information, news, and gossip they tell me about people that live there. That's where it gets crazy. Around the time of our 10-year high school reunion, people started trying to contact me about getting together. I thought, why the hell not? And I decided to start making plans to visit. However, a few weeks after that, I got a frantic call from my mother late at night telling me that there had been a fire in our old town. She told me it was Macy's house, and the terrifying part, her parents died in the fire. My father was good friends with one of the cops there, and he had told them that Macy was still living there on and off, but she was working the night it happened, and they had to go pick her up. After the investigation, they had determined that her dad had passed out with a cigarette. He was blitzed, of course, and her mom had actually taken sleeping pills. It was just a bad situation, and I felt sorry for her. I almost wanted to reach out to her, maybe to at least give my condolences, but something told me not to. My mother went to the services, and she said Macy was just a shell. She just sat in the front pew staring straight ahead until the services ended. Afterwards, she said she was nowhere to be found, so my mother left her card with the other items and left. After that, I never heard about Macy or her life until last year. This time, my friend actually texted me and sent me a link to a local news for our old town. It started as a suspicious fire. Police were called to an old barn that was on fire behind one of the bars. Someone apparently walked out back, smelled the smoke, saw the flames between the trees that separated the property, and then called 911. After they put out the fire, they found a man's body in there. He had been stabbed multiple times, bludgeoned with a shovel, and doused in some kind of oil and set on fire. They couldn't ID the guy because he didn't have anything on him. That was crazy enough, right? Not at all. Not for that place. Rumors started flying pretty quickly. People started talking, but not to the police, but that didn't stop them from finding out. That's when my friend started filling in the blanks where the story left off. He still lives there. He actually took over his parents' drugstore, so he gets just as much information. The guy ended up being identified as the owner of the bar. They figured this out because his wallet was found in the dumpster at his bar, but his cash was missing. Coincidentally, someone showed up at a different bar, flaunting cash and buying everyone drinks, saying it was in this guy's honor. Thing is, they hadn't publicly announced this guy's identity, so the police took notice of this. The girl was picked up and questioned when she finally confessed to the murder. And you know where this is going. It was Macy. She was apparently dating the owner, or at least there was something going on between them. However, he was married. Rumors are that the wife found out and the owner tried to break it off with Macy, and she wasn't having it. And now that she is locked up for this, the rumors are coming back that she may have been involved in her parents' death. So, not only did I date a not-so-stable girl in high school, but she turned out to be a murderer. So I guess I got lucky at that time. But it does make me think what could have happened if I did reach out to her when her parents passed. What if we didn't move? Could I have been a victim? I also think if this was related to her childhood, and if that could have made a difference as well. One thing I told my friend though, is that he'll have to come to see me from now on, because I do not want to step back in that place. This story happened to me back when I was in college. I would have been around 21, I believe, which means that it would have been around 2010. And back then, I used to be a bit socially awkward. Okay, really socially awkward. And I lived on campus for most of my college career. Because I've always been a bit of a loner and a bit of awkward, I've never really been one to make a lot of friends. And until that point, I've only ever had one boyfriend in high school, and we just kind of decided to go our separate ways after dating for half a year. And when I say dating, I mean basically just talking in the hallways a lot. So yeah, you could say that I was a bit inexperienced when it came to boyfriends and relationships in general. Well, due to this lack of experience, I was a bit desperate, and the minute that a guy showed any interest in me, I kind of fell into it. In late 2009, around the end of August, when the fall semester started, I met a guy named Jack. And no, before anyone thinks it is, it's not his real name. Anyways, Jack was a bit of a quiet guy and seems like he didn't have many people that he would call friends. Basically, the exact kind of person that I was. Because of this, and because of a lab that we had to do with a partner, I ended up sitting by and subsequently getting to know Jack. I think the instructor saw that we were both loners and wanted to try and play matchmaker, which I really wish she hadn't. Jack and I became pretty good friends over the couple months that we worked together in that class, and there was some obvious chemistry between us. Then, on my birthday in January, he took me out to dinner and told me that he really had a crush on me and that he was wanting to ask me out. Long story short, we started dating. Of course, and again, I was inexperienced in the world of dating, and it pretty much felt the same to me, except we talked on the phone more and about deeper things. The relationship was going pretty well, honestly. We had our class together, we worked on various projects together, we studied for our exams, and while we were dating, I honestly was looking at Jack more of a best friend than a boyfriend. Obviously, I know now that it was likely that I didn't actually have feelings for him. But back then, I just kind of thought that this was what being in a relationship was for people in college. I mean, sure, others would go to parties, go drinking, clubbing or whatever, but that just wasn't who we were. We were the loner nerds, and I think I really just enjoyed having a fellow loner to talk to and spend time with. He treated me fine for the most part, and we rarely got into arguments, and I was happy. Obviously, this wouldn't be a story about a crazy ex if things didn't start to go sour, and they did start to go sour. We got together in January of 2010, and I think this all started around Valentine's Day. In fact, it was Valentine's Day that started to set this whole thing into motion. Something to note about me, I am a bit of a prude. I do not like my body, and I didn't like my body then, and I've just never really been into things that people think are sexy. This seemed like it wasn't that big of a deal to Jack, and we had never really even discussed sex in any way. Then, come Valentine's Day, I remember that he and I went out on a date, and it ended with us sitting in his car in the dorm parking lot. We were talking about how much we enjoyed dinner, how classes were going, and I think I was telling him about issues that my parents were having back home. And he handed me a box. My initial thought was chocolates, the stereotypical Valentine's gift. However, no, this was not chocolate. I opened it, and inside the box was a gently folded up nightgown that was mostly see-through. It was very clearly intended to be worn during, intimate moments. I recall that my face became beet red. I didn't expect this, and I didn't want it, and I really wasn't interested in what was being implied by him giving it to me. What's worse, despite my embarrassment and my clear look of mental anguish, Jack followed up with, "I have a bit of extra cash this month. How about you and I go to a hotel room tonight and see if you can try that on?" I think I honestly started to cry. Like, not tears of joy or sadness, just literal eyes watering from some strong level of embarrassment and disdain. I folded it back and placed it back in the box, then handed it to him. I told him that, as much as I really like him, and as much as I appreciate the thought, I was not ready for this relationship to go to the next level. I remember apologizing over and over again and just telling him that I was not ready. And after a few moments and heavy sighs, he turned to me and handed the box back. I was a bit upset, but he comforted me with, "Look, I'm not trying to pressure you. I really do love you and I want to be with you for the foreseeable future. So, what I want you to do, I want you to keep this, and then, when the day comes that you're ready, it'll be there. That way, I don't have to go through the awkward process of returning it, and we can still call it a gift. Is that okay?" And, of course, I accepted this proposal. I would keep it and then it would be there when I was ready. I told him that I didn't know when that would be, and he seemed genuinely okay with it. Everything about his statement, his behavior, and his attitude, all of it seemed genuine and I believed him. This was, unfortunately, where our relationship started to fall apart. We would spend time together and he would be super clingy, and then, by the end of the night, he would seem like he was super distant, like the night was great until it was over. Then, he would be upset. In hindsight, makes it super obvious why, but back then, it was just odd behavior for me. Anytime we would watch a movie that involved anything sexual, he would always get, well, let's just say, weird. Then, when nothing sexual happened between us, the next day he would be super pissed. I would ask him what was wrong, and he would always go off on me over literally nothing. He once yelled at me that I was awake too late after we had spent time together, because I posted a meme on Facebook about half an hour after he'd left. He seriously exploded because I shared a stupid meme after he'd left and told me that if he wasn't there at night, he wanted me in bed and asleep. That was actually one of the worst fights and where the already crumbling relationship seriously took a turn. After that night, when he would come over and be together, he would be super controlling, asking me where I was going every time I got up, asking who I was texting and who was texting me, and asking what I had done that day and scrutinizing every single thing that I said. Then, after he would leave, he would wait about 20 minutes and he would call me. I made the mistake of answering a couple times, and the times I answered, he actually yelled at me asking why the hell I was still awake. He would text me randomly throughout the day and ask me, more like demand, that I take a picture of myself and whatever was in front of me. So, to put it simply, he became ridiculously controlling and wanted to know every single detail about everything that I was doing. Again, this was my first relationship with an adult, the first time I had a boyfriend that I actually spent time with, and I had no idea what the hell I was doing or supposed to do. Then I actually had an event that gave me a bit of clarity. I was talking with my mother one day, literally talking to her about her going through a divorce with my father, and he texts me with a, "Hey, I want a pic of you." I think my tone changed and my mom noticed because she asked me what was wrong, and I broke down. Within a few seconds, I went from trying to comfort her to bawling my eyes out and telling her all about Jack and how he was ruining everything. I seriously just let it all come out. She straight out told me to dump him. She told me that she was unhappy in her marriage with my dad and that's why they were getting a divorce, and that she didn't want me to end up with someone that I didn't love or end up unhappy. At that point, it just kind of clicked. I had to break up with him for my sake, and I didn't want to end up in a loveless relationship with a man that controlled my every move. The next day when he came over, I told him that we needed to split up. He was, of course, furious. He started in with anger, then he started threatening to hurt himself, and then he started calling me every single awful word that he could think of. Obviously this hurt, but I let him finish it up, and then explained to him that I needed some time alone because of my parents getting a divorce and that the stress of my family breaking up was getting to me. Yes, this was a lie, but it was the best that I had. After I said that, he just kind of stood there, said that he was sorry, and then left. It was quite the amicable breakup that I was hoping for, but it was a breakup, and that's all that mattered. I honestly thought that it was over after that. Again, my naivety got the best of me. What I didn't expect was the barrage of calls and texts that followed. Jack would not leave me alone. It would be, "Hey, how are you?" in the morning, and then "You're such a stupid..." Well, I'm not going to finish what he said, but you can assume. This went on for a week, and then the "You don't know what you're missing out on" kind of text started, alongside pictures of his privates. This guy seriously went full-on creepy in a matter of around 8 days. It's pretty bad when I could even figure out that he wanted to be with me for literally just one thing. This went on for a couple weeks until the final night and the final event between us took place. It happened on the night of my mother's and my brother's birthday. They actually share the same birthday, so we always make it a point to have a family dinner out wherever they choose. We were out enjoying ourselves and having a great time at dinner, when out of nowhere, Jack seriously walks into the restaurant. I saw him walk in, and I saw him tell the waiter that he was with our party. He walked right over to the table and put his hands on my shoulder and squeezed, and started to say hi to my mother with the fakest voice that I've ever heard. The tension at the table was immediate, and my mom had never seen him, but it was obvious who he was. What's worse, he had the audacity to angrily ask who the hell the guy at the table was with us. And I said it was my brother, and then said that he needed to leave. My brother asked me if he needed to take care of this guy. I told him no, and honestly, it was a disaster that ended up with my brother and Jack getting into a sort of shoving match, and the manager dragging Jack out of the restaurant in a half-assed chokehold. Thankfully, they let us stay when I explained that Jack was my ex and that he had walked in to cause problems. They could see that I was being honest and told us that they would make sure that he didn't try to come back. After we ate, and after the embarrassment had worn off, we walked outside to go our separate ways. We were standing by my mother's car and talking, and almost out of nowhere, a crappy black Corolla guns it through the lot straight at us. My brother noticed it and was able to yell, and we all got out of the way. Well, my mom's car wasn't so lucky, and as you can probably assume, this Corolla belonged to Jack, and he had just committed attempted murder with his vehicle. He then backed up and tried to go as hard as he could in the direction that I ran, smacking into another car. Then he pulled away and took off. If I may say, this all sucked. My mom's car was seriously damaged, another random person's car was hit, and the back end smashed in. And all of this was because of this jackass that I decided to date for a few months. We called the cops, we talked to the management so we could find the person that owned the car that got hit. This whole thing was a disaster. I explained to the police everything that I had gone through with this guy and told them all the things that he'd sent me, and they said that they would be on a lookout for him, but at this point had to consider this as a hit and run. That night, my brother and I actually stayed at my mom's place. I was not going back somewhere where he would have access to me. and about an hour or two after we had gotten back to my mom's place, Jack actually called me. I was enraged, so I answered. I asked him what the hell was wrong with him, and probably had a few other choice words. This sick piece of shit seriously responded with, "I just want you to know that I have never been as aroused as I was when I tried to kill you." Seeing the terrified look on your face turned me on more than anything, and I can't wait to see that look on your face in class tomorrow. Then he hung up. Needless to say, I immediately called the police and informed them of what he had said. They updated the information and considered his "in class tomorrow" comment as a clear and present threat of danger, which apparently accusing someone of attempted vehicular homicide isn't. This story pretty much ends here, with Jack being arrested, expelled, and charged with several different things and thrown in prison for a few years. This was about 11 years ago. I know for a fact that he's out now, but thankfully he hasn't reached out to me or attempted to contact me in any way. I'm not going to lie, he is the one person that seriously scares the hell out of me. Mostly because he went from nice guy to attempted murderer within a couple of weeks because I wouldn't sleep with him. So Jack, the worst boyfriend that I have ever had, and the man I wish I would have never met in college, let's never meet again. And also, screw you for wrecking my mom's car like that. She seriously loved her Yaris and hasn't found one in that color blue since. Just over 10 years ago, I was dating my first ever girlfriend. We had just gone public and came out to our parents officially. At that time, I was 15 and female, and she was 16 and female if memory serves. Both of us lived in accepting households and went to an accepting school. However, for whatever reason we went public, she went fully off the deep end for our final year together. I will quickly mention that she was really abusive throughout our entire relationship. I had just gotten out of an extremely abusive household, so I had a hard time recognizing the danger that I was in. It somewhat felt normal, but it got particularly bad this one night when she snapped, I guess. I'm hesitant to attribute her behavior solely to a psychotic breakdown. I think she was an evil person genuinely. To summarize the lead up to this quickly, she had recently, within about 5 months leading up to this, told me that she had 7 souls living within her, all of which hated me. They were all men from the Victorian era, more or less. She lost herself to these men as each one emerged, so she would abuse me in a unique way. I'm going to give them aliases, even though they're not really real. And I'm still afraid of her, or them, I guess. Duke. Duke liked to choke me in my sleep. Harold hit me. Han would try to cut me with knives when I was sleeping. Theo would ignore me or give me silent treatment. Gerald would force himself on me while sleeping, and Tim would pick apart my appearance and bully me. But Alex was the worst, and the entity that I had to deal with the most towards the end. Alex was the present one this evening. He'd play Paranormal Activity and torment me with the creepiest shit you've ever seen. He would sing in the corner of the room in the dark. He would mutter to himself constantly. He would smile at me while saying things like, "You'll die soon," or "You don't have to fear me when I'm unarmed." He was into knives and sharp things. He never self-harmed, but would try to harm me regularly. He also convinced me that if I ever left him, he would kill me. I was 15, so I believed it. You may be wondering at this point where our parents were in all of this. My parents had just freshly divorced and custody was being settled, so I stayed at my partner's place on the weekends and during some weekdays due to it being safer. Things were so messed up in my own household that it genuinely seemed safer at that time. This is also where my hesitancy comes in with the legitimacy of their psychosis. Whenever their parents were around, they would snap out of it, like literally a light switch. They could turn the crazy off and on like it was nothing, which made me think that they did this with the intention of harming me, not as a cry for help. Fast forward to the afternoon it happened, my final straw. We were downstairs, Alex/my girlfriend and myself were watching TV. Their parents were going to be out for the whole day, and upstairs was their older sibling, who was a complete hermit. They kept to their room with soundproof headphones on. Well, Alex also hated this person for no real reason. I was sitting at the downstairs kitchen table, working on some homework, when I hear Alex start humming in the corner. I turn around and ask if they're okay. They do the creepy smile and nod thing. I went into freeze mode, and then I just went back to my homework while keeping a close but discreet eye on them. It always got bad for me when I reacted, but I had a feeling that they were about to have a violent outburst. They started walking over to the kitchen, still humming, but there was a shake in their voice that I hadn't heard before. I looked up slowly and saw that they were taking a large paring knife out of the knife block, and I remember my adrenaline started to kick in, and I looked around for ways to defend myself. To my surprise, they started walking away from me, not towards me. I watched them walk down the hallway and towards the stairs before they exclaimed, "I'm going to freaking kill you," I presumed to their sibling. Something came over me, and before I knew it, I was booking up the stairs trying to stop them as they started running, knife in hand, up the stairs. I grabbed their pant leg and pulled them down a few steps. We both collapsed as their sibling opened their bedroom door and asked what was going on. Alex at this point turned around and struck me with a knife, leaving a gash on my arm and shoulder, and I retreated back downstairs as they calmly called out to their sibling, "Nothing, I just tripped, I'm okay, thanks." I ran to the kitchen downstairs, texted my parent to come and get me, and started cleaning and bandaging my arm. Alex returned at this point, and as soon as we made eye contact, they dropped the knife. They walked into the kitchen and sat on the floor and started singing to themselves while rocking back and forth. I was stunned, literally going into shock, and I stared at them, bloody tissues in hand, and informed them that I was done with this bullshit and I was going to wait outside for my parent. They began crying through the song they were singing and still smiling like a maniac. I never went back after that. I broke up with them over the phone about a week later. They sobbed and told me that they'd get rid of their souls and that she still loved me. I didn't listen. I just hung up and that was that. She even dropped out of school, and I literally never saw her again after that. Years later, I found out that she started dating this friend of hers that I was also familiar with as a teenager. Then found out that she was cheating on me with them for the entire time that her and I dated. I tried to feel bad for her for years, but honestly, I'm still healing from the several attempts at my life. It's hard to feel bad for an abuser, let alone an attacker. So thank you for letting me get this out of my chest. I've been in therapy for this recently, and I wanted to share it to kind of reflect on it also. If you have any questions or need clarification, let me know. I left a lot of information out just to keep this short. Back when I was single and I used some online dating pages, I had a few dates that were probably in the category of awful and painful, but only one that was really creepy. There was one time that I had matched with a girl named Cindy, and we talked for a bit, hit it off, the basic start to a good thing when it comes to dating. And after chatting it up, we decided that we would want to meet for dinner the next night. We meet up, and she's exactly as she was in the pictures, and she was incredibly friendly. We had a quick conversation outside the restaurant, and then we went in to get our food. The dinner started out as perfect as it could have, and about 20 minutes in, after we had gotten our drinks and put in our food order, I noticed that there was a woman sitting at a table a few spots down that was glaring at me. At first, I thought she was staring at something behind me, but I was at the wall and there was nothing to stare. I mentioned it to Cindy and I said, "Hey, there's a woman that is sitting behind you. She's staring daggers at me right now." She put her hands over her face and said, "Oh God, blonde, long hair, glasses?" While this was a vague description, it was exact. This woman was blonde, had long hair, and thick glasses on her face. I told her that she was right and asked if she knew her. Come to find out, this woman that was murdering me with her eyes was Cindy's ex-girlfriend. I had no problem that Cindy was for both teams. What I had a problem with was the fact that I thought that this woman was going to legit murder me at a moment's notice. I asked if I should be concerned, and she said probably not, which was not at all convincing. And after a few moments, our waiter brings over our food. We thank him and then he walks away. No more than 45 seconds later, Cindy's ex stands up and walks over to our table. "Hey, Cindy. Leave me alone, please." At this point, I could tell that Cindy and this woman did not break up on good terms. Cindy's face was visibly red, and I could tell that she was having a bit of a panic attack. "Please, just go away. I don't like this one," the other woman said before she grabbed my drink off of the table and practically heaved it at me. She then said, "See you around," to Cindy, then looked over at me and told me to watch my back and then walked away. Like that wasn't the most terrifying thing she could have said to me. So there I was, soda covering my food, my shirt and my pants, and the look on my face was probably one of complete and total shock. Thankfully, the waiter had actually seen what happened, so he rushed over and told me that he would get the manager and he would get the food taken care of. I wasn't really concerned about the burger. I was more so worried about Cindy and maybe a little bit for myself. By this point, Cindy was actually in tears. I asked her what was up with that woman and if she was actually in any danger. Honestly, I was just trying to gauge the situation and figure out if I needed to call the cops. She then proceeds to tell me that Amanda, the ex, was pretty much a stalker at this point. She had followed Cindy around on each date she had, ruined her relationships, and had even literally stabbed her last boyfriend. She said that it was only in his hand, that he was completely alive and fine, but that he had broken up with her after this. She said that every time she thought Amanda was going to be gone for good, she would appear the minute that Cindy tried to move on. The worst part, this has been going on for 2 full years at this point. She said that she'd filed a restraining order, she contacted the police, and nothing was ever being done about it. She said that for some reason, The authorities were taking it lightly and that they weren't really doing much to keep Amanda away. She told me that the stabbing incident had happened over 3 months ago and that she waited this long to see if maybe it would work to get rid of Amanda. Well, it didn't. Amanda was very much there and very angry. At the end of the date, after we had dinner and talked more about this Amanda, Cindy told me that it was best that we didn't see each other again. She apologized and said that if Amanda ever disappeared entirely, she would give me a call and then maybe we could try again. I agreed and we went our separate ways. On my way home, I called my brother to tell him what had happened, and he honestly laughed at me. He then told me that I was played and that Cindy was just trying to get free food and that Amanda was her wing woman. I started to believe him, and I was actually a bit upset that I had fallen for it and that they were such good actors. That is, until the next morning. I got up and got my coffee, then went to take my dog for a walk when I saw the end result of Amanda's anger. My windshield was smashed and all 4 of my tires had been slashed. On top of that, the phrase, "She's mine," was spray painted on the hood. Obviously, I called the police, got the report and made the insurance claim. Thankfully, I had good coverage. I also sent pictures to my brother and asked if he still thought that I was being played. In the end, I never spoke to Cindy again, and I didn't message her to tell her about the damage to my car. I told the police about the night before, but they didn't really seem interested. Every now and then, I start to think about Cindy and I wonder if she's out there, if she's doing okay. I really do worry that Amanda may lose her mind and attack her one day. I guess my final thought: to Amanda, the absolute psychotic ex-girlfriend of Cindy, I hope you and I never meet again. I met Trent when I was 30 years old. We met in a relatively old-fashioned way, mainly because I've always shunned online dating and I prefer meeting people face-to-face. I've always trusted my gut instincts when I met people, and we met at a town dance. I come from one of those country towns where everyone knows each other and there is a strong sense of community out here. While people are suspicious of strangers, they tend to turn a blind eye to bad behavior from people inside the community. It is one of the most frustrating parts of living in a community like this. And despite this, I love my hometown. Trent, it's a nickname by the way, was the cousin to one of the more well-established families in the town. If you're not from these small towns, it can be hard to understand, but essentially, many of their family have important businesses and own a considerable amount of property. Trent wasn't raised in the town and was raised in one of the big cities. Trent was charming, sweet, and caring. Everyone told me how lucky I was to be with him, and if we got married, I would be set up for life. We dated for nearly 2 years before we moved in together. 6 months later, we were engaged, and he told me how he wanted to look after me. I've been raised by a long line of independent women who want to make sure that they make their own money. And over time, I was worn down by the promises and the hope of an easy life. I let him take care of the finances. We lived a good life, regularly going on expensive trips and restaurants, new clothes, and a lot of items that I didn't really need. I was living the good life. My friends frequently told me how jealous they were that I found someone like this, and I thought that I was blessed too. But whenever I tried to conserve our power usage, Trent would reassure me not to worry and that it was covered. I didn't like this. It was wasteful. Trent and I talked about having children together someday, what we would name the kids, how we would raise them, and what we wanted for our family. Trent wanted a massive family with around 7 children. I'm not young by any means, and didn't really think that I could have that many. I told him this, and he was okay with it. I had 3 kids with him who are my world, and I love each of them. And over time, my focus changed from us having a lifestyle around going out and socializing to raising our children. I don't think he liked this as much and went out of his way to spoil our kids, buying them whatever they wanted whenever they wanted it. I told him that it was bad to spoil the kids, and so in the children's eyes, I was the big and mean mummy. He told me one day that he wanted to leave the quiet country town that we had called home, a place that I lived all my life. We talked about it and looked for places that we could go. He seemed really panicked for some reason, but wouldn't tell me what was wrong. I kept asking him if I could help, and he got really snappy at me one day and even punched the wall when he got so worked up. This wasn't the same man that I married. I woke up one day and all of his things were gone. He took a bag, left an apology note, and I called everyone, his family, his friends, the police, and there were no signs of this coming. Our children were so scared for their father and missed him terribly. It was when I found out the stash of bills and credit cards that had been taken out using my name. I stared in shock at them. He hadn't been paying the bills, and there were final notices approaching. I had my first panic attack and woke up on the floor. I thought it was a nightmare, but it was reality. I called up the bank and utilities company and anyone who would listen to me. I called my mom and my friends. I was terrified about what would happen. I was scared that I would lose my house, and I called my husband's number, begging him to come home and to sort all of this out. It turns out that Trent had been in debt and had done this sort of thing before. There is a police investigation, and I couldn't believe how stupid I was. It was taking years to properly clear my name and my credit. Financially, he destroyed me, and I wish I kept working to keep up my skills in the job market. Luckily for me, a family friend heard of my situation and gave me a job, advice, and also a place to stay while things were being sorted. It was hard on the kids. They were used to getting whatever they wanted, and then they had to make do with whatever they had. They asked where their daddy was all this time, and I'd lie to them telling them that he loves them and he would come home someday. I try to look for him on social media when I have spare time. One time I found him, and he was already with another woman. As the investigation went on, I discovered that I wasn't the only woman that he conned, and if he isn't stopped, I won't be the last. Ever since, I have been trying to repair my life. I'm trying to get a divorce, and at first, his family tried to brush it off or blame me for whatever happened. I'm not going to be silenced over this. Some of the friends I had when I was living the high life disappeared when I needed them. Here is the advice that I have for any young woman or young man or whatever out there. Don't blindly trust someone to manage your finances. Always at least be involved in the process and keep an eye on your money. If possible, also keep up with your skills in case something happens where you need to rejoin the workforce. 'Cause I really wish that I did. This recently came up again within a group of friends, so I decided that I would share it with more people. About 4 years ago, I started dating a girl that I met online named Kendra. We matched, she messaged me first, and we actually hit it off pretty quickly. We started officially dating after the 3rd date, and everything seemed fine. She was pretty fun to be around, even if we were just chilling at home. She was very open about herself and her past, which was nice that she was open, but it also made me let my guard down at first. I kind of felt bad for her. She explained how she didn't have a good childhood as her mother was very abusive to her, and she didn't know her father, so she moved in with her boyfriend at that time when she was 16. She then explained how she got pregnant and her boyfriend didn't want the kid and suffocated their baby at like 2 months old. She seemed pretty happy, but obviously she had some issues, but definitely nothing that I thought was a deal breaker or anything. But then as the months went on, her stories became wilder and wilder. The stories she would tell me were so bizarre that they became hard to believe, especially when they were brought up in situations that would benefit her. Like, if I was planning on going somewhere with friends or family, she would make me feel about her childhood trauma and says that she doesn't want to be left alone. When I did suggest that she come along with me to take my dog to the park or something, she would decline, saying that she couldn't walk or stand long due to her condition. She claimed that she had some kind of infection in her leg that permanently damaged the muscle or bone, so she couldn't walk long distances. Yet, she's dragged me to her friends' parties where she stood and danced for hours. She also claimed that she had to dye her hair black. She was a natural blonde, but she had to dye her hair because the light color absorbed too much sunlight and it was giving her a brain tumor. She said this was directly from her doctor, that she could have surgery and have her head shaved, or she could just keep dyeing her hair. Look, I don't know why I stayed with her at that point, but I guess I just thought that maybe she still had things to work out from her childhood and that I could help her move on. I had no reason not to believe her about her family or her baby, so I guess I tried to just move past it. However, it did start to take its toll on me as she started having an excuse for literally everything. It was pretty obvious. When it was something that she wasn't interested in or wanted to do, she had an excuse. And when I would tell her that I was still going without her, something would happen to try and stop me. For example, every Wednesday, me and a few of my friends would gather for game night. We were all off on Thursday, so it was easier than on the weekends, and I never missed. I invited her to go, but she didn't want to. I told her then that I would call her when I left. She would call me halfway through, complaining that she wasn't feeling well and wanted me to pick something up for her, or that she needed me to take her to the ER because she had an accident like cutting her finger or something. Even when I was with her and friends, if I got into a conversation or we started having fun, she would be very dramatic and grab her leg or stomach or something, anything. And of course, everyone would turn and ask her if she was okay, so now the attention is on her. Illnesses were a common tactic with her. I started to learn pretty quickly who she really was. The whole time I was with her, she didn't even have a job. She pretty quickly started to leech onto me and my wallet, but I just ignored it, believing that I was in love. And when she didn't get her way, she threw a fit, and we would make up in the form of me buying her something. I really started to put things together and grew more suspicious when she invited me to go with her and her sister to lunch and shopping. She thought of me as her bank account. Along with telling me that she was abused, she also claimed to be an only child. When I mentioned this to her, she became angry and wouldn't give me a straight answer other than I was obviously remembering wrong. I know for a fact that she told me she was an only child because she used the sob story many times that she had no one because it was just her and her abusive mom. So, being curious, I went with her to meet this mystery sister. And to my surprise, they looked very much alike. I have siblings too, and I know we all look similar, but they look like they could be twins. And that's because they were. The only real difference was her sister had a darker blonde hair color and a mole above her eyebrow. Listening to them talk about things made me feel like a lot of things Kendra had told me was a lie. There were things her sister would even bring up, and she would get upset and say that she didn't want to talk about it. I caught both of them looking over at me at times. So after that day, I went home with a lot of questions and really debated on how to bring them up. It turns out I wouldn't have to do much, as the next day, her sister sent me a message request on Facebook. She was kind, and it started as a nice to meet you kind of thing. But then after a few hours, she said she had some questions for me. She asked me if Kendra had mentioned their childhood to me, and I said yes. But after us both beating around the bush some more, it was finally revealed that she was never abused. In fact, Kendra was the abuser. They were actually twins and they had a younger sister. Kendra would constantly attack both of them, and as a teenager, she even hit her mom. Hell, her parents were married and her dad was even still alive. She was never kicked out, but rather went to a juvenile detention due to threatening her little sister with a knife, and she never had a kid. Her sister apologized as she knew that she was a habitual liar and wanted to know what all I knew or was told. I thanked her for being honest, and I took the rest of the day to really think about what to do. I finally got up the courage and I told her that we needed to talk, and I asked her if I could come over. I figured that it would be easier to leave her place than kicking her out of mine. So I went over and I told her that I wanted to talk to her about some things that she has told me, and I confronted her about her lies. I told her that her sister told me everything and I wanted to give her one last chance. I wanted to hear the truth from her, and I wanted to know why lie about any of it. But instead of coming clean, she just doubled down on the lies and tried saying that she was her half-sister and she was just trying to take me from her. Her sister even told me that she would probably try that too. I told her that I had enough and that we were done. If she couldn't be honest with me, it wasn't going to work out. I guess one thing that I didn't really take into consideration though was when her sister mentioned that Kendra was the abuser. So when I turned around to grab my jacket and leave, she started screaming and then ran towards me. She was jumping on my back. We went back and forth like this, of me struggling to get her off because she had her legs wrapped around me and had a tight grip on my hair with one hand while punching me in the head and shoulders with the other. I finally managed to throw myself backwards onto her kitchen floor where she let go, but before I could get to my feet, I was hit in the head and I was knocked out cold. The next thing I remember, there were cops and EMTs standing over me in her house, asking me a bunch of questions. And once they checked me out to make sure that I was okay to stand, I was placed in cuffs and put in the back of a squad car. After being taken back to the station, I was finally questioned and given the opportunity to explain my side of things. I told them why I was there, how I knew Kendra, what led to me being on the kitchen floor, but I didn't know how I got there. They asked me if I had physically harmed her at all, and I explained other than pretty much dropping her on the floor as well as myself, I hadn't touched her. And after a few hours, they finally let me go, but not before telling me how they got involved. Apparently, she hit me in the head with a meat tenderizer. So they told me that I should still go to the hospital to check if I had a concussion afterwards. Then, they were called by a neighbor as she was running up and down the street outside, screaming for help. She told them that I had barged into her place in a fit of rage after she broke up with me, and then I attacked her. They checked us both out and took pictures. And since I had multiple marks on my back, my head, my shoulders, and my face, and she had not a single scratch or bruise, they believed me. They suggested that I stay away from her though, and I promised them just that. I just went home and I talked to a few friends about what happened, and I even messaged her sister to let her know what she did. Kendra tried calling me a few times, but nope, all to voicemail for her. She stopped trying pretty quickly, thank God, and I just moved on, living to tell my crazy ex tale. Until this past Christmas, when she tried to add me on Facebook, that was an immediate block. My story starts back when I was 19 years old. As a lot of young girls do, I didn't have the best self-esteem, and I clung to people that showed interest in me, be it just platonic or romantic. This is when I met a man named Rich. He was about 12 years my senior, and at that time, I just saw him as a good friend. I was working at a local thrift store, and he came in there a few times, and in fact, I think I caused him to frequent there more often. He was always kind to me and seemed to actually care. He would ask how work was going and how my week had been. I was wanting to go to college, but I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to major in yet. When the store was slow, he even talked to me about what I was interested in and tried to help me find my way. I had never experienced this kind of attention, so I guess I was falling for it. It started as me just hanging out with him after work as friends. He had taken me out for dinner many times, and I even went to his house, as I was still living at my home. My parents had even met him, and why they never questioned their 19-year-old daughter hanging out with a 31-year-old was beyond me. But then, things turned romantic between us. I truly felt that I had found my prince and that we would have this happily ever after life. At the age of 20, less than a year after we met, I became pregnant. He even assured me that he would always be there to take care of the both of us. He welcomed me to move in with him officially, and even convinced me to quit my job, promising that we would financially be fine, and that way I could focus on being the best mom that I could to our child. Everything was going as he promised too. The whole time that I was pregnant, we were in that honeymoon phase. He did everything for me. He went to all my appointments, he helped me when I was sick, and he even catered to my silly cravings. But then, when our daughter Adelaide was born, I fell in love all over again. Even after she arrived, we were doing great. We were both happy. She was healthy, and we learned how to be the best parents that we could together. We did have a few moments here or there, like when she would wake up throughout the night or when nothing we would do seemed to comfort her. But I thought that that was just the nervousness and stress of being a parent. My grandmother, though, has been my rock throughout my life, and she was on the speed dial at any time that I had concerns. Needless to say, she helped me through a lot. But things started slowly turning sour day by day, and it really broke me. It would start as Rich having to work late a lot, so I saw him less. And when he would come home, he seemed to be in a bad mood, or just really didn't want to talk about it. He was an electrical engineer, so I'm sure that it was stressful, as all jobs have their bad days. But he just never seemed to want to talk to me about it anymore. And then he would just call me to say that he wouldn't be home for dinner, and not to stay up for him. Again, he would claim that it was work-related, but I had my doubts. And when he finally arrived at midnight or even later and passed out on the couch. But I had my doubts when he finally arrived at midnight or even later and passed out on the couch. In fact, I started seeing him less and less as a whole. I would see him off in the morning, but then that was about it. Even on the days that he was off or had an event to go to, he did not want to be around me. He stayed out, and he didn't have me go with him. He used to take me and Addie to his parents' place on occasion, but when I got ready to go once, he got mad at me for assuming and then left us there. It got to the point that the only time that I left the house was to get the mail or occasionally get groceries after nagging him about it being low. He failed to realize this because he was hardly home to eat with us. He became verbally abusive and mocked me when I tried to ask him for the simplest things or for any kind of intimacy from him. I craved our conversations, our silly inside jokes, or even just holding each other on the couch. I became severely reclusive and depressed. I hardly talked to my friends or family, and I certainly didn't get to go anywhere or do anything because I didn't even have my own money. Hell, I even tried talking to him about going to school so that I could help pay for things, and he wouldn't have it. He would shut it down every time, saying that it was too late for that now and that I was stupid for even considering it. As I mentioned earlier, the only thing other than my little girl that kept me going was my grandma. I talked to her about everything, and when I stopped calling her weekly, or seemed to want to talk very long, she surprised me with a visit and brought her homemade chicken casserole and some groceries. I broke down, and I told her what had been going on, and she told me that I needed to give him an ultimatum and stick to it. Rich was definitely verbally abusive but never physically so she definitely gave me the strength to do it. To wrap up the sob story, I guess, the ultimatum kind of did not go in my favor, or at least not how I would have wanted. He kicked me out. He told me that I was just ungrateful and that I could just leave. I tried talking to him about Addie, but that's when he dropped it on me that he couldn't care less about her as she didn't believe that she was his kid. He was my first serious relationship, and I was a virgin when I met him. Well, heartbroken me, I packed up the few things that I had that were important to me, and all of Addie's things, and then I moved in with my grandparents until I got back on my feet. Fast forward about 4 years, and I am still with my grandparents, but we are all happy. My grandfather had an accident, so I decided to stay to help my grandma take care of him. They loved spending time with Addie and watching her while I was in school. Yes, I finally started school and I was working part-time and I loved it. I was happy with my life, even as a single parent. Addie even started going to pre-K, and I would pick her up before I went to class in the evenings. Well, that's where things went downhill again. The school Addie was going to was very big on security, which is why I chose them. So when I got a call from them saying that someone that was not authorized tried to pick her up early, they called me immediately. Only my grandparents and sister were on the authorized pickup list. I left work and I went to the school when I saw cop cars around. I had to show ID and I had to be checked before they let me in. Little did I know that the cops were there because of me and Addie. The principal described the guy that attempted to get Addie, and when they refused to let them, saying that they would call me first to ask, they stormed out. That's when they called me, and shortly after, they had a lockdown as they saw the same guy walking the fence of the play area where the kids were about to be released from recess. And rightfully so, they feared that he may try to do something to the kids or even abduct Addie. As you may have guessed, it was Rich. I hadn't gotten as much as a phone call from him in years, and here he was, trying to take our kid from school, and our kid that he wanted nothing to do with. They had me identify him later that day as they caught him hanging around the school and had him in custody. After a lot of back and forth with him and the cops, it came down to him wanting a relationship with his daughter. Now, nearly 5 years later, he cares? I hated it. I felt like this was him trying to control me again, but once again, my grandma talked me through it and said to keep an open mind. There didn't need to be anything between us other than being parents to the same child, but if he's changed, maybe he can actually be a good father. So after a lot of lawyer talk, we worked out a supervised visitation. If I wasn't present, my sister and her husband were there. If he would try to take her from school, I didn't trust that he wouldn't try to take her if they were alone. And as expected, he used this time to try to get back with me. When that didn't work, he would become angry and then end the visitation. When my sister and brother-in-law went, he brought another girl with him and was too busy with her to pay attention to Addie. It was just an attempt to make me jealous, I guess. And one of the last times that I saw him, it was just me again, and when I finally put my foot down telling him that I was here for Addie and not him, and that I didn't want a relationship with him. He went in to kiss me, and when I pulled away, he slapped me, saying that it would be the biggest mistake that I've ever made and how I wasn't thinking about our daughter. I grabbed Addie, who had been playing alone at the park, and we left. I was ready to get a stern talking to for ending his visitation early, but I never got a call. This was obviously his main motive, as once again, I never heard from him. He stopped showing up to visitations, he wouldn't answer my calls, and even his lawyer gave me the whole "don't call me, I'll call you" line, and that was it. It's been 3 years since then, and I know it probably sounds bad and selfish, but I hope that I never hear from him again. Addie deserves to have a father in her life that cares for her, and not just as a way to get to me. And until then, my grandfather has filled that role really well, and I can't thank them enough. I just have that fear in the back of my mind that he's going to show up one day and attempt to take her again. I hope she's never in a position to allow that to happen. Back in 2017, I was in a pretty healthy relationship. Charlotte and I had been together for almost 3 years, and we were thinking about the future. We started looking at apartments together, and if things continued to go as well as they had been, I was going to save up to propose to her. However, even though a lot of the places we looked at were her choice, and she seemed so excited about this, she threw a huge curveball at me. She told me that she had a great career opportunity in Oregon. We lived in Missouri. At first I thought, okay, a cross-country move is a huge step, but I was willing to do it if it meant a better life for the both of us. And even if it was kind of scary, moving out of state could also be exciting. But much to my surprise, her plans did not involve me. She said she wanted to make a life for herself out there first before she thought about a relationship. And before I could even recommend it, she shot down the long-distance thing, saying that she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't cheat. It really hurt, but at least she was honest. I didn't know how to feel though. I understand wanting to do what's best for your own good, but why even consider apartment searching? Why lead me on to believe that we had a future together? Overall, I was definitely upset and heartbroken, but I moved on, wishing her the best. But I wasn't the only one caught off guard by this. Even some of her family found it odd. I was actually pretty good friends with her younger brother, as that's how I met her, and he was telling me how their parents were shocked that she just left everything behind. They were worried that maybe something sinister was going on and forcing her to leave out of fear or something. But she assured everyone that that was not the case, and even showed us pictures of her new place and shared some links to the place that she was going to be working for. It was an illustration company. Well, knowing that she was at least okay, we tried talking to her here and there, but I think overall, it just made me feel worse, so we agreed that it was best to cut ties. Now, it's been several years since this event happened. I've entirely moved on and I'm happy. I decided to make some changes in my life too, and I got a new job. I met a girl named Valerie that worked at the same place as me, and I could instantly tell that there was a connection. We went on a date, hit it off immediately, and we had been together for about 4 years now. Charlotte wasn't even a thought in my mind. I was still good friends with her brother, but we hardly talked, but that was just life. So, needless to say, I wanted to propose to Valerie, and when I got hints from her and her friends, I took it as the go-ahead. Things definitely felt different, but in a good way compared to Charlotte. And to make it the second best day of my life, she said yes. At that point, life started moving pretty quickly. So when I was waiting in line to get coffee, I didn't notice the people around me until I heard my old nickname, making me look around. That's when I saw Charlotte. We hugged, and I asked her what she was doing here. She explained that she was thinking about moving back, but was just visiting for a week. We quickly caught up for a bit, and she suggested that we grab a coffee or lunch together sometime. I agreed. I gave her another hug, and then I left. I even went home and I told Val that I had run into her. We were very open with each other, and she knew of Charlotte, so she saw no issues with us catching up either. It was probably a few days after that we met up at the same place. We sat and talked about the past years. She showed me so many places of Oregon and places that she went to, and even a few famous people that she met through her work. So I asked her, since things were going so well, why she would want to move back there. Her answer was vague, but she said something about being able to work on her own time, and she wanted to be closer to her family. Then she turned the conversation on me, and I told her that I was engaged. She looked surprised, but also said that she was happy for me. As we continued to talk, I noticed her becoming more and more hands-on. She would touch my shoulder, going down my arm. She would grab my hands or even rub my leg with her foot. It was a weird feeling, to say the least. It reminded me of who she was when we were together. I mean, I didn't feel anything as I was in love with Val, but the thought was in the back of my head. Was she trying to do something? Was this her flirting? I tried not to think about it, and we parted after a few hours. When I saw Valerie that evening, I told her what happened, and she really found it odd, and even thought maybe there was a hint of jealousy from Charlotte. Maybe, but otherwise, she wasn't worried about it. So, again, we moved forward with our life, and I got random casual messages from Charlotte. My phone number never changed after all. However, we started having strange events occur, and honestly, never really connected them at that time. Val ended up moving to another location under the same business that we worked for, so we were no longer riding together. However, I had to take her to work one day because she went to leave one morning, and her tire was flat. But it wasn't like it just lost air or like there was a nail. I didn't even have to look for the cause. Towards the back side of the tire, there was a pretty big puncture in it. It wasn't a clear cut like a knife, but it wasn't mangled like the tire just exploded. Not to mention, there was no additional damage to the car either. We were just confused, but I just took her to work and I told her that I would take care of it. Val had a pretty new car. I went with her to test it out, and it was only a few years old at that time. But she ended up having a pretty scary issue with it. We kissed each other goodbye one morning and left for the day. When we got to work, we usually texted each other one more time saying, "Have a good day," with me usually being the first one as my drive was shorter by about 15 minutes. When I didn't get a text back, I thought that it was odd, but I just assumed that she forgot or someone stopped her on her way in, both of which have happened before. So after I got in and to my desk, I was prepared to text her when she called me hysterical. When I finally got her to calm down, she explained what happened. She said that she noticed her car hesitated a little when she shifted from reverse to drive, but ignored it as it soon went away. She thought maybe she just imagined it, but made a mental note to tell me about it when she got to work. However, she wouldn't make it to work because as she rolled up to a red light, her brakes kicked back and did nothing else. She went right through that intersection at about 30 miles per hour, instantly T-boning a van. Her airbag deployed and she was obviously shaken up. She told me the police were already there and the tow trucks were on their way, so I left immediately to be with her. The sight was pretty terrifying, and I felt so bad that she had to be in that situation and alone to boot. The van had a woman and her toddler in it, but both were in their seatbelts and the kid in their car seat, so they were okay as well, just a little bit shaken up. After the scene was cleaned up, we went home and she walked me through the situation again. It definitely sounded like something happened to the brakes, so after they towed the car back, I had someone come take a look at it to see if they could diagnose the issue. They were certainly able to, and they told us that the brake line had been cut, and it was obviously done by someone that wasn't trying to replace a line or done by accident. He said you could see where they tried to cut it in multiple spots until they finally got through. We were terrified and confused. Who would try to do this? Valerie was such a kind person, and it's not like she had any enemies that came to mind, so I didn't know how to handle this. But then, she asked me if I thought Charlotte would do something like that. I also didn't see Charlotte as the type to do that, and while we talked, it was still a very casual conversation. She wouldn't have known where we lived, and while I was questioning this, she brought something to my attention that she hadn't really told me about. She had gotten a few calls at work, like they were transferred to her office line specifically looking for her. But when she would answer, they would just hang up. She thought that it was weird, sure, but nothing scary or worth mentioning. Then a few days prior to the accident, she got another call, and this time, the person talked and said something with a slight giggle like, "Nice car you got," and then hung up. I was horrified. I didn't want to think about Charlotte possibly doing this or even entertain the idea. But then I remembered the way she acted when we met up. I couldn't rule it out, so I called her while Valerie was in the room so she could hear her voice. I played it off like I thought she called me and I was returning the call, so it didn't last long. But I could tell by the look on Valerie's face that it was the same voice. I was furious. Why would she try to do this? She was the one that left me behind, and now, almost a decade later, She wants to ruin my life? As mad as I was, I started coming up with a plan. I bought a camera and I had it set up to face our driveway. Then, I texted Charlotte asking to go get coffee again. When she showed up, I was not friendly at all like I was the first time. I asked her point blank if she was following or stalking my fiancé. She looked at me like I was crazy and denied it. But then when I mentioned her stupid phone calls, she had this stupid grin on her face and actually said that she was just trying to have a little fun. But, she was pretty easy to track down, she said. She admitted to the calls, but would never fess up about the car. But after I chewed her out some, she started to show her true colors. She said that I was the one in the wrong. I was supposed to wait for her to come back and have a relationship with her again and her only. That was never the case. She broke up with me and she ended it because she obviously had plans to hook up with other people. Why did I have to wait around for her? I was supposed to be all alone those years? Hell no. I told her that she was crazy and she needed to leave us alone because we were happy and I would never, ever be with her again or want to talk to her again. And I left that place feeling much better already. I knew we wouldn't really be able to take legal action though unless we had proof. And that was why the camera came in. I had a feeling that she would try something again, and I was right. It was 3 or 4 days later when we checked the camera, as we do every time before we leave, and we were also sharing a car at the same time. There she was, clear as day, walking around and inspecting my car. She then proceeded to pour something in my gas tank, wiped off the side and the cover, prints I assume, and climbed on the hood and pulled her pants down and squatted. I'll let you fill in the rest. Charlotte has absolutely lost it. I have never seen this side of her, and I was frustrated and embarrassed that I ever let her back into my life. Sorry, this took so long, but to wrap it up, we pressed charges, filed restraining orders, and were able to sue her for the damages to my car, at least. And as we expected, we never heard from her again, and thankfully, her brother had no ill will towards me either. He said that she complained to him about me being engaged, and he basically told her to get over it, like I did, because I had to move on. I think exes are better left at that too. No friends, no contact, just old memories. Good or bad, I suppose. I have a story that I've been wanting to share with the world for a while. A story that really taught me a lesson about trusting people and made me realize that things can go really bad, really fast. I am going to add a bit of a trigger warning here, as this story does end in a horrifying way. This happened a while back when my high school ex-boyfriend, a guy we're going to call Christian, came back into my life after close to a decade of being out of touch. Back in high school, Christian and I were really close. He was probably the most connected relationship that I've ever had, if that makes any sense. He was actually the first guy that I got with, in multiple meanings of the word, and I thought that he and I had this really bright future planned out. In my head, we were going to get married, we were going to have kids, and we were going to grow old together. In reality, Christian didn't want more than a high school fling that he planned on cutting away from the minute he graduated. He ended up telling me as much only a quarter away from graduation. We were talking about the future, and when I asked if we were going to stay in state, he said that after May, there was no we. Well, needless to say, we broke up that day, and it crushed me. Fast forward around 8 or 9 years later, and I'm single, living my best life, and just doing whatever life brings my way, when out of the blue, I get a friend request on Facebook from a face that I hadn't thought about in ages. Christian. Being the nostalgic idiot that I am, I immediately went to accept it. But I hesitated when I thought about how our relationship ended. I sat on it for a couple hours, but eventually decided that we were both young, we both made mistakes, and it wasn't anything more than a friend request on Facebook. If he had grown up enough to seek me out and reconnect, then I could grow up enough to accept it. But what I didn't expect was that clicking that button was going to be the opening of my own personal Pandora's box. At first, everything was chill. We messaged back and forth, and it seemed like he really had his life together. After high school, he went out of state for college, and he had actually gotten married and had a son. I congratulated him for all that, saying that it was great to hear that he was doing well. But then, he told me that he and his wife had gotten a divorce, and she had done everything that she could to keep his son from him, so he was actually moving back in with his mom for a bit to get back on his feet. I apologized, and I told him that this was awful, and after a bit of talking more, he told me that he was actually in town, and we agreed to meet up for lunch the next day to just catch up. Now, nowhere in this conversation and nowhere in my mind was there any intentions of making this anything beyond just being friends. I didn't want anything beyond that. I just wanted a friend and wanted to meet up to catch up with him. When we met at the restaurant, I went in for a friendly hug, and when he hugged me, his hand wandered way too far down my back. I immediately pushed away and looked at him like, "Bro, what the hell?" He quickly apologized and said that he just got absorbed in the moment and didn't mean anything by it. I told him that this was his one warning and that if he tried anything else, this meeting was over, which I think caught him off guard. I think he expected me to be a bit more submissive, mostly because when I was young, I was way more willing to go along with things. But in the years since then, I've become a lot more self-sufficient and mentally sound, and I'm not the kind of person to take crap. I told him as much, and he nodded, saying all right and continuing to apologize. The rest of the lunch went pretty normal. Nothing else happened, and I figured he knew his place. Of course, that was the wrong thing to believe. About 2 days later, I got a message from Christian on Facebook that said, "Thinking of you," with a picture of something that I genuinely did not expect nor want to see. The situation was very disappointing for multiple reasons, and I had told him that that was the end of it. I replied saying, "I told you that if you did anything like this again, that would be the end of it." He immediately said, "Oh my God, I'm sorry. That was for someone else, I swear." I messaged back saying that it was nice to see that he was doing well, but that this was the end of our conversations, and then I immediately blocked him. I'm not stupid. I knew what he was doing, and I wasn't going to be a rebound fling. Plus, he's not exactly the kind of person that I'm into anymore. After that, the situation with Christian went off the rails, and did so pretty quickly. One night, about 2 weeks later, I was out with some friends at a local bar, just trying to have a good time. And lo and behold, Christian showed up. He walked in and came straight over to us, acting like he was my best friend. The entire feel of the night changed immediately. My 3 friends all glanced at me like, "Who is this guy?" And Christian stood over me and smiled like everything was fine. I hit my limit the second that he put his hands on my shoulders and said, "How are you doing, babe?" I shoved my seat backwards to make sure that it made contact with him. I stood up, turned around and told him that I wasn't his babe and that he needed to leave me alone. He laughed and asked why I was being like this, and I went off on him. I told him that I had given him a chance to be my friend and nothing more, and he decided that he wanted to be a creep instead. I told him again to shove off and get the hell back out of my life. After a few minutes, he backed off and looked like he was about to cry and then just walked away. I kind of assumed that was going to be the end of it, that he would understand that I wanted nothing to do with him. Either that or the next encounter was going to end violently. And fortunately for me, it was more likely to be the latter. After Christian left, the whole night was ruined and we all decided to head home. I had driven my friend Michelle out that night. She had planned on drinking a bit more and I don't really drink, so I was her driver. When we left, she asked me who Christian was and I explained everything to her. And she told me that he sounded like a creep and then asked me if I wanted her to come over to my place and stay just in case. At first, I didn't think it was necessary, but after a bit of contemplation, I told her that it sounded like a good idea and that I would really appreciate it. I'm going to add a bit of a brief pause right there for the sake of anyone reading or listening to this. The next part of the story is the part that deserves the content warning. When we got to my apartment, and I unlocked and opened the door, and both myself and Michelle were surprised to see Christian sitting on my couch. Now, I know that a lot of these stories end with the ex standing there with a knife and attacking the person, but that's not actually how my story ended. Christian was sitting on my couch. He did have a knife, but he wasn't going to attack anyone. He'd pretty clearly ended his own life right there. I was shocked, horrified, and I felt like I was going to throw up. Right there on my couch was my high school ex, a guy that I had just reconnected with and had to push back out of my life because he was being a creep, and he'd ended his own life in my apartment. I cannot overstate how traumatizing this was for me at that moment and every day since then. Obviously, we called the police, and when they and the medic showed up, they confirmed that he was beyond saving. I couldn't stay there after that. They had to treat it basically as a crime scene with what had happened, and I didn't want to stay there anyways. This was enough to get me out of my lease, thankfully, and I ended up moving in with Michelle in her apartment. I got rid of pretty much all my furniture as I couldn't bring myself to look at it and think about Christian. I've had nightmares about him since, about that whole moment opening my door, and to say that this whole thing has haunted me is an understatement. I'm not looking for pity, and I feel terrible for the fact that Christian felt that ending his own life was the best course of action. I'm just not really sure what else to say about all of it. Through all of this, coming to terms with the situation and moving my few things out, I did end up finding a note from Christian in my bedroom. He had placed it in the drawer of my nightstand. It was a simple note that just said, "Every mistake in my life has led me to this moment, and all I can say is that I'm sorry." It's not exactly closure, and not exactly something that helped me move on from it, and I don't know if I ever will get through it. I I've always been a bit of a night owl, and I've always had this weird mindset that makes it easier for me to sleep late in the morning and into the day, and then be active at night. As such, I often found solace and comfort in long open night drives. To me, the empty roads, the silence of the night, and the cool breeze of the summer as it blows through the window, well, there's nothing like it. However, I do have one event that happened on a particular night drive that left me feeling terrified. Of course, it hasn't stopped me from going for my drives, but it definitely left me in a weird position. It was a cloudy night, so it was rather dark on the side roads where there were no streetlights, and the only thing keeping me on the road were my headlights. When I go on these drives, I like to go out into the areas where there just aren't a lot of houses or people, which, where I live, isn't hard. On this drive, I was heading into parts of the county where there were mostly trees on all sides of the road, and the roads narrowed out pretty thin. I was driving through the trees, and the branches started to canopy over the road, which made it even darker. But I was pretty familiar with all the roads though, so really, it wasn't that big of a deal, no matter how dark it got. As I drove further, however, I started getting this really weird sense of impending doom, like something was really heavy in the air. This is something that I have never felt out in these roads. Yes, it can feel a bit claustrophobic if you get too far into the unincorporated areas, but for the most part, there's never really a sense of fear or dread that hangs over these parts. At that point in time, there absolutely was. I started to slow down a bit to try and see if I could figure out what it was that was causing me to feel like this. And after a while, I saw something that was a bit strange. I saw a man walking on the side of the road. And now, that wouldn't be odd in most places, but where I was, there were no houses, no people, and definitely no reason for a person to be walking out on the side of the road this late into the night. What was even weirder was that this man wasn't dressed for a long hike or anything. He was dressed in all black in a button-down shirt with a black tie and also a hat. I think it was a bowler hat. At first, I was thinking that it was weird, sure. But then, my next thought was, wait, what if this guy broke down on these back roads and he has no idea where he is or where to go? Note that I am not an incredibly social person, to be honest, but I was sitting there and thinking about how I would feel if I was in his position and the only car for miles just drove by without even checking on me. So with that thought in mind, I decided that I would stop and at least see if he was okay. I pulled over to where he was walking, and as I slowed down, the previously mentioned feeling of something was wrong definitely got worse. Like, it went from a looming feeling of something is wrong to the thing that is a threat is present. I almost just said screw it and then drove off, thinking that this guy was going to pull out a gun and then shoot me and then try to steal my car. I know, it's hard to explain, but part of me still thought that I needed to stop for him. And as I did, the man stopped walking and slowly turned to look at my car. I rolled down my passenger side window and just kind of shyly asked if he was okay. Part of me expected him to be this creepy-looking guy with a deformed or maybe demonic face or something. Just something to justify why I was feeling so freaked out as I approached him. But he looked absolutely normal. In fact, he actually looked friendly, and part of me just thought that I was losing it. When I asked him if he was okay, He slowly walked over to the passenger window, leaned down to look at me, and said that he was fine. There were a few moments of silence between us, with him just staring and me trying to put together another sentence. But I eventually did. I asked him if he was in need of a ride or anything like that, or if he needed to make a phone call. At this point, he leaned closer. He put his hands on my door and just stared at me. Again, he didn't appear threatening, but something was setting me off inside. After staring for several more moments, his straight face shifted to a smile and he just said, "I think you should just keep going." He just stood there staring at me with that same smile, and I just sort of choked out an "okay," and he nodded. He then pulled back and gave me a wave, and I just shifted the car back into drive and I pulled away slowly. And I glanced back in the rear view a few times as I did. Each time, I saw him just standing there, watching me drive away and smiling at me, until he was no longer near enough for me to see him. The mood was definitely dead after that, so I just took some side roads until I got home and I decided to go to bed. I know that this was such a non-event, but to me, for some weird reason, it was so beyond terrifying. The way that he just seemed to release this threatening aura and be normal, and then the way that he just told me to keep driving, like if I stuck around, something bad was going to happen. It felt like both advice and a threat, like if I stuck around, it was going to be a problem for me. I think what made it so creepy was that it was the middle of the night, like 1 or 2 in the morning, and he was just there. Again, there were no streetlights, no houses nearby, no business or anything. He was walking in the pitch black down a dirt road in the middle of a rural part of the country. Maybe he was harmless and just wanted to disappear. Or maybe he was something more. I have no idea, and I don't want to know, to be honest, because it just scared me. I'm glad nothing more happened, and I hope to never see that man again. Back when I was fresh out of high school, I used to be a pizza delivery driver for a certain pizza place that is open really late, like way later than it needs to be. I admit that delivering pizzas at like 1 in the morning is a genius way to get business from drunks and stoners, but I also have to say that the pay sucked, and I was never more tired than the 9 months that I worked at that place. This experience was a few years back, but thinking about it and how it could have gone seriously makes me feel like I want to get sick. I won't. I'll push through getting the story written out though, but it really does cause a bit of panic in me. It was a pretty typical Friday night. I was nearing the end of my shift and was actually on my last delivery from the triple that was thrown on me by my jerk of a manager, who knew that I was about to leave. This being my last delivery, it was the furthest out of the 3, and it was definitely in a more spread out and remote part of our town. I don't live in a big city, but it's fairly concentrated with houses that circle the epicenter, and then our neighborhoods that spread out in every direction. This delivery was in one of those out on the edge neighborhoods. I pulled up to the house after circling the neighborhood a couple of times trying to find the numbers, which, in tangent, if you order pizza delivery, please turn on your light so we can see your house numbers. Anyways, I circled a couple of times, I found the house, and I grabbed the pizza to walk it up to the front. The house looked decent. It wasn't run down or anything. It was just really dark, like the occupant was in bed or not home, which, yes, did make me feel a bit uneasy about this delivery. Though, it wouldn't have been the first time that I had taken a delivery to a drunk person that had passed out after putting the delivery in. I knocked a few times, but there was no answer. I pulled out my cell phone and I called the number on the order, but it was disconnected. At this point, I assumed that the delivery was either a prank or the aforementioned drunk person. I sent my boss a text saying, "Knocked, no answer, phone disconnected, heading back." And I walked back to my car. I tossed the pizza bag into the back seat on the passenger side, and then I started to walk to the other side of my car to get in. When I started hearing footsteps coming up from the side, my dumb self thought that maybe it was the customer coming out to say, "Hey, sorry, I fell asleep. Can I get my pizza?" But of course, it wasn't. No. Instead, it was a man wearing a pink hoodie, dark jogging pants, and walking straight toward me with a gun pointed right at me. I put my hands up and I immediately braced for him to rob me. But after a moment, he finally spoke up and said, "Keys, now!" I nodded. I reached into my pocket and I handed the guy my keys. And after a few moments of my heart racing and my face being drenched in sweat, he motions towards the car and says, "Get in the passenger seat." At first, I was thinking I was about to die. And then, I was thinking that I could try to run as I got around the car, but again, where was I going to? I was in the middle of a mostly empty cul-de-sac, nowhere to go but open fields, and he could easily put a round in my back if I ran. At this point, I realized that I had no choice but to follow what he wanted me to do. I quickly complied with his demands, and I got in the passenger seat of the car, thinking that this was seriously going to be my final few minutes. He got in the driver's seat, started the car, and started driving down the side roads. I just sat there, helplessly, silently staring at the streetlights as we passed them, thinking about what I could say to plead for my life. My hands were seriously shaking and my mind was racing as it occurred to me that this man wasn't wearing a mask, which meant that he didn't care if I saw his face. And to me, this meant that he didn't plan to leave anyone to identify him, so I was definitely going to die. As we drove in silence, the carjacker seemed to become more and more agitated, glancing around nervously, muttering things to himself, staring at the clock on the road randomly back and forth. It honestly felt like several hours were passing, though it was probably only a few minutes. I started thinking about whether anyone would notice that I wasn't back after a while. I assumed my manager would notice after a while since I had cash that belonged to the store, but that was about it. A lot of strange things go through your mind when you're in this kind of situation, because the only thing that I could think about was how I was going to get fired if I was killed. Again, not logical, but it was all that I could think of. After another few moments, the carjacker pulled over to the side of the road and started breathing fast. I didn't look at him. I didn't turn my head, and I just shut my eyes thinking that this is where he cracks. And after a few moments, he screams, This wasn't what I fucking planned," and punches the steering wheel. I jumped, and I couldn't help but look in his direction, and he was seriously crying, like sobbing. His eyes were filled with a strange mix of anger, desperation, and regret. And then he turned to me and said, I'm sorry that we had to meet under these circumstances." His voice cracked as he said, and he just shook his head like he was seriously upset. A couple more seconds passed of this awkward silence,
And then he turned, reached behind me, grabbed the pizza bag, and exited the car, walking off into the woods on the side of the road. For a moment, I was too stunned to move, but as the feeling in my arms and feet slowly started to come back, I realized that the danger had passed. I jumped over to the driver's seat and then sped away, eager to get the hell away from that man and also this place. The entire time that I was driving, my lip was quivering, my teeth were chattering, and I was shaking, thinking that it wasn't actually over, that something else was going to jump out at me and then attack me. Obviously, nothing did, and I was able to make it back to the store. I got into the safety of the building and I broke down. I was bawling my eyes out, trying to explain that I was carjacked by this man, trying to explain everything that I had just gone through. And thankfully, my coworkers were able to get me settled down. But then after a few moments, my manager asked me why I hadn't called him or the police. Honestly, at no point did it occur to me while I was driving away from that situation to grab my phone and call anyone. Stupid, I know, but panic makes it hard to think clearly. They did call the police and they took my statement, but I couldn't tell them the exact location that he had gotten out of my car, only where he had actually carjacked me. I doubt he was ever caught, because all that I could tell them was what he was wearing and a vague direction of where he could have gone. I'm thankful that he didn't decide that I was a threat to him or that he needed to do worse than he did. And I honestly think about that night a lot. The fact that I got out unharmed, that he apologized and then stole the pizza. What kind of situation does one have to be in to do that? I don't work there anymore as mentioned, and I don't do anything related to driving my car or the public. I work in a warehouse now and I absolutely love it because there's literally no opportunity for anything like this to happen ever again. About a decade ago, I had an honestly chilling experience while I was out driving at night. I used to work a really weird shift and I got off the clock at 2 a.m., so my drive home was incredibly boring and empty. For the most part, the highways were completely dead and I was typically able to get from point A to point B pretty easily. As mentioned, I was driving home late that night, just taking my usual route and enjoying the summer breeze as it blew through the windows. It was a really nice night. There was no one else on the highway, and I was just cruising at a bit above the speed limit with some chill tunes playing way too loud through the car speakers. About halfway through the drive, I was rounding one of the curves and started on a downhill portion of the highway, and my eyes sort of landed randomly on what looked like a person just down the road. I slowed down, thinking that there was no way that this person was walking on the shoulder of a highway with a speed limit of 65. But sure enough, it was. Thankfully, with it being as late as it was, and the highway being completely open like this, I was able to slow down to see if the person was okay or if they needed any help. But as I slowed down, I noticed that the person kind of looked disoriented and they stumbled a little bit, like he was either drunk or he didn't know where the hell he was. I hit a point of being concerned for this person's well-being, and I immediately hit my flashers and stopped next to him. I approached the man cautiously, and as I got closer, I could see that he was a much older gentleman. He looked disheveled with unkempt hair, wearing what looked like a dark red bathrobe and also house slippers. What bothered me was the fact that his stare was empty, like his eyes were completely vacant. I rolled down the window and I asked him if he needed help. He paused for a moment, looked at me, and then started saying a few things that honestly did not make any sense to me. I remember two specific things that he said. He kept looking for his house because it kept disappearing, and that he couldn't ignore the voices in the shadows. I was starting to really get worried at this point. I knew that I couldn't just leave him there or just ignore this, as it was pretty clear that something was wrong with this man. After a bit of a back and forth, I was able to convince him that I could help him find what he was looking for, and he actually did get into my back seat. I figured, if nothing else, him being in my car was safer than him walking on the shoulder of the road, and I could probably just get him to a nearby police station so that he could get help. But as we drove, his ramblings kept going. It was making me feel a bit anxious. I didn't think he would do anything, but part of me was kind of getting this weird feeling like he could do something, and he wouldn't be fully aware of what he was doing. After a bit of driving, I was able to get to a police station, and I told him to stay in the car while I went in to explain to them what was going on. Thankfully, they didn't ask too many questions about why I had let him into my car or who I was to him. I think my panicked demeanor helped them to realize that I wasn't doing anything malicious. The officer came out and tried to speak to the man, but he just kept saying the same things about the house disappearing and the shadows talking. The officer glanced at me and I just shrugged like, "I don't know, man. I'm just trying to help." The officer helps the man out of the car and asks me if I can stick around the station to fill out some paperwork and maybe answer some questions if they have them. I agreed, and I sat there on the bench for something close to an hour. I was starting to doze off when the original officer finally came back out and asked me to go over my story again. I told him that I was heading home from my shift. I then saw the man on the shoulder of the highway and explained that I stopped because he seemed like something was wrong. And I explained that he was saying a lot of things that didn't make any sense to me. The officer nodded and wrote down what I had said, and then mentioned that he had found some information in the wallet that the man was carrying. So, to explain what exactly had happened, this man was in danger. Apparently, he had actually lived at a retirement home almost 3 miles down the highway. The officer confirmed that he had gotten a hold of the retirement home and then spoke to the employees there, and they confirmed that this man lived there. At some point, after everyone had gone to bed, this man had managed to get out of his room through one of the exits, and he walked the full 3 miles down the road. Unfortunately, he did have dementia, so why he got out, where he was going, and what he was thinking and walking down the highway like that is anyone's guess. He was adamant about the disappearing house and those voices in the shadows, so maybe that had something to do with it? I don't know, honestly. The officer told me that they had someone from the facility coming to get him, and then mentioned that the facility was likely going to be doing an investigation into how he got out, so at least that made me feel a bit better about him being safer from then on. They then let me go, and the whole time that I was driving home, I was seriously staring at the shoulder of the highway and making sure that there wasn't anyone else there. I knew there wouldn't be, but I was feeling seriously anxious about it for some reason. About a week or so later, I actually got a card in the mail from the retirement home, and I'm guessing that they got my information from the officer when they picked up the man. It was a card with a photo of the man and a few of the nurses. He was smiling and wearing a little birthday hat, and it mentioned that he was celebrating his 89th birthday. There was a short note on it thanking me too, so that was nice. And I was glad that he was back with the people that could help him. This was a long time ago, so It's likely that he's no longer with us, but I do hope that he was able to live out the rest of his time comfortably, and I hope that they were able to keep him secured in their facility after that night. I have family members that live in the middle of nowhere, way outside of any major town or anything. And of course, they are the family that I tend to go and see during the holidays. Thanksgiving is one of the major holidays for my family, as it was my grandmother's favorite day, and we get all the extended family on her side together to have a lovely meal, and it's always a good time. This story isn't about the get-together though. It's about something that happened after the fact. Most years, I would stay at my aunt's house and leave early the next morning. But on the year that this happened, I was working for a company that was doing a merger with another organization, so they had pretty much limited time off to only the specific holiday, and because of this, I had to get home that night so that I could get up at 6 a.m. and then get to the office early the next day. If nothing else, it was a pain in my ass as I hate driving late at night, especially for the full hour that I have to drive to the north to get home, and the fact that they live in the middle of nowhere, which means that there are absolutely no streetlights. I tried to leave at a good time, but it was hard to leave my family that night as they wanted to continue talking and spending time together. So by the time that I got out of there, it was around 10:30 at night. I get out of the driveway and out onto the dark roads, making the necessary curves, trying to keep my eyes open and my mind focused on the trip. I was definitely struggling, like really struggling, to keep myself awake. I think that digesting all that food and the hard spike in my blood sugar had really started taking its toll on me. I could feel my eyelids starting to drop as I was going. The longer I went, the harder it was to keep myself going. So I figured that the best course of action for me was to put on some music. Unfortunately, I have an older car that doesn't have any sorts of wireless connectivity. So when I listen to music, it has to be on CD. The disc that I had in was not going to be enough to keep me awake. I needed something heavy and aggressive. So I ejected the CD and I slowed down a bit so I could reach down onto my floor to grab my CD folder. I will say that this was incredibly stupid. I was taking my eyes off the road and focusing on reaching down to grab my CD holder. And like I said, stupid, but it's what I did. I reached down, grabbed my folder, and grabbed a disc from some metal band, and when I looked back up on the road, I noticed a figure standing there in the middle of the road. I panicked, and I slammed my brakes to do my best to avoid hitting whatever or whoever this was. Thankfully, despite the car being old, it did have a good braking system, and I was able to stop pretty quickly without flipping my car or driving into the streets on the shoulder. When I came to the screeching halt, I was gripping the wheel and I was just trying to breathe through my excruciatingly painful heartbeat that was pulsing in my head. I honestly thought that I was about to have a heart attack, considering how high my blood pressure was over those couple of seconds. After a few moments of taking deep breaths and just staring at my dashboard, I finally was able to get my mind back to reality, and then realized that I needed to make sure that I actually didn't hit whatever that was. I looked up and out all of the windows and in the mirrors, trying to see if I could see anything, but there was nothing there. I was confused, panicked, and trying to not literally pass out. Where the hell had this thing gone? What the hell was that thing even? I pulled the car over to the side of the road and I parked it so that I could get out and look around to see what was going on. I stepped out onto the road and walked a bit back, looking into the shadows of the road that was lit only by my taillights. I stared at the darkness, squinted to see if there was anything there, when I did see something. In the darkness, I could see what looked to be the same figure, still mostly shapeless, but almost human-shaped, just standing in the darkness and looking in my direction. I lifted my hand and I waved and I shouted back to see if this was a person and if they were okay. I shouted, "Oh, hey, is everything all right?" And as I did, this figure just stood there motionless. I was starting to get freaked out, thinking that this wasn't a person, that it was something else, something supernatural. I started to walk backwards toward my car, keeping my eyes on this figure, and as I got to my car and reached toward my handle, I heard what sounded like laughing, like a high-pitched voice that was giggling in the distance, in the direction of whatever this thing was. Well, that was all I needed to hear. I threw my door open, got in, and I took back off down the road to continue my trip. I drove the rest of the way in silence, my heart keeping up its stupid fast rate, staring in my rearview mirror every 10 seconds to see if this thing was following me somehow. Obviously it wasn't. Whatever the hell that demonic thing was, it stayed there in the dark, a fact for which I was very thankful. I got home, and I struggled to go to sleep that night, just kind of staring at the ceiling with my heart just pounding like hell. Honestly, I don't think my BPM dropped below 120 until the next morning. Like, my body was reacting intensely to the whole thing, like my instincts knew that whatever this was truly dangerous, and it would have been much worse if I hadn't taken off. To this day, I still can't explain what happened on that drive home. I've tried to rationalize it as my imagination just running wild or some sort of prank. But deep down, I know that something truly terrifying was watching me. I've since avoided that stretch of road. I found another way to get home from my aunt's house, and the memory of that night still haunts me. For anyone that has any sort of name for this thing or an explanation, please do let me know. I can't physically describe it other than it seemed to be just a living shadow on the road that stared intently. It looked like a person, sort of, but it was mostly shapeless beyond that. It was just intensely dark and creepy. I know that this doesn't help much, but it's the best that I've got for it. Anyways, that's my story, and I hope that I never experience anything like this for the rest of my days. I don't know if this will gain any traction, but this has been on my mind ever since it happened. I'm a respiratory therapist that works at a local hospital. I was on my way to work, about less than a mile drive from my occupation, when the car in front of me quickly merged into one of the emergency lanes as if something sudden had just happened. And then he just sat there, no hazards going off, nothing to indicate that he planned on moving. I still had 20 minutes before I had to be at work. Assuming this individual may be in distress or have car problems, I decided to be a good Samaritan. I parked on the shoulder of the road and I turned on my hazards. We exchanged eye contact and I gestured a wave, rolled down my window, and I asked, "Are you okay?" He seemed to have either not heard me or ignored me, but he did seem to realize that I wanted to help him. He gets out of his car at this point. Keep in mind that we are on an extremely busy road. I'm in my work scrubs, which tends to help people relax, knowing that they are with a healthcare professional. However, this was different. When he got out of his vehicle, I assumed that he would have told me that he was in some type of pain or something that caused him to pull over abruptly. He had been driving fine the entire time that I was behind him. So, I casually get out of my vehicle and I walk over to the back end of his car. This is when I officially start a conversation asking if he's hurt or if something is wrong. You know, all the basics. But the thing is, his eyes were cold. He had this body language to him that almost made him seem a little unhinged or skittish. He had not answered any of my questions, so I tried once more asking, "Hey man, we are in the middle of a busy road. Is there something wrong with your car or something going on with you?" He simply replied, "No." I started to feel this sensation of discomfort, like he wanted to do something to me, but he was restraining himself. So I continued to play it off. He didn't seem drunk or high, but he had these black beady eyes that I couldn't stop looking at. It was as if he was just a vessel to something dark. I tried to continue the conversation. "Why did you stop, man? You don't want to get hit out here." And he replies, "I don't know. I don't know where to go." I didn't know what he meant by this, so I questioned further by saying, "Do you know what city you're in right now? If you're lost, I can tell you where the nearest highway is." His reply was a little chilling. "Anywhere but here." I was now so confused. He didn't know where he was but felt this urge to get out of the area as quick as possible. So I asked, "Well, what direction are you wanting to go? 75N will take you to Dayton. You take 75S and you'll head to Cincinnati." He then asked, "What would you do in my position?" Now, I have no idea what he meant by this, but I simply said, "I don't know what kind of position you're in, man. Can you drive? The hospital I work for is within view and we don't have to go in. I just want to make sure you don't get hit." He agrees to follow me, but once I turned on my blinker to turn into the hospital, he completely stopped following me. He pulled a U-turn and then sped off. I know this isn't the creepiest thing in the world, but you really have to try to understand just how foreign and strange this behavior was. Each time we engaged in conversation, it was as if he was contemplating to tell me something, but ultimately remained silent. From the looks of it, he drove a red Toyota, a RAV4 hybrid maybe. So, I mean, he didn't have a broken down car or look like he was a substance abuser. He just seemed incredibly nervous, and his fast motion gestures and twitches of all his body language has left me puzzled and still gives me shudders when I think about how he moved, talked, the lack of response, declining any help, and not explaining a single reason as to why he just decided to park on the side of the road. A simple, "Oh, I'm just lost," would have been enough for me to feel better about the entire situation. He just seemed incredibly paranoid and hesitant. On top of it, the entire conversation led nowhere to his situation or why he was acting so strange. I just wanted to make sure that he didn't need help or get hit by a car. Anyway, I'll update you guys if I hear anything about a patient coming in later. He also has a face that is burned into my memory. I just got this gut feeling to leave, but as polite as possible. Does anyone have any thoughts on this? I want to start this story off by saying that it isn't necessarily a horror story, although it was absolutely scary for me, as some people may come out of this story thinking that I'm preachy, and I don't really care if that's how you feel by the end. This story is one that is a necessary cautionary tale for anyone that may put themselves into these kinds of situations. This happened when I was 21, and honestly, it wasn't that long ago. It was in the early 2010s. Back then, I was the type of kid that thought I was invincible. I ran on Red Bull more than sleep, and I know that there are a lot of people out there that do the same. I hope that this story does not get through to some of you, and again, preachy. I know, but it's an important experience that needs to be put out there. I was driving home from college on a Friday night, trying to get out to my parents' place to spend a few days so that I could get away from campus. I had made this drive numerous times, always late in the evening, and I had never had any issues with it. It was a long, monotonous drive, one that was partially main roads and partially winding side roads. On this night, I'd been on the road for a couple of hours, and it was pitch black out, and I thought that I was doing okay. I had just chugged the second Red Bull for the drive, and the caffeine was causing my heart to beat fast and my mind to race. I was getting kinda jittery, my left leg bouncing on the floor and my right foot holding the gas pedal down. My eyes kept wandering onto the dull glow of the headlights as they passed, and despite the fact that I was starting to feel a bit lightheaded, I was determined to make this drive without stopping. As the next hour wore on, I started feeling my eyelids grow a bit heavier, which was actually making me angry as I was running hard on the caffeine of the energy drinks. Yet, I was starting to feel tired. My brain was focusing way too hard on how I was feeling, how tired I was starting to get. I started thinking that I should pull over and take a minute to take a breath, that my getting lightheaded was something serious. But being the stubborn guy that I was telling myself that I only had about half an hour left to go. It was probably the rush of adrenaline that was kicking my ass at the same time that my brain was begging me to sleep. But I was arguing with myself inside about stopping. And in the end, my stubborn side won. And I slapped my face telling myself that I wasn't going to give up that easily. And that's where things went completely wrong, and my life would change permanently. It must have only been for a couple of seconds, but in the brief moment that my eyes fell shut, my car veered slightly to the side. The sudden jolt of the tires hitting the gravel on the shoulder snapped me awake, only to see that I was heading off the road. Panicking, I overcorrected and quickly went from correcting and trying to maintain to completely losing control of the situation. My car skidded across the road and I slammed into a guardrail, causing my car to flip multiple times, before finally coming to a hard stop just before hitting a large tree. The force of the impact is beyond description. The glass all shattered, and the only sound alongside the metal crunching was me screaming my lungs out as the whole thing happened. Time seemed to completely slow down as I felt myself being violently tossed around the interior of my car. And when it finally came to a rest, I was nothing shy of disoriented and in shock. I could feel my breathing slow down, the world was spinning, and I could feel blood drip down my face as the pain of the situation slowly settled in. Despite my injuries, I was able to crawl through the destroyed door and pull myself close to the shoulder of the road. I don't know how I got as far as I did, but I had managed to get close enough to be seen. I lay there, trembling, crying, screaming as loud as I could while in excruciating pain. After what was probably a couple minutes, a car drove by and they saw me. I will say that after I heard, "Oh my God, call 911!" I completely blacked out. There's a huge chunk of time that is completely gone. My memory goes from hearing that to seeing doctors trying to keep me alive and then waking up when everything was done. The aftermath of all of this was a nightmare. I spent a couple of months under medical care, undergoing surgery and physical therapy. My body was broken in ways that I couldn't imagine, and the worst of it was my left leg, which was so damaged that they had to amputate it up above the knee. From what I was told, it was completely destroyed, and the fact that I didn't bleed out while crawling was nothing shy of a miracle. At the age of 21, I was permanently scarred and handicapped to the point that now I spend a lot of my time in a wheelchair. I've had to adapt to having a prosthetic, and everything has been different. I have so many scars from that night, and I often find myself jumping in the middle of the night, screaming as the memories of the crash keep playing in my head. I have adapted, thankfully, but it hurts so much to know that had I made a better decision that night, had I just pulled over and maybe taken a quick nap, I would have been okay. I would have been none the worse for wear and made it to my parents' house, and life could have been normal. But I didn't. I didn't make good decisions, and I have to live with the consequences. Again, this isn't for pity, but a warning for anyone that thinks that it's smart to push themselves to the end of their rope, that thinks it's okay to keep going when they are tired. The consequences of falling asleep at the wheel can be devastating and life-altering, of which I am a prime example of. It's not worth it, so take care of yourself and listen to your body, and don't end up with a story like mine. I have a weird experience that I wanted to share that was just, well, I honestly don't know what words to use to describe it. It was creepy in its own right, and honestly, it left me feeling a bit shaken. Thankfully, I came out of the whole thing unscathed, but I kind of feel like it could have gone much, much worse. So, to start off, I'm a delivery driver for a restaurant that isn't the normal kind that does delivery. I'm the only driver for this specific restaurant, and while we aren't as busy as, say, pizza shops, we do get enough orders to keep me busy for the entire shift. Because of this, I put a good number of miles on my car, and I drain my tank pretty frequently. Sometimes, I have to stop at random stations along the way or in between deliveries to make sure that I have enough miles left to get to the next stop or stops, and then back home to base. It takes a good amount of coordination, and I have honestly pushed it once or twice to a limit that I don't like to push it to. This was, unfortunately, one of those times. It was near closing time, and I was on the last 3 deliveries. It was a triple, so I had to take one, then the next, and then the next as quickly as I could. I had gotten the first one done. I looked up the location for the next, and as soon as I did, I noticed that the mile counter on my car showed 3. Basically, I had 3 miles to go until it was on a hard E. I wouldn't say that this was the most accurate reading, but again, I don't want to end up randomly stranded with 2 people's dinner sitting in my passenger seat. So, I hit the button for the nearest gas station, and sure enough, there was one that was between 1 mile and 2 miles from where I was sitting. It looked like it was kind of tucked in between a couple of neighborhoods, like this was a really weird place station, but I was just thankful that it was close. I then pulled away and made the quick trip to the station. And sure enough, it was there. Google was not lying to me at all. The building was dark, like they had closed up for the night, but the pumps had card readers and were definitely still on based on the lights that were shining on the screens and overhead. I pulled into the parking lot and then got up to one of the pumps. I got out, swiped my card, basically did all the things that one does when they are filling their tank. After a couple seconds, I noticed a couple guys standing next to the building. One of them was sitting on the ground and smoking, and I could see the embers glowing in the dark, and the other was staring at me from under his hood. Of course, I was a bit on edge. I had cash on me from the deliveries, but at the same time, with where he was standing, I would have had time to throw the pump and jump into my car before he could even get close. So, assuming that he didn't have a gun or anything, I was cautious, but pretty sure that I was safe. I go back to filling up, and as the amount hits 5 gallons, the pump just suddenly stops. I stare at it, squeeze it once or twice, but sure enough, it was done with me. I looked up at the machine, then toward the building, as if there was going to be someone there to help me. When I noticed that the man with the cigarette in his mouth was now standing at the emergency shutoff valve, which explained why the pump stopped working. Within the second that it took me to realize that it was just him, I heard footsteps behind me and I thought, I really just let this happen after telling myself that I was going to be fine and that I would have time to jump in my car. I'm seriously about to get robbed by this creep. I turned slightly, and as expected, the man with the hoodie on is approaching me. But strangely enough, he's not getting too close, like he was walking toward me, but stopped about 6 or so feet from me. He lifts his head a bit to stare at me, and I look at him. And there were several very awkward moments that we shared standing at this gas station pump. The whole time I was just thinking, I'm dead. I'm absolutely dead. This is how I'm gonna die. While glancing between him and the man at the shut-off button on the building, making sure that neither of them is getting closer or pulling a gun or something. I have no idea why I did this, but I looked at the man in the hoodie and just kind of shyly said, the pump isn't working. Like this man worked here, I was going to go troubleshoot the problem. I really don't know why I said this. I guess it was just me being scared and confused as to what was about to happen. The man smirks, looks down at me, then up to the machine and says, "Station's closed." As if I wasn't already being awkward and weird, I pointed toward the card reader and said something like, "Oh, but I should be able to still get gas. The readers are 24/7. This guy in the hoodie seriously started laughing like I had just told him the most hilarious joke and he could not hold it in. After shaking that off, he shook his head and looked back at me and said, "No, mate, the station is closed. No more gas." And then motioned for me to get in my car to leave. I stood there for a moment, and thankfully, my brain finally clicked that he was telling me to get the hell out of there. I nodded, replaced the pump, and then told him to have a good evening and got back in my car. And as I did, I looked in my rearview mirror, and I watched this guy put his finger up to his head and motion as if he was shooting himself, and then start laughing again as he waved at me. I obviously took off from there, and it took a few moments for me to really get a grip on the whole thing. But I think he was basically telling me that if I came back, I was dead. I made a note of where I was and well, I left. Now, I'm not sure, but I think that his original plan was much more sinister than what he ended up doing. And I think my awkwardness may have saved me Like, I made my comment and it tickled him to the point that he felt bad and he just thought, "Ah, I can't kill this pitiful idiot." Obviously, I have no idea if that's true or if he was just willing to give me the opportunity to leave. And if I didn't, then he would take action. But I'm glad that he decided that I wasn't worth his time. Thankfully, that 5 gallons was more than enough to get me to my destinations and then get me back to the store to clock out. I made a note to never go back to that station. And I haven't, thankfully. If I have a delivery over in that direction, I fill up before I go that way just in case. I know it's not the creepiest of stories, but it definitely scared me. And like I said, I came out unscathed. But I feel like I was pretty close to something pretty terrible happening. Growing up in a small town has a certain charm and simplicity that can make a childhood feel like it exists in its own bubble. My town was one of those places that didn't have much, mostly farmland stretching out as far as the eye could see, a single school that catered to all the kids in the area, and a few family-owned shops. There wasn't much to do, but that simplicity was part of its appeal. We knew everyone, and everyone knew us, which made the idea of danger seem almost foreign. Out of all the places we could go, my favorite was the gas station that had a shop attached to it. It was probably the biggest shop in town, and the person who worked there as the clerk was a family friend. His presence always made me feel safe, like an extra layer of protection. My parents were comfortable enough to let me go there by myself, or sometimes with my little sister tagging along. Let's call her Emmy. The shop was only a 15-minute walk away from our house, a manageable distance that didn't stir up concerns. The gas station was a place people generally thought of as safe. Given that it was the social hub of our little town, it was rare to find a face that you didn't recognize. That sense of familiarity bred a kind of communal trust, an unspoken assurance that we were all looking out for each other. One scorching summer afternoon stands out in my memory though. I was 12 and Emmy was 7. I had just finished the chore that my mom had assigned to me, and as a reward, she handed me some cash. The sun was relentless that day, and the idea of getting an ice cream cone was too tempting to resist. I asked my mom for permission to go to the shop, and she agreed on the condition that I take Emmy along. She even gave me a couple of extra bucks for Emmy's ice cream. So, my sister and I set off down the familiar path without a worry in our minds. The sun was still high, bathing everything in a golden light. As we walked, we chatted about the mundane things the way that siblings do. The walk felt short, and soon enough, we reached the gas station. It was quieter than usual, but that wasn't entirely surprising given the time of day. However, something caught our eye. A red, shiny pickup truck parked near the gas pump. It looked brand new, like it had just been bought that day. This was unusual because most of the trucks and cars in our town were old and worn out. The newness of the truck made it stand out like a sore thumb. Our attention then shifted to the man pumping gas into the truck. He was a stranger, and in the town where everyone knew everyone, an unfamiliar face was immediately noticeable. He looked like he was in his late 20s, wearing a jean jacket, loose jeans, and a hat. And when he saw us, he took off his hat, revealing his unkempt oily hair, and then he gave us a smile that made my skin crawl. He waved hello, but there was something off about him that I couldn't quite put my finger on. I tried to ignore him, but Emily, being young and innocent, waved back. Well, That was all it took for the man to start talking to us. His initial questions were innocent though, how we liked the weather, what snacks we were planning to buy. His chatter didn't raise any immediate red flags, but there was just something sinister about him that set my instincts on edge, and I just could not figure out what it was. As the conversation progressed, he mentioned that he was new to the town and that he would love it if we showed him around. I declined his offer immediately, but he persisted. He said that he would buy us snacks if we promised that we would get into his truck and then show him the best places in town. I told him that there was nothing to see and that our parents were waiting for us to come back soon. He then offered to just drive us home after we were done buying snacks. There was something in the desperation in his voice that made my heart race. I kept glancing into the shop, hoping to see our family friend, the clerk, but he was nowhere to be seen, and I just feel the panic began to set in. Emily was still blissfully unaware of the danger and then continued to engage with the man. But my heart nearly stopped when I heard her scream. When I turned, I saw the man had grabbed her by her wrist and was trying to pull her toward the truck. Pure adrenaline surged through me. I ran to Emmy, grabbed her other hand, and started pulling her back while hitting the man and screaming for help. His grip on her wrist was tightening, and it was hurting my little sister, and she started crying. It felt like an eternity, but I held on with all my strength, driven by sheer terror and probably the adrenaline. And then, I heard the door of the shop burst open. Our family friend came running out and punched the man in the face. The man let go of Emmy because of this, and I pulled her into the shop as fast as I could. Everything after that is a blur in my memory. I vaguely remember my mom arriving and the sheriff showing up shortly after. We went to the clinic too to get Emmy's wrist checked out. Long story short, our family friend was in the toilet doing his business when I couldn't see him. When he heard the screams, he came out as fast as he could. Then, he and the man exchanged some blows. Unfortunately, the creep managed to jump into his truck and then speed off while he was regaining his balance after getting a blow. He called the sheriff and then my mom, and she then arrived in minutes and stayed with us as we waited for the police. That day changed everything. From then on, my mom insisted on accompanying us whenever we wanted to go to the shop. We never saw that man again, thank goodness. I'm in my 30s now with a child of my own, and I've made sure to teach them about stranger danger. That experience left a mark on me, a reminder of how quickly things can go wrong, even in a place that you consider safe. So, to the man in the red pickup truck who tried to get me and my sister into his truck, let's never meet again, ever. I was on a long drive trip a while back, heading to another state for a work event that I was pretty much told that I needed to be a part of. I was given the options to fly or to drive a rental car out there, and if I drove, I had to do it on a weekend and I wouldn't be paid for the mileage, which, whatever. I am terrified of flying, so I chose driving. There's no particular reason for me to be terrified of flying, but the 2 times that I've been on a plane, I have had the full-blown panic attacks that have ended in me vomiting. I think it's just me. I just get freaked out and I panic. So, obviously, I told my boss that I would get a rental and I would drive to the conference. The trip took way longer than I honestly anticipated, and I was driving pretty late into the night, and at the point where this event happened, I was running low on gas. I wasn't low enough that I would have ended up on the side of the highway, at least I don't think so, but I was low enough that I made plans to fill up at the next station that I saw on the exit sign. I went for a while longer, saw that there was a station at the next exit that indicated that it was open 24 hours, and I thought that I should consider stopping to use the restroom, get something to drink, and then fill up my tank. I pulled off, and after a bit of searching, I found the station. It was decently lit, so that wasn't a huge deal for me. But as I parked, I noticed that in the same parking lot as the station was what looked like an old motel that was boarded up. It kind of looked like a stereotypical old motel, 2 floors, 3 rooms on each floor, and then 1 extra room at the bottom that had the word office on it. A couple of the rooms were missing their doors, and some of them were just boarded up. Some of the windows looked smashed even. Honestly, it was a bit unsettling, but I wasn't here for the lodging. I was there for gas. I headed into the station, and it looked decent at the very least. Like, it was a bit dim, and a couple of the fluorescent bulbs were burned out, but the floor was clean and everything was well stocked. It wasn't a small station either. There was actually a good amount of space, and everything looked open, so it was kept up. There were 2 guys standing at the front counter talking to the clerk, and honestly, none of them looked too threatening. They just looked pretty normal. As I walked in, the clerk turned his attention to me, and he, very politely, asked me if he could help me find anything. I asked if he had a restroom, and then he motioned toward the back. I nodded, and then I headed back, and I did my business. As I was washing my hands though, I heard what sounded like all 3 men giggling like school children. At what, I don't know. But at the same time, people laughing isn't necessarily a bad thing or creepy. It was just something that I noted. When I walked out of the restroom, I could literally feel the 3 of them just staring at me as I went over to the cooler to get something to drink for the rest of the trip and also grabbed a snack. I thought that they would look away or break their stares as I walked toward the counter. But no, they all 3 just kept watching me as I approached. I tried my best to ignore it as the guys scanned my items. But after a few moments of my skin starting to crawl as the other 2 were glaring, I looked over toward them with a look like, "All right, I know you're staring. You can stop now." As soon as my attention was turned toward them, one of the guys took this opportunity to say, "We were making a bet on something, and we wanted to know, what would you rate me out of a 10? This caught me a bit off guard, and I wasn't really sure what to say. I just kind of scoffed and turned back toward the clerk. Unfortunately, he was in on their game, and he was just staring at me with his eyes wide, holding my Red Bull. At this point, I was just so annoyed, so I just said that I would like to pay for my stuff and go. And he told me that he would give me my things when I answered the question. I said that I wasn't interested in whatever this was, and that I would just like to pay and go. And once again, he laughed and said, No, not until you answer him." At this point, I decided that it wasn't worth my time to put up with this, and there were 3 of them versus 1 of me. I turned and I walked away from them. But as soon as I reached the door, I felt a hand reach out and grab my hip. Unfortunately for the person that grabbed me, which was the man that had asked me to rate him, as I was walking toward the door, I had actually unhooked my pepper spray from my keys, and I had a small cartridge that had a keyring on it, and he took the full blast of it to his face. The other 2 started yelling at me. He started screaming, and I turned and took off toward my car. Thankfully, the car had a push start, so I was able to get the engine going and get out on the road before the 3 of them could even get out into the parking lot.
the whole time that I was pulling away and getting back onto the highway, I was looking back at my rear view, seeing that they weren't following me, which thankfully they weren't. After about 5 minutes of being back on the highway, I just pulled over and resituated myself, trying to calm down and get through the anxiety attack that was definitely hitting me. In the end, I was thankful that I had the mental wherewithal to grab my pepper spray while I was walking. I just had that feeling that one of them was going to try something. I ended up going for another half hour until I found a gas station in a much less creepy and much more populated area, and then I filled up without an issue. This was definitely the event that made it click that these things can happen to me, and that I am way more aware of my surroundings now. Before they started in on being a creep, I really didn't get any red flags. But even those that don't seem like creeps can be the worst. I'm not saying be paranoid and be scared of everyone, just that being prepared is always a good idea. I work the overnight shift at a gas station that is situated in a suburban area that isn't fully incorporated. And by that, I mean that there aren't houses everywhere, and there are quite a few spots that are dense forest. When you live and work near areas that are just trees like this, a lot of weird rumors and stories get thrown around, and this was no exception. I'd actually heard some dumb stories about the woods from coworkers. There was a rumor that they, whoever they were, had found a bunch of mutilated deer out there, and that a man had once been camping in the woods and got attacked by something. I don't know why a man would be camping in the woods behind a neighborhood, but it is what it is. They were just silly stories told by people to scare others. Of course, now I'm a bit more of a believer because of the fact that I saw something in those woods that I can't really explain. It was a pretty quiet night. We weren't very busy, so I was taking the opportunity to do some restocking and cleaning of some of the shelves that we had. As I was stocking some of the chips, I heard what sounded like a thud coming from where the dumpster was on the side of the building. Unfortunately, we'd had issues with a homeless guy that kept trying to sleep in our dumpster, and as much as I felt bad for the guy, I couldn't let him do that because the truck came for the dumpster at like 4 a.m, so if he was sleeping in it overnight, bad things could happen. I stepped outside to check it out, see if it was him again, and if it was, to tell him that he couldn't stay there. As soon as I stepped outside, I got hit with something I actually struggled to describe beyond a hit of adrenaline that sent chills down my spine. It was like I needed to be scared of something, and my body knew that I needed to be scared, but I didn't know what I needed to be scared of. I slowly turned toward where the dumpster was, and I really don't know what it was that I was looking at, but whatever it was, it had dropped the dumpster on its side and was tearing into the trash. I just sort of stood there staring at this nasty mass of fur that was eating the garbage. I think I was trying to place a name to this thing that I was seeing. Like, was it some kind of a dog, a wolf, or a coyote? But no, I can say with certainty that this thing was canine-like, but it was not a normal canine. Its body was lanky, like its limbs were extended like a person's, and it was way too large to be any sort of dog. It was like anything that I have ever seen before. If I had to put a number to it, I would say that it could have easily stood 6 foot tall. Its fur was matted and dirty and dark, and I could see that this thing had hellish claws on its hands or paws or whatever. After a few minutes of me just standing there and watching this thing, It noticed me and kind of just sniffed in my direction, but it ended up turning away and crawling back into the trees. I watched it as it went back into the forest and just kind of stood there watching me as I watched it. Though it was probably just waiting for me to leave, and I was watching it because I was horrified. When I regained control of my legs, I ran back into the station and just stayed at the counter, pretending that this whole event never even happened, because I didn't want to think about the possibility of that thing being out there, lurking. I tried to rationalize what I saw numerous times, saying that it was a wolf, or maybe a really skinny bear, but I know for a fact that it was not. I don't know what it was, but I don't have a name for it other than creepy dog-looking cryptid thing. I'm sure that someone else will probably say what they think it was, and I welcome that because any information would help me. I haven't seen it since that night, and I still work the same shift, but it hasn't come back, thankfully. Though, I will say now, every time that I hear something out the back of the store messing with a dumpster, I tend to ignore it. I've worked at a small gas station in the middle of nowhere kind of town for quite a few years now. I used to work the day shift, but I decided that I would take the pay increase and lose my social life and work the overnight shift instead. Not like I had much of a social life to lose, to be honest. I've been married for about 10 years, and we don't exactly go out to parties or hang out with our friends or anything. Thankfully, my wife doesn't mind that I work the overnight shift, and we've made it work between the two of us. Honestly, the job has been incredibly uneventful for the years that I've worked it, with very little exception. Obviously, this is an event that is an exception. One important thing to note about this station is that we are mostly a 24/7 station, with a 1-hour exception each night for us to count down the drawer and do the receipt drop in the back. Basically, we close for 1 hour to mark the end of the day for the business and to pull the numbers. They used to not close to do it, but there was one point where the store was actually robbed by a former employee during the count because he knew the time that it was done, and the door was unlocked, so he took advantage of it. Ever since then, they've made it to where the store is closed for 1 hour every single night. It's a weird system, but it works in the end. On this night, I had closed down the store at 3 a.m. as I was scheduled to do, and I had counted down the drawer first, then did the receipt print for the cards. I had actually gotten it down in about 40 minutes, so I had 20 minutes until I needed to reopen, and I decided that I would go ahead and just take a few moments to myself behind the counter, kind of like a power nap kind of thing. Not really sleeping, but just doze off for the 20 minutes. A couple minutes after that I had sat and closed my eyes, I started hearing what sounded like a banging noise. It was enough to pull me out of my light nap and make me jump. I looked around at the door, and there was a woman that was smacking the door and pulling on it as hard as she could. At first, I instinctively started saying, "Oh, sorry, we're closed until 4. I can't unlock the door until then." But as I started talking, I could tell by the way she was frantically pulling at the door and staring at me that something was seriously wrong. Since I'd already counted down the drawer, I figured that I could let her in and at least see what the hell was going on. I walked around the counter and then unlocked the door and asked what I could help her with. She told me that her car had broken down a few blocks down the road and that she was trying to get here so that she could have someone pick her up since she wasn't from around here. But she then said that for the last block or two, there was someone that was following her. Now, this was definitely a creepy story, but I was a bit skeptical at first. It almost felt like one of those stories that you would tell to scam someone or to get them to let their guard down. I actually asked her what she wanted me to do, and she said that she just wanted to come inside and call her husband so he could come get her. After a few moments of her reiterating things and me feeling like she was likely telling the truth, I decided to just let her in and lock the door. I told her that we weren't technically open, so I couldn't have her anywhere in the store other than the front. She said she understood and that she would stay at the front door and apologized for the whole thing, saying that she didn't mean to be a bother. She was just really scared about what the guy that was following her was planning on doing. At this point, I felt like she was leaning too heavy into the story to be lying to me, so I told her that it wasn't a bother and mentioned that if she sees him, I'll go ahead and call the cops for her. After a few minutes of her talking on her phone to who I am assuming was her husband, and then her waiting and just staring out the front door, she started making a bit of small talk, which was fine to me. I still had a couple of minutes before I could reopen, so I kind of welcomed the conversation. No sooner than we started just talking about whatever, I heard another loud sound, but this time, it wasn't just the person smacking the glass. It was the sound of something smashing the glass on the side door. Thankfully, the door was designed so that smashing it wouldn't allow access, as the glass was reinforced. It wasn't very wide and there were 4 metal bars across it, but this guy was seriously doing everything he could to smash the glass so that he could get in. Like, he was pretty clear in what he was trying to do. The woman screamed and I kind of yelped like, "What the hell?" And I turned to look at the scene in front of me. And after realizing what was happening, it occurred to me to hit the panic button. I know you're not supposed to hit them until the robber leaves in order to prevent a hostage situation, but I knew that he wasn't going to be able to get into the store with what he was doing. I'm sure this whole thing played out in like 10 seconds, but it felt like forever. Just standing there, watching this guy rapidly smashing the glass in the door and trying his hardest to get into the station. All the while, this woman is screaming that this is the guy that was following her. I'm telling her to get behind the counter and trying to figure out what the hell to do. I guess that the guy realized that he wasn't going to get it, and he just kind of stood there staring at the two of us with this horrible grin. Like, you could see the malice just pouring out of this guy, and he kept pointing at the two of us and shaking his head. It was terrifying. At no point did he say a word. He just stared, smiled, pointed, and shook his head back and forth, which felt more threatening than if he had been screaming at us. And then finally, I heard the sirens as the officers started to pull into the lot, and this guy took off behind the building and out of sight. A couple of the officers took after him, and another one came to the door to check on us. I went over and opened it, and, well, that was a fun time, explaining to him and the owner when he showed up what the hell had gone on. The woman explained her side, I told them my side, and it was pretty much the same, honestly. She had no idea who this guy was, and I obviously didn't know him too. This was just some dude that was an absolute psycho and had ill intentions with this poor woman. The officers waited for her husband to show up to come get her, and I ended up having a long night with them and the owner going over everything. We were going through the footage on the cameras. The owner wasn't too happy that I let her in during our closed hour, but I straight told him that if I hadn't, this guy would have gotten to her, and that would have been worse than a bit of property damage. Thankfully, this was the most eventful situation that I've had on this job, and I hope that it stays that way. I don't know if they ended up catching the guy or if he got away from that night, but I never saw him after that, nor did I ever see her too. I was definitely a bit nervous to go back to work the next day, but it was just normal operations after that. I did have to explain to a few of our regulars what happened to the door, which got old, but it is what it is. So, to that lady, I do hope that you're doing okay and this didn't traumatize you too much. And to that guy, I hope you and I never meet again, you absolute psycho. My name is Lily, and I'm a college student working part-time at a gas station to make ends meet. I've always struggled with insomnia, and instead of spending my nights tossing and turning, I decided that it would be better to work the overnight shift. It seemed like a practical solution, allowing me to earn some money while keeping my mind occupied. The gas station is a small 24-hour joint located on the outskirts of town. Most nights are quiet, with only the occasional customer stopping by to either fuel up or grab a snack. I usually spend my time behind the counter, flipping through my textbooks or browsing the internet when the store is empty. The steady hum of the fluorescent lights and the faint buzz of the refrigerators have become the soundtrack to my nights. One night, at around 1 a.m., I was behind the counter trying to focus on my reading. The station was empty, and the silence was almost comforting. The door chime rang and I looked up to see a man walk in. He was wearing a large, dirty green coat that looked like it hadn't been washed in years. His hair was unkempt, and he had a fidgety demeanor, constantly shifting his weight from one foot to another. As part of my job, I greeted him with a polite, "Good evening, sir." But instead of replying, he just stared at me. His eyes lingered on mine for a little too long, and it made me feel uneasy. But I just tried to brush it off, telling myself that he was probably just as tired or distracted. And without saying a word, he turned and started walking through the aisles, his eyes scanning the shelves. I watched as he picked up a few bags of chips, examined them, and then put them back. But after a few minutes, he finally came up to the counter and then placed several bags of chips in front of me. He smiled, but there was something off about it. His lips curled up, but his eyes remained cold and weird. He then asked me about the cigarettes, which were stored behind the counter for safety reasons. I nodded, and I turned around to get them. As I reached for the pack, I heard the crinkling sound of a chip bag being opened. I turned back quickly to see that he had opened one of the bags and was eating the chips. I said, "Sir, you need to pay for those before you eat them." I was trying to keep my voice steady. He chuckled, a creepy, unsettling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, okay," he said, putting the half-eaten bag back on the counter. I handed him the pack of cigarettes and I asked for his ID. He reached into his jacket to get his wallet, but as he did, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Tucked into his pants was a gun. My heart started racing, and I felt a surge of fear and panic. He saw me staring and then asked, "What, see something you like?" Before giving me a wink, I was both disgusted and terrified. I was trying to keep my composure, and I checked his ID, my hands trembling slightly. He went to pay for the items, but he was a bit short on cash. His expression darkened, and he looked very upset. He then asked if I could cover for him. I initially started to refuse him. I said, "I don't think that..." And then I was cut off by the man slamming his fist against the counter.
He had a stone-cold look in his eyes, and I jumped, startled by the sudden act of violence. At that point, I just decided to go along with it. The fear of what he might do next was overwhelming me, and I said, "Okay, just pay what you have and I'll cover the rest." My voice barely audible. He smiled, a sinister glint in his eyes, and said, "Well, that's a good girl." He then took the items and left, giving me one last wink before walking out the door. I stood there, shaken and disgusted. My mind was racing. I couldn't believe what just happened. The man's presence had been unsettling from the moment he walked in, but seeing the gun and the way he had interacted with me left me feeling vulnerable and scared. I hoped to never see him again. The rest of my shift was a blur. I couldn't focus on anything, my thoughts consumed by the encounter that just happened. Every time that the door chime rang, my heart would skip a beat, fearing that he had come back and probably take more things. Or maybe finally shoot me, I don't know. But finally, when my shift ended, I clocked out as quickly as I could, and then I headed home, still shaken by the experience. Over the next few nights, I became increasingly paranoid. Every time a new customer walked in, I would tense up, my mind flashing back to the man in a dirty green coat. I couldn't shake the feeling of fear that he had left behind. I reported the incident to my manager, who assured me that they would increase security. I don't really know what they meant by that. It's not like we had a security guard or something, and we never hired one. And they also said that they would keep an eye out for the man. But the fear never truly went away. I just tried to focus on my job and my studies, but it was always on the back of my mind. Months passed and I never saw the man again, thankfully. The gas station remained quiet, other than a few other awkward encounters, but not as dangerous as that one. To this day, I don't know what happened to the man in the dirty green coat, but the memory of that night, the fear, the vulnerability, the thoughts of what would have happened if I didn't go along with what he said, or if he asked for something else, will haunt my mind forever. So, to the man in the dirty green coat, you're sick. Let's not meet again. Nowhere near as creepy as the other stuff that I have read on here, but still very strange, and I have no idea. Me and my mate D, both 17, are both cruising around our local area in his new car. Important to note that D had not passed his test nor had insurance, therefore we usually drove at around 2 to 3 in the morning. We pull up to our local petrol station to get some fags. I had a goatee and I didn't get ID'd, so we came here often. As we pull in, this pretty built dude asks us to roll down our window. We roll down and get chatting to him, and then he tells us that his wife is very angry at him because he's been on a bender and can't get home and is desperate for a lift back. Then he offers us 500 euros for a lift to a city that is only 40 to 50 minutes away. I would be lying if I didn't say that our dumb 17-year-old brains immediately thought that this was an easy payday. But then, the reality set in that we are driving illegally. But we didn't want to tell him that obviously, so we politely declined. But he then gets really insistent that we have to give him a lift, like really insistent. I finally realize that surely he can just get a taxi. The guy working in the garage would definitely call him one, and it's not like he's short on cash, nor would the taxi even break 100 euros. So I say this to him, and he genuinely has no answer to it, and just insists that we should give him a lift. The actual conversation actually went on for almost 20 minutes,
but unfortunately, I can't remember the other details. I offered to book him a cash taxi, and after many attempts of convincing him on how much cheaper it is, he then accepts. We say that we are leaving now as we were both weirded out, and he just turns to us and says, "You guys are fucking idiots." But we just kinda smile and then start driving. Out of nowhere, a guy, even bigger built, runs at our car and just throws his drink all over on D through the open window. Obviously, D is fuming and jumps out of the car and I follow. We walk up to the guy, and the guy that was talking to us is profusely apologizing for his mate's actions. I remind D that we are driving illegally, and the last thing that we want to do is to get into a fight and the police be called. So, we get back in, drive off and cancel his taxi. The rest of the night, we were just trying to make sense of what just happened. It just never sat right with me. I don't know why he was so insistent. Maybe so that when we got there, he could just jump out and run, so he gets a free lift for him and his mate. Also, it could have been to rob the car. But then, knocking out two fully grown lads for a beat-up dinger just seems a lot of effort. I've always been genuinely curious as to what would have happened if we accepted, and how bad of a situation it could have been. Life hasn't been easy for me lately. With bills piling up and my day job barely covering the essentials, I had to find a way to make ends meet. So, when I saw the "Help Wanted" sign at the local gas station, I figured that it was a godsend. The position was for the overnight shift, and while it wasn't ideal, beggars can't be choosers, right? The extra income was crucial, so I took the job without a hesitation. The gas station is a small, unassuming place located on the outskirts of town. It's the kind of place where you wouldn't expect much to happen, especially during the quiet hours of the night. My duties were straightforward: keep an eye on the pumps, restock the shelves, clean the store, and then handle the register. It was monotonous work, but it allowed me to catch up on my thoughts and sometimes even squeeze in a bit of reading when things were really slow. I'd been working there for a couple of months now, and everything seemed pretty standard. Most nights were uneventful, if not downright boring. Occasionally, I would have to deal with an odd grumpy drunk customer or a tweaker looking to buy snacks, but nothing too out of the ordinary. The isolation was something that I even started to appreciate, a peaceful break from the chaos of my daytime life. But then, there was one night that shattered the routine and left me unnerved in a way that I never thought possible. It was an unusual quiet night, even for the gas station. I had just finished restocking the chips, and I was about to settle behind the counter when I saw a large car pull into the lot. It was a bigger model, the kind that stands out in a town like ours, where most people drive older, more practical vehicles. 5 men got out of the car. Each of them looked like they were in their 30s, wearing different styled clothes, but all in the same color, black. On the upper left corner of their outfits, there was a small symbol, something that looked like a triangle with an eye in the center, which was also encased in a circle. I'm sorry, I don't quite remember, but it had an eerie cult-like vibe to it, and it made me feel uneasy right from the start. But oh well, I didn't mind it as much. Probably just a fashion statement, I thought to myself. They walked into the store and began picking out snacks, chatting among themselves. I tried to focus on my task, but I couldn't help but glance at them periodically. There was something about their presence that felt intrusive. They also kept glancing back at me. As they finished gathering their items,
They all approached the counter at once. The way they huddled together was so intimidating, overwhelming even. At first, they seemed friendly enough, making small talk as I scanned their snacks. But even after I completed the transaction, they lingered. Their questions began to feel invasive and overwhelming. They asked about my background, my interest, my schedule. The questions kept coming, and I found it hard to escape the barrage. Despite my discomfort, I remained polite, giving shorter and sometimes single-word answers, hoping that they would take the hint and leave me alone. The men then took turns talking about how good their lives had become ever since they joined what they referred to as a support group. Yeah, that's what they called it. They spoke reverently about their leader who had apparently taught them so much and then transformed their lives. They described how they all lived together, ate together, and worshiped together. And in my brain, I was like, worship? It was starting to creep me out. The more they talked, the more it sounded like they were describing a cult, but a modern one at that. My anxiety grew as they started pushing me to join their group, to check it out, insisting on the benefits and how it could change my life too. I declined, saying that I wasn't interested at all, but they kept pushing, their tone becoming more insistent. One of the men seemed to get angry at my refusal. His fake friendly facade was cracking, and he was about to reveal his true self. And I literally felt that I was in danger at that moment. And just when I thought that I might cave in under the pressure, I hear 2 trucks pull into the lot. I recognized them as regulars who often came in at this hour. The sight of the familiar faces seemed to disrupt whatever sinister intentions the men had. They stopped their aggressive pitch and reluctantly made their way out of the store. But before they all left, one of them looked back at me and said, "We will be seeing you around," in a tone that sent a chill down my spine. As they drove off, I felt a wave of relief but also an undertone of lingering dread. The rest of the night passed uneventfully though, but I couldn't shake off what had happened. My mind raced with questions. What did those men want from me? Were they really trying to recruit me in some kind of cult? And if so, why me? The thought of seeing them again filled me with a sense of deep unease. Since that night, I've been on high alert during my shifts. Every time a car pulls into the lot, my heart skips a beat. I haven't seen those men again though, thankfully. But it still made me wary of strangers and taught me to be more cautious, even in a place that I once considered safe. I don't know what those men were truly after, and I pray that I never find out. To those modern cult men, I hope we never meet again. Back in the 1990s, I used to work as an advertising executive in Baltimore when I lived in New York City every day. The commute was really tiring, but I really enjoyed my job. I would wake up around 6 in the morning, would take the 3 train to Penn Station, and when I arrived there, I would usually catch a 7:15 Amtrak, and the train ride would normally be 2 hours and 15 minutes. I would do this every day without any problems. Only this one day would put a sad end to this streak. It was a Friday morning, and I hopped on a 6:15 3 train like every day. There was no issue so far. Around 6:23, we then arrived at the third to last stop before entering Manhattan, and then we took off from that train station about a minute later. Around 6:26 or 6:27, the train came to a complete stop. I was surprised because trains wouldn't usually stop this early in the morning, as less people took the train at this time. I waited for about 5 minutes before the conductor came on the speaker and said, "We're extremely sorry for the delay. There is an issue going on and we're trying to resolve this ASAP. Thank you for your patience." I was annoyed because I didn't want to be late for work, as my boss would lose his shit if anyone was late. Time kept going by, and now I was on the train for like 40 minutes. Now, I was getting concerned. What the hell could be going on out there? 20 minutes later, the conductor came on the speaker again and said, "We are all so sorry that we're being held here for this long. We're expected to be here for a while now. Thank you for your patience." An hour had already passed by, and everyone in the subway car started to get very anxious and grumpy. And 10 minutes later, I would have the most disturbing moment of my life. Right outside of my subway car, I heard a bunch of gunshots and yelling. Someone must have had intentions of killing somebody. I was so frightened at this moment that I could only sit and wait until the train would move again. Everyone else in the car felt the same way. For like the next 35 minutes, I would hear constant sirens above me. Every police department in the city had to have been called. I would also hear loud talking outside of the car, and I could tell a huge crime scene was going on. Time still flew by, and I was still stuck in the tunnel. Around 8:30-ish, the train finally moved again and everybody cheered happily so loudly. There was still no signals as we were still underground, and we then arrived at the next stop and we were all forced to exit the train as the whole line would be shut down for the remainder of the day. I then called my boss and told him that I wouldn't be coming to work today, and I explained to him what exactly had happened. He then said that it was all good and hoped that I was safe and sound. After getting off the phone and then walking up to the police officer, I asked him what happened. He told me that they couldn't tell anybody what the situation is and that I would have to find out in tomorrow's newspaper. I said thank you, and I then walked out of the station and hailed a taxi all the way back home. The next morning, I went outside of my apartment front door to grab my newspaper. I picked it up, and what I read on the front page, I felt as if my heart went into my stomach. On Thursday night, a homeless man stole a gun from a gun shop and ran off. Nobody was able to catch him as he ran so fast. Later, he would enter a train station not too far from my station and then would jump on the tracks and run away as witnesses said. He then hid from the police between multiple stops from night until morning, and it was at the station that I stopped around the time that I was on the train that a security guard working behind the surveillance cameras spotted a homeless man on the tracks and then informed the train conductor about this, which resulted in the train stopping for an estimated 2 hours and 30 minutes. During this gruesome time period, the police were called and they kept searching for the man everywhere until the police and us heard gunshots from underneath the train and the cops fired back at the man. He was immediately killed after being shot. It then took a while before the other police and EMTs arrived at the scene and then carried the dead body of the homeless man in a body bag. About 5 years later, I quit that job because I got a higher paying job offer that was in the city and I didn't have to commute all the way down to Baltimore. After this scary incident, I am extremely afraid of guns, and whenever I see one at a store or on TV, the memory keeps playing back in my head of when I heard shots fired right outside and underneath the subway car that I was in. This event happened in late 2004. It was my senior year in high school and I couldn't wait to graduate. I went to a school called Winston Prep, which is located in the Union Square area in New York City. It was a special education school that goes from 6th to 12th grade. At an early age, I was diagnosed with severe ADHD and OCD. Some others had Asperger's or autism, excluding severe autism. I would mostly talk to the people who were like me because we could understand social cues and be more normal than the others. My school never went by grades but rather by disability, and we would have the same learning classes with the same exact people. I would mostly get along with everyone in my class. Everyone in my class was pretty friendly and acted normal. But there was this one guy who was really messed up in the head. His name was Quentin. I always saw him as a weird kid because he didn't have that many friends and he would always stare at people, which included me. But besides that, I didn't really have any problem with him because he was a pretty chill dude, as I thought he was, and I could actually have a conversation with him. There was this one day when my history teacher was talking about the 2004 presidential election because it was coming up, and George W. Bush was running again for president for the Republican Party. And I am not trying to stereotype politics here, but Republicans aren't that strict when it comes to gun laws. Anyways, the teacher asked the whole class, "So, who do you want to win for president? George W. Bush for the Republican Party or John Kerry for the Democratic Party?" When it was Quentin's turn, he said that he wanted Bush to win. He gave his reasons, but his main reason is gun laws. He said everyone should protect themselves if they're armed with guns. He then told the whole class that he owned a BB gun and plans on bringing it to school one day. We all laughed and thought that he was actually joking. And later on in the semester, that turned out not to be the case. One day, Quentin didn't come to class. I thought he was just sick, but I turned out to be wrong. It was 10 in the morning on a Tuesday, and I was already in my second class of the day. The day started off how it usually would, but 5 minutes into the class, we heard the lockdown siren go off. The teachers would usually inform us that we would have a lockdown drill or a fire drill that day before the drill itself. But I knew for a fact that this was not a drill because they never informed us the day before. About 10 minutes into the lockdown, I heard a bunch of commotion outside of my classroom. I didn't know what was going on because the blinds were shut and we weren't supposed to know because a real-life lockdown was taking place. I also kept hearing a bunch of lockers slamming as if someone was getting pushed onto them. After that, we heard the stairway door open and then there was silence. I would say like 3 minutes later, the principal announced on the loudspeaker that the lockdown was over and that the school would be closing early that day because of our safety. I then exited the school and I turned on my flip phone. I had a flip phone because this was before Samsungs and the iPhones came out. I would have it off during school because I didn't want to get it confiscated and I wanted to learn in school. I got a text from my friend saying, "Dude, this is crazy. Quentin just got arrested for bringing a BB gun to school." And I remember a month earlier that he said that he planned on bringing it one day. Everyone thought that it was a joke, but he sure as hell was not joking. I didn't know what intentions he had with that gun, but logically, it was something not good. I was able to finish my senior year strong, and I am currently an English teacher at a middle school. I don't know where Quentin is today, and to be honest, I don't really care. But I am 85% sure that his life went nowhere to this day. I was a junior at George Mason University in Virginia in 2022. I have since graduated last spring with a degree in musical theater. I stayed another year because of credit issues. During 2021 to 2024, I worked as an RA to keep myself productive. I enjoyed my job at times because I would throw events as RAs could do that, and I would also talk to other residents who live in the dorms. Other times, I would enjoy it. The 2022 spring semester was coming right up, and I moved in a day earlier because I was told to. The next day then came and people were moving in. It was a busy day, and I was tired of walking around and helping people move in, and I barely got to sit down. Around 3 in the afternoon, a kid named Brandon arrived and was ready to move in. I introduced myself, checked him in, and he was all settled in. But something about him made me feel a little off. He seemed very socially awkward, and I assumed that he was somewhat on the spectrum. But that didn't really bother me. I didn't worry about it too much, and I just helped everyone else move in for the rest of the day. It was now March, and I was having a pretty great semester to say the least. I got a part that I wanted that I auditioned for, made a lot of new friends, and more importantly, I was getting good grades. We would rehearse every day, and one day, a band joined the rehearsals. Once they came, I saw who everyone in the band was. One face that I recognized in that band. It was Brandon, a guy who dormed in the building that I worked in. He was the drummer for the band, and I felt impressed that there was someone that I knew outside of my classes that I would be seeing now regularly, considering how big the college actually is. When we were rehearsing together, he would continuously stare at me. I felt really uneasy, but I would just pretend that I didn't notice that he stared at me. I figured that he must have a crush on me. We were together for, I would say, like a month and a half, and then we had our show and that was that. I was so happy that we had finally finished with that play for 2 reasons. 1, we worked our asses off and now we could have free time. And 2, that boy Brandon won't have to stare at me anymore. I would still have to see him though, because he stayed in the same building as me while working as an RA. It was now late April and there were like 2 weeks left of school. Nothing happened for the next week, but the week later, something happened that never in a million years that I thought would have ever happened to me. On a Thursday night, it was my turn to work as the RA. Nothing happened for an hour, everything was chill, and I was on my phone scrolling through Instagram. But all of a sudden, I heard footsteps approaching me, and when I turned my head up, I saw pure horror. Right in front of me was Brandon. This time, he was completely naked, and worst of all, he was smiling at me. I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. I then was sending blow-up texts to all of my friends in a group chat about what was going on. As I was doing that, I then heard another pair of footsteps. It was his roommate Steven. He was running and he begged me not to call the resident hall director. I said okay, and I saw him literally pulling and dragging Brandon to their room, and then they went out of view. I was still processing what was going on, and I decided that I will take a short walk to clear my brain. I listened to Steven and I didn't call the resident hall director. Saturday then came, and Brandon moved out that day. I had to act normal for my job. I saw his dad come to help him move out, and I helped him as well. Although I didn't tell my boss what he did, I did tell his dad. I expected him to completely lose it at Brandon, but he quite frankly did the complete opposite. He assured me that he just has autism and that he isn't harmful. Using autism as an excuse for what he did is unacceptable. Most autistic people would not do that as far as my knowledge, unless you have severe autism. The only thing that I could think of was that he had an episode. I then checked Brandon out, and then he and his father left. I now felt peace as they were gone. I told a few friends what had happened, and they told me something even more devastating. A formal dance took place 2 weeks ago, and I didn't end up going. At the dance, Brandon apparently took pictures under numerous girls' skirts, which included some of my friends. No girl knew about this until one guy told this to every girl who fell victim. I was extremely disgusted to hear this. But I never saw Brandon after this. He either left school or moved to another campus. The scene of him keeps replaying in my head every day, and I had to immediately see a therapist after this. I was so traumatized, but I'm pretty relieved that I didn't see him again, and I would want to keep it that way.
When I was a kid, there were a group of us kids that pretty much spent every day of our childhood together. For the most part of it was myself, Chuck, and Billy, and the three of us were like brothers. We did everything together. We camped in each other's backyards and spent way too many hours of our days off together. Billy ended up moving away sophomore year, but beyond that, we literally grew up together, from elementary school through the years we all graduated. And Billy actually came back home so we could all have a party when he and Chuck finished high school. My point with that is that we were inseparable best friends, and we are still in touch with each other. Now, while the three of us were obviously really close, there was a fourth person in our group for a while, and that was a little girl named Katie. Katie had lived in our block for a few years before we met, and the whole time I knew her, it was just her and her dad that lived at that house. He was a single parent, and none of us had met her mother. Katie was my age, so a year older than the other two, and she was nothing short of a bit strange, though we did end up figuring out why when all was said and done. And nowadays, I actually feel bad for how we treated her for being weird. I met Katie when I was around 8. She was, to the best of my knowledge, the only girl in the neighborhood that was in our age range. So when we met, it was pretty obvious that she was going to latch onto our trio. We were 8 and 9-year-old boys, so we were a bit annoyed that there was going to be a girl with us since we were still at that age where girls were a foreign concept. At first, Katie was fine with the three of us though. She was interested in some of the things that we were, and she was willing to play our dumb games. We would sword fight with our toy swords, and she was willing to jump in and take a few hits. And she could actually hold her own. She was interested in animals, so she was willing to help me dig up my yard to look for bugs. Basically, she was one of us for the most part. Except when she wasn't herself. Katie was fine probably 95% of the time. But then, sometimes, she would just be a bit out there. Like she was a completely different person. Those times where she would be different, she would sometimes get violent or angry or just really, really strange. I know that's vague, and I'm not going to get into all the instances where things were wrong, but I will explain a few of them. The first event of note was one day when we were at Chuck's house and we were taking turns playing a game on his Super Nintendo. That was typically something we did once a week, and we weren't allowed to stay cooped up in the house every day, so it was always super exciting for all of us. I think we were playing one of the Mario games, I'm not sure which one, and then it was Katie's turn. Katie wasn't great at the game, but she usually took her losses with grace and just laughed about it each time that she messed up. But not this time. This time she was playing, and she misjudged the jump and then ended up dying.
Obviously, when this happened, we all chuckled as we did when one of us made a mistake and died. But she didn't. She had a flat stare and then she stood up, and by the time the game took us back to the level select screen, Katie had literally jumped up and stomped down on the Nintendo. She smashed it with all of her body weight, and while the console was mostly okay, the game ended up bending and snapping in half. Obviously, we all freaked out, and Chuck started bawling his eyes. This Super Nintendo was his pride and joy. Katie then looked over at Chuck and then put her hands around his throat, literally choking him, and she was telling him to stop crying, that he needed to grow up, and that he wasn't a baby, and that if he wanted to cry, then she would give him something to cry about. Billy and I jumped into action, and we pulled her away from Chuck, leaving this whole situation a confusing disaster, and Chuck sitting there looking horrified. Chuck's dad came in to figure out what happened, and we had to explain to him what Katie had done. Strangely enough, Katie actually agreed with our statements, and she was willing to own what happened. She said she was angry and that she wanted to destroy it, so she did. She said that Chuck was crying over nothing and that he needed to grow up. I honestly don't know what really happened after that because Chuck's dad told us to go home. But I do know that Katie's dad bought him a new game, and Katie wasn't really allowed at Chuck's house anymore after that happened. In fact, I don't think Chuck and Katie really spent any time together after this, for good reason. I don't want to really get into all the events that Katie caused, because this story would go on for ages, but I do want to go over one of the last things that ended up happening, the thing that I think may have actually caused Katie to be a bit odd. This was around a year after the whole thing with Chuck happened. I was on my own that day, and I went out into the woods that were behind our neighborhood. I was out there pretending that I was some kind of adventurer. And who else would I see but Katie? I went over to talk to her, but as I approached, I noticed something weird. Katie was sitting on the ground, her back against a tree, and was eating a sandwich while just talking to no one in particular. I walked up to her to ask her who she was talking to, and when she noticed me, she jumped and screamed that I shouldn't be there. I was obviously taken aback and scared, and I asked what I had done wrong. She then started going on about how I was upsetting her mother, how she was having dinner with her, and I wasn't invited. I kind of just looked around and mentioned that she was alone, that her mother wasn't there. But that was definitely the wrong thing to say, because then Katie flipped out. She started screaming at me aggressively that her mother lived in the woods, that I wasn't allowed to be anywhere near her mother, and that I needed to go home before she hurt me. Again, I was confused, but I just said that I was sorry and that I didn't know. Strangely enough, Katie shifted from psychotic and ready to pounce to almost sympathetic. She said that it was okay, that if I was really sorry, that she wouldn't be mad at me anymore and that I was welcome to sit with them. I hesitantly agreed with her, mostly because I will admit that at this time in our relationship, I actually did have a crush on her. So sitting with her was something that I was more than willing to do. Yes, I had a crush on Katie, in spite of her random strange behavior. I sat at one of the trees and I just watched her eat her sandwich and talk. She was talking about school, about all the things that she was going through, and what she was going to be doing that week. She was talking to no one in particular, like she was basically telling her mother about her life. I was a bit curious, so I waited for an opening, and I actually asked her where her mother was. Well, this is where things turned to haunting. Katie looked at me and started crying, like full-on sobbing. I kind of freaked out. I didn't mean to make her cry, so I scooted over to her and I gave her a big hug, and I asked her what was wrong. Katie then pulled away and told me that her mother lived in the woods because one night she and her father got into an argument and her dad hurt her. I will say that we were 10, so this was a whole new thing to me. My parents were always happily married, so I didn't understand the situation of my dad hurt my mom. That idea was just impossible to me. I asked how he hurt her, why he hurt her, and so forth, basically interrogating this poor crying girl. And she stopped crying, pulled away from me, and she told me something that made my blood run cold. She looked me in the eyes and said, "My mom's not really living out here. She's dead. My dad killed her. He killed her and then buried her out here in the woods. I saw him do it. He doesn't know that I saw, though. He doesn't know that I know what he did. He doesn't know that I watched him choke her until she died. He doesn't know that I watched him dig that hole and then bury her. I watched him do it." She kind of started just rambling all of this and shifting between crying and not crying. And looking back, she was clearly traumatized. I honestly think that this is what caused her to be strange and aggressive. She saw this horrifying event and didn't know how to process it. Of course, I told my parents what she said, but being my age, I didn't know what else to do, but I told them what she said to me. Of course, my parents called the cops and they reported what Katie had said, and all of it was this huge mess. The cops ended up doing an investigation, talking with Katie about everything, taking reports from her and her father and asking me about everything. And then they did the excavation. This is where things went from weird to absolutely devastating. They dug up the spot in the woods and they actually did find the body of a woman. Katie wasn't lying or making any of it up. Her dad had actually killed her mother, and he actually did bury her in the woods, which tells me that she really did watch this all play out. To wrap this up, Katie ended up leaving town to live with someone else in her family. Her father was arrested, and all of this was my fault because she trusted me and I told my parents. Obviously, I did the right thing. Her mother deserved justice, and looking back at it as an adult, not telling anyone would have been the worst thing to do. That said, I will never let go of the fact that I changed a huge portion of her life. She was a weird girl, but she was my friend, and I did like her, and because I told my parents what she told me, her whole life changed direction. I never saw her again, and that day where she told me about what happened was the last time that we ever spoke. I never got to say goodbye or anything. I do hope that her life went back to normal after this, as normal as it could be. I hope that she found peace because she deserved it, and I hope that someday she and I can talk again so I can tell her that I am sorry for all the things that she went through. Katie, if you ever read or hear this story, please know that I have never forgotten you, and I mention your name every single time that I pray. Hi everyone, my name is Valerie, and this is something that happened to me a few years ago. Like many young people starting college, I was both excited and nervous. I had gotten into the university that I wanted, but it was a 2-hour drive from my home. Commuting for 4 hours every single day was not something that I wanted to do. So, after getting permission from my dad, I started searching for a place closer to school. For 2 days, I scoured the area, but I found nothing within my budget. Most apartments were too expensive. And finally, I stumbled upon a place that was cheap and conveniently located. The catch? It was near an abandoned hospital. Well, I didn't really care much for that. Creepy or scary places never bothered me. Ever since I was young,
I'd experienced unexplainable things, so this was nothing to me. I would also like to mention that I had a boyfriend at that time, and my boyfriend was someone who could see things that others couldn't, if you know what I mean. The first couple of months went by smoothly. The university was great and I loved my classes. My boyfriend and I were comfortable passing by the abandoned hospital too. We mostly walked by it in the morning, maybe late afternoon, or the early evening, but nothing ever strange happened. But one night, my school hosted a pageant. It was an event open to outsiders, so I invited my boyfriend to join me. The activities wrapped at around 2 a.m. and we decided to head to my place. It was a 15-minute walk and we had to pass by the hospital. I didn't really think much of it and he didn't too, because we've passed by there multiple times and nothing ever creeped us, spooked us out, or happened to us. But as we got closer to the hospital, a strange feeling crept over me. It was hard to describe. I was about to mention it to my boyfriend when I noticed him staring intently at something. He seemed focused, almost as if he were holding his breath, bracing himself. His grip on my hand also tightened. I tried asking what was wrong, but he didn't respond. When we were near the hospital, he then whispered to me, "Val, walk faster." His voice was tense and low. I did as he said, though I was confused. Something about his demeanor unsettled me. I was about to glance back when he said, No, don't look back, just walk faster." I have always been a bit stubborn, so despite his warning, I looked back. But there was no one there. I couldn't see anything at all. My boyfriend was sweating at this time and we picked up our pace to a jog. He then tried to explain to me and said that a woman was following us. As I mentioned before, I didn't see anyone or anything when I turned around, and that's when I understood that this woman that he is talking about is something that he can only see. He then glanced back and then looked at me. Fear etched across his face. He said, "Run." I had never seen him like this before. He was scared out of his wits, so we ran, sprinting the rest of the way to my house. And once inside, I quickly locked the door and we collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. My boyfriend finally told me what he had seen. He said that it was a woman in white standing near the hospital. At first, he thought she was just a passerby, until she looked up and then he saw her eyes. They were completely black. He knew that something was off, and as we passed her, she started following us. She moved unnaturally, and that's when he told me to run. Even though I continued to walk by the hospital until I graduated, I made sure never to do it late at night. That experience was enough to teach me to trust my instincts and my boyfriend's gift. I learned to respect the things that we couldn't understand, and while I never saw that woman myself, the memory of my boyfriend's fear is something that I will never forget. This morning was the worst morning of my life, and let me tell you why. I woke up at around 7 in the morning like I always do for work. I turned off my alarm and then I swiped to unlock my phone. After unlocking my phone, I went to my camera app to see if I had any pimples on my face because I was too lazy to go check in the mirror as I was still waking up. Then, I went from 10 to 100 real quick when I saw an image or video at the bottom left on the screen. I don't remember having this on my camera because the last time that I took a photo was 3 days ago, and I remembered exactly what I took a photo of. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was a video. I pressed play, and when I watched this video, I felt as if my whole world was coming to an end. The video shows someone entering my room, walking up to my bed, and then coming right next to me. This person then clearly kneeled down, and it showed my face facing the camera, capturing me sleeping and snoring. I felt like I was going to vomit after watching it. I'm very surprised that I didn't wake up from this. I tend not to be that deep of a sleeper. This person was most likely an intruder. I then walked around my whole apartment and checked if anything was stolen. Thankfully, nothing was stolen. But I also saw that I accidentally forgot to lock my door after I came home, and I felt like a complete idiot not doing this. What person could do this thing? This person just walked through my apartment, came into my room, grabbed my phone, walked out of my door, only to come back and take a video of me sleeping. I texted all my friends asking if they did this just to mess and play a joke on me. But everyone responded with a firm no, and I believed all of them. I felt more of an idiot for not having any sort of passcode or Face ID on my phone. I then changed that after eating my breakfast. I then went to my Photos app and checked if this was actually recorded on my phone. I then went to the media type section, and it said that it was airdropped to my phone. I decided that I would not report this to the police because there was nothing that they could really do. After all, I do live alone with no security cameras, and I simply just forgot to lock the door. I then got myself together and I went on about the rest of my day, pretending like it never had happened. I don't know what the intruder's goal was for recording a video of me sleeping and not stealing anything in my apartment. It's very strange to say the least. Maybe they were just trying to scare me and have me intimidated every night. I hope not. I'm about to go to sleep now, and I hope something like this doesn't happen again this morning. This time, I remembered to lock my door. However, I am still paranoid that this will happen again sometimes, and I have a bold assumption that this person never left my apartment and is still hiding somewhere as I speak. This was something that happened when I was around 4 or 5 years old. Of course, I know I was really young, so I didn't have all the details. So this was also put together with the help from my dad, as it involved the two of us. I remembered parts of this from my perspective, but I'll also include what my dad saw and experienced, so I apologize if it does jump around some. This was sometime in the early 90s. My family, which was my mom, my dad, my baby sister, and I, lived near the border of Oklahoma and Texas. My dad had gotten a phone call about his mom falling ill, and they were afraid that she wouldn't make it much longer, so he wanted to go be with her in Mexico. Both of my parents were working full-time jobs, so they were kind of stuck. My mom wouldn't be able to watch both of us while working, but they also couldn't afford to have us all go, so they decided that my dad would take me with him since I was older, and my mom would stay at home with my sister since she was a newborn anyways and could bring her with her to work. So my mom made us some food for the road, and after packing a bag for both of us and bringing my favorite toys, we headed out late one night. That way, we could get through a lot of driving while I slept, plus it was a little cooler. It was the middle of summer, and it was unbearably hot. The AC was barely working, and we couldn't have it on at all times. Otherwise, the car would start running funny. We also had a very old car that could fall apart at any time, so driving at night was almost preferable. Unfortunately,
we started having troubles with the car in the middle of the drive. I remember seeing a lot of white smoke, and my dad said it was sputtering. And thank God that we were not on a deserted and empty part of the highway. With his hazards on, he was able to slowly take an exit, got past and stared by multiple cars, and then rolled into the parking lot of a rundown truck stop. I do remember being my young self, asking some form of, "Are we there yet?" To which my dad told me that we had to fix the car. Instead of pulling into a parking spot, he pulled up to the curb and close to the building. There was a picnic table in the grass nearby that had an umbrella over it. My dad pulled me out of the car and had me sitting on the table, and he gave me a few of my toys and a juice box. He told me to stay there no matter what while he looked at the car. As mentioned, it was very hot that day, and when we talked about this when I was older, he told me that he didn't want to leave me in the car and risk me overheating, so he thought that the next best thing would be to sit me there in the shade. I was still pretty close to him, where all he had to do was to turn his head to the left, and then he would see me and would probably hear me if I tried talking to him. The problem, however, wouldn't be with me overheating, but himself. He said that he was already feeling ill and felt like his blood pressure was high, but he chalked it up to just being stressed out and hot. He said after finding out with what was wrong with it, he would sit with me to relax for a bit before we got back on the road. But he wouldn't get that far. He popped the hood, got in the driver's seat to get something, and then passed out. I didn't know anything was happening, so I just sat on the bench as I was told and shared my juice with me and my stuffed animal that I had. At one point, I saw a man walking out the store, and I remember thinking that he reminded me of my uncle. My Uncle Louis was a truck driver, and he always had on a pair of overalls. He also had a cowboy hat and sunglasses. This man was dressed the same way, so when he looked at me and smiled, I smiled and I waved back. I watched him as he walked along the side of the building, seeming to be looking around, and then he did a sharp turn and headed back in my direction. He then stood right across from me and said hello. I said hi back, and I asked him if he knew Uncle Louis. He laughed, and then said he thought he did, and asked who I was with. I told him my dad, and I pointed to our car. The guy then said something like, "Oh, it looks like your daddy could use some help. How about we surprise him with some ice cream? It's really hot out here." Again, I was very young. I knew that it was hot because my dress was sticking to me and starting to make me feel uncomfortable. But I could also tell that something was wrong with my dad by the way he was acting and how much he was sweating. This guy also seemed very nice, and because he did appear to be like my uncle, I thought that it would be okay. I also thought that this was supposed to help my dad, either with a car or to cool off or maybe just to make him happy, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to help him, so I agreed to go with him. I stood up, I went to walk around the other side of the bench, and I grabbed the man's hand. As we started walking, that was about the same time that my dad woke up. He said that when he came to, his immediate thought was me. He didn't know how long he had been out, so he jumped out of the car and saw me walking away with this unknown man. That's when he started running towards us, but he said that his legs felt like concrete, so his next option was to yell for me. The only thing he managed to get out was, "Maria, peligro!" which was basically danger in Spanish. He was bilingual, and I was starting to learn Spanish with my English, but I didn't know it very well. But one of the things that I was taught was stranger danger. However, we would later learn this but my dad was amid a heat stroke, so with being very weak, all he could muster was danger. After shouting this, he then stumbled forward, falling to the ground, hitting his head on the curb. Hearing the fear in my father's usually booming voice really startled me, and when I saw him fall, I immediately screamed and the guy I was walking with took off. My dad and I both remember the guy being white, but of course, I didn't know if he knew Spanish and what he just said, or if it was just the fact that my dad caught him, so he took off. I ran to my dad, who was now on the ground, and all I knew to do was to scream and cry and shaking him to get him to wake up. A lady in the truck stop heard all of this and then ran out to try and help. And after that, it all kind of ran together. I remember a few other people helping by, putting cold rags on my dad. I remember the ambulance coming and then my dad waking up. They had to calm him down as he was panicking because he couldn't see me initially. The lady was sitting on the bench with me, trying to keep me calm and out of the EMT's way. When I called out for him though, and he knew that I was okay, he then started to calm down too. I know the EMTs wanted him to go to the hospital to see if he had a concussion, but he refused. After he cooled down, he said that he was feeling much better and that he needed to fix his car so we could all get back on the road. The lady that was with me had my dad pull his car into the truck garage to take a look at it while he rested inside the AC. My dad said the issue had something to do with the radiator, and they only asked him to pay for the part which they had and that they wouldn't charge for the labor. I remember the lady being very kind. She asked me questions about myself and my family while the EMTs were there. She gave me a push pop and some water and let me keep the little pool stuffed animal toy thing. It was like the water footballs that you toss around in a pool, but it was a rabbit, I think. She had soaked it in cold water for me to help keep me cool too. So, to wrap things up, the guy unfortunately fled. He was driving a big truck, so they had his license plate number and knew the business thanks to the giant logo on the trailer. We used this to contact the company and the police to report it, but my dad said that he never heard anything back, so we assume that they either never found or caught the guy, or unfortunately, they didn't take it seriously. We did make it to Mexico with a day to spare before his mom passed. It was one hell of a trip for us, and I became even closer to my dad after that. It's like we really became partners, always watching out for each other. Growing up, I knew I was adopted. My parents were always very open about it with me and gave me as much information as they knew or could when I asked questions. They have and always will be my parents to me. But as I got older, I was curious about my biological parents. I wanted to know more about them, who they were and what they looked like. And not to mention, I thought that it was important to know about any possible genetic and health concerns. So with the information I was given by my parents and the adoption place that they went through, I was able to learn more about my mother as she consented to be contacted by me if I wanted to. I spoke to my biological mother on the phone, and to my surprise, she was happy to hear from me, and the conversation just felt natural. Because of how well this went, I made plans to go and meet her in person. However, she lived in Utah, and my family and I lived in Wyoming, so I made a solo road trip out of it. My parents were even happy for me and encouraged it. I was in a great mindset at that time, and things were going well, and I felt like I was both getting closure and filling holes in my life. It was a great day to be on the road. The weather was perfect, there was minimal traffic, and I was just enjoying the drive while also playing out different scenarios and making plans with my biological mother. However, as the sun was beginning to set, I started to become tired, but I guess because I was too excited, I didn't want to sleep yet. So instead, I stopped to get a bite to eat, hoping that it might give me some energy to keep going. It worked for a few hours, but ultimately, I wasn't going to be able to avoid it. I had taken long trips like this before on my own, and I didn't need much, so I typically slept in my car rather than getting a hotel room. I took the next exit, and I pulled into the parking lot of a store that was 24 hours. I felt those were at least safer as there were always someone there, and in case that I needed a restroom, I had one available. I actually did go in the store. I think it was like a convenience store, but not a gas station as there were no pumps there. I grabbed something to drink, used the restroom, and I started heading back to my car. As I was walking there, I started hearing someone shouting from behind me. It was as if they were trying to get someone's attention, so it didn't sound alarming, scary, or angry. But since it was shouting nonetheless, I turned around to see what was happening. I saw a normal guy, maybe in his 40s. His hair was long and stringy, and he also had a pretty long beard. He was wearing jeans and a denim jacket with a dark-colored shirt under it. And to my surprise, he was waving me down. I stopped to hear him out as he was caught up to me, and he asked if I had a cigarette. I apologized and I told him that I didn't smoke, and he seemed like he was trying to figure out something else to say or ask. He then looked at my hand as I was carrying my bottle of tea and asked if I had anything else to drink. The guy seemed completely normal and maybe just a little down on his luck or something. Or hell, maybe he was just a mooch and trying to get anything he could for free. Either way, he wasn't being aggressive or annoying, so I pulled out the change that I got from my purchase. I paid with a 10, so I had like 5 left and some ones that I just shoved in my pocket, and I just gave it to the man. He smiled and seemed genuinely thankful for it, making a comment how he would be able to get smokes and also a drink with it. I just kind of smiled back and said something like, "Oh, no problem, man. Enjoy your night." He waved goodbye and then headed back towards the store. I then got in my car. I had parked close to the front, and then I drove it to the back of the lot, parked, and then settled in to sleep for the night. I drifted off to sleep pretty quickly, but then I remember hearing what sounded like scratching. I was still in half of a sleep state and thought that it was part of my dream. You know that feeling, kind of like when you hear your alarm in your dream. But then, when the sound became faster and a bit louder, it finally jolted me awake and I looked around to find the source of the sound. It didn't take me long to figure out, because when I looked over the passenger door, I saw the same guy from earlier messing with my door handle. I turned on my cab light and I cracked the window on my side, the driver's side, and I asked him what the hell he was doing. The guy didn't even jump or look away from the handle when I did this, so I knocked on the passenger window to get his attention. He finally looked up at me, and with a deadpan look on his face, he asked if I would let him in so we could talk. However, something seemed off. The monotone way that he said it, and how he was so persistent on trying the door put me on the edge. So I didn't unlock the door or anything, but I asked what he wanted to talk about. He would refuse to answer. He just kept saying in the same robotic voice, "I just want to talk about things. Please open the door." Again, that uneasy feeling was still there, and even though I gave this guy some money, there was still no way that I was going to let this stranger in my car in a small enclosed area. I told him that I couldn't and that I needed to sleep, but he just shouted no at me and continued trying the handle but getting more aggressive with it. After this going on for a few minutes, trying to figure out what I could do to get him to leave, I decided that it was best to just leave. I put my keys in the glove box, and as I went to grab them, this guy's demeanor changed. He began kicking the door and slamming into the window. I could see it slightly bend and began to worry that he would actually manage to break it. With my hands now shaking, I tried to put the key in the ignition and start the car. I managed to get it started and burned out before he could break the window at least. But I had to go around the median to leave, which unfortunately gave this guy enough time to pick up a rock, chuck it at my car, and unfortunately caused my rear view window to crack. I got out of that parking lot and saw the guy in my mirror chasing me for a second until I reached the intersection. I had only been asleep for about 2 hours, but with my heart now racing, I was fully awake and I decided not to stop driving. I didn't stop until the sun came up, to which I finally took a break at a McDonald's. I called my parents from there and I told them what happened, but tried keeping it lighthearted as to not worry my mother. And after talking to them and also a quick meal, I was feeling more grounded and I got back on the road to finish my drive. I arrived at my biological mother's home after that with no other incidents, but I also didn't stop again, other than for the normal food or restroom break. Obviously, I don't know what that guy's intentions were, but because of that feeling that wouldn't go away, I can't help but feel that it wasn't going to be to ask for more money or any innocent conversation. The fact that his demeanor changed within a second terrified me even more. So I was just glad that I got out of there before he was able to get in, and even more thankful that I woke up to the initial sounds. This happened to me and my boyfriend when we went on a road trip a few years ago. It wasn't our first one, nor the last, so we were pretty accustomed to the road. We knew our limits when it came to how long we could drive without stopping, when we needed to sleep and things like that. We both typically stayed awake to keep each other company, but one of us would occasionally take a nap if we knew that we were going to be switching out and driving through the night. That's what takes us to this incident that I wanted to share. We were taking a road trip towards the northeast to see one of our favorite bands, and it was only about a 20-hour drive. We wanted to do it in one go, giving us more time and money to spend at our destination. So we made arrangements and planned out how long we would both drive as to not have one person drained or driving more than the other. I felt like this was something that a lot of people don't think about, which can lead to a lot of accidents. So make sure to plan this out to some extent before getting to the road. The drive started fine, and I agreed to drive first, as my boyfriend, Wyatt, has better eyesight, and I also don't want to drive at night. We stopped as the sun was going down to fuel up and grab something quick to eat. And then, we started back on our path, knowing that we still had a bit of a drive ahead of us. However, I was starting to feel a bit drowsy, and after letting Wyatt know, he suggested that I try sleeping some to prepare in case that we needed to switch out. I asked him if he was sure, and he said that he was, affirming that he did not feel tired in the slightest. So, I got comfortable in my seat, and I started drifting off. It started as light dozing, where I could still hear the music playing, but your body feels heavy, and you know that you're starting to fall asleep. And soon after, I was pretty clean out as I remember that I couldn't hear the music anymore. I don't recall the details of it now, but I know I was sleeping heavy enough that I was daydreaming at the time because I remember thinking that it was weird. However, I was abruptly awoken by the worst scream that I have ever heard coming from Wyatt. I just remember it sounded like he was terrified, and when I opened my eyes, all I saw was a bright light that pretty much swallowed us. It was dead of night, yet all I could see was the light. That's when Wyatt hit the brakes and swerved the car over towards the side of the road. However, this ended up being a dream within a dream, I guess. Because when I woke up screaming, startling Wyatt enough to pull over to try and calm me, I remember tears streaming down my face and asking him what happened and what that was. But he looked so confused and asked me what I was talking about. After I finally stopped talking and listened to him, I realized that everything was fine. He said that nothing had happened on the road. In fact, there hadn't even been any cars in sight, and I woke up screaming, causing him to jump. So, I explained to him what I had seen or dreamt, I guess, and he comforted me again and said that we were okay. Everything felt so real, down to even hearing music playing and the low humming sound of the tires on the road. We sat there on the shoulder with our hazards on, just giving ourselves a moment to compose ourselves. We talked just to calm our nerves before getting back on the road. Wyatt then made some kind of joke and then asked me to grab a snack from our bag in the back. I reached back to grab it, and as I was turning back around and putting my seatbelt back on, we started to see some lights in the distance coming from the opposite direction. It was one of those quick glances for me at first, and I went back to opening our bag of chips, when we then started to hear the blaring sound of a semi-horn. Being on such an empty and dark road, it was odd to hear it, which caused us to look up again. We watched as we heard the horn getting louder and saw the lights getting closer and brighter. We watched as it got closer, and we were able to make out another light coming from the side of the truck. We watched as it got close enough to finally make out what the light was. It was actually sparks from where a tire should be. The truck had its cabin light and brights on and was practically laying on the horn. And we watched it pass us, horrified, as this huge semi slowly drifted through to the other lanes of traffic and was grinding the cement barrier on our side. We turned around and watched this until the light was barely visible and we could no longer hear the horn. I didn't know what to say or what to do. If we were still on the road, what would have happened to us? In my dream, it has to be related, right? I woke up to Wyatt's scream, but also a bright light, like what you would expect if an 18-wheeler was coming right at you, right? I think Wyatt was trying to keep me calm, or maybe himself, and then said, "Well, that was pretty scary." I nodded in agreement, but we just continued to sit there. After a few minutes, he pulled out his phone and then called 911 and reported what we just saw while I sat there silently. After the call ended, we got back on the road and then drove in silence, practically tensing up at every car that we saw that came from the opposite side. I think the incident did a number on both of us because we ended up stopping at some grocery store and then slept there overnight. The next morning, I still felt a little shaken, but I just tried to move on, thinking that we just got lucky. We continued being vigilant on the road, and then we enjoyed our vacation. The rest of the trip did not have anything similar happen, and Wyatt seemed like he got past it. But I still had this lingering in my head as to what all of that was about. I know deja vu. I've experienced that many times before, but this dream felt so real, like it happened but we just reset or something. Wyatt and I have since gone our separate ways, but we're still friends. However, We never talked about this since that time of that road trip, and when I had tried to bring it up before, he never wanted to talk about it either. Other than my sister and a friend, I haven't really talked to anyone about this because it's still something that disturbs me. But I finally felt the urge to share it to see if anyone else had experienced something similar. That way, at least, I would know that I am not alone. Hey there. I've been listening to your channel for a few months now, and hearing some of your older stories reminded me of an event that happened to me and a friend last year. This happened when me and my friend Morgan took a road trip to Las Vegas. It wasn't the first time that we had done this, and we've also learned a few things since our first trip. So by now, I felt that we were a bit more prepared. I took my car to the shop to make sure that everything was working as it should be. And then, we made a well-prepped cooler of healthy snacks and drinks, as well as a few energy drinks. We packed our bags and probably overpacked, but we made sure that we had everything, as well as some extras. I even refilled my emergency kit that I kept in my trunk. It had my normal first aid stuff, as well as a towel and a blanket, things like that. I had a few people make fun of me for my kit, including my boyfriend, saying that I was just overdoing it. And I always said that I would rather have it and never need it than, well, you know. I was living with Morgan and her sister at that time, which made it even more convenient for us, meaning that we're able to leave when we wanted without wasting more time meeting up. We stopped to have a light breakfast and also some coffee, and then we got on the road. The drive for the most part was very uneventful. I mean, it was a great drive. We did it in the early spring, so it wasn't cold and not too hot. It was honestly perfect. We just didn't have anything crazy or hectic happen or get in our way. We had several planned stops on the way, including a national park and museum, both of which were fantastic. I got to make my own geode, and it had a beautiful amethyst in it. I believe that we had just hit the Nevada border, and so we decided to stop at a hotel for the night. We still probably had about a day's worth of driving, so we wanted a place that we could stay and freshen up. And the hotel was your average hotel. We took our much-needed showers, enjoyed the included breakfast the next morning, and then just headed back to our car to get out of there. Well, this is where things got pretty chaotic. We probably had only been on the road for about an hour, just talking or whatever on a pretty open highway. There weren't many cars or whatsoever on the road, which was pretty nice. But then, I had a Jeep with dark tinted windows come up behind me. They weren't riding too close or anything, but it was just something that I took notice of. However, they did start getting closer, and again, I made a mental note of it. However, it wasn't consistent. They would get close and then let off, and then this would repeat. That's when I mentioned it to Morgan, because I thought that if they were in such a rush, why not just go around? It wasn't a single lane or anything, so they very well could have. Morgan said something about them either just being an ass or trying to be intimidating, and said not to worry about it too much at that time. However, it kept happening, and they were pushing it with how close they were getting, which made me lose my train of thought while we were talking. I pointed it out again to Morgan, and she turned back to look at it. We both agreed that it was getting weird and said that we should slow down. I was using cruise control, so I wasn't going under and was probably actually going slightly over. We were hoping that they would grow impatient and then finally just pass us. And it looked like that was finally happening when the jeep went around. It was then in the lane next to me. They were parallel to me, and because of what they were doing, we both looked over at them. The side windows were also dark, so we didn't see the driver until they rolled down their window. What we saw was some normal-looking guy, completely bald head, wearing some kind of plain t-shirt and sunglasses. Yet, I could tell by the wrinkles on his forehead and the clenched jaw that he looked furious, and I had no idea why. I kind of looked at him with a, "Can I help you?" kind of look, because I didn't know what his problem was. As I mentioned, it's not like I was driving erratically or stopping him from going around. The guy then motioned for me to pull over, and I immediately shook my head no. That only seemed to enrage him more as he began yelling at me to pull over. I think I speak for the both of us when I say that we were starting to grow a bit uneasy. There weren't many cars around at that exact moment. We were the only ones. The guy then slowed down and got back behind us, so Morgan immediately pulled out her phone and started recording it. I just continued driving, hoping to see an exit soon. I was trying to change the GPS to the next exit or a gas station or anything that would put us around more people, when we felt the car jolt forward a bit. This guy had now hit my car. Morgan started screaming, and we were both asking what the hell this guy was trying to do. And then he rammed us again. I'm trying to keep us on the road while having a panic attack when Morgan said that she was going to call the cops and then turned back around in her seat. She was trying to explain to the dispatcher what was happening, and we were struggling to give our location. I knew the name of the highway, but I kept missing the mile markers due to being so obviously distracted. I was able to find it thanks to my GPS and the operator instructing Morgan to check it. As they were talking to us about what to do, the guy again went to the lane next to us, window down, and shouted something that I couldn't make out. I guess he wasn't satisfied because he then hit my car from the side, which made me swerve, and I had to try and correct it so I didn't run off the road. Morgan again was screaming to the operator what was happening when he hit us one more time, closer to the back, which caused a very hard fishtail to start. And yes, I know how to correct a car when that happens, before someone says anything, but my efforts were in vain because the guy again managed to hit me, causing us to careen into the oncoming exit barrels, the exit that we were going to try to take. We slammed into on the passenger side. Both of us were still conscious, but hurt, so we were completely aware that this guy had driven past, but backed up to look at us with a creepy smile, and then took off again. That was the last time we saw him. We sat there sobbing, terrified that this guy might come back, and I was worried about how damaged my car was. We weren't even in the same state that we lived in. How would we get home if it was totaled? It wasn't long before another car approached us and stopped to see if we were okay. It was an older guy, like a lot older, so we weren't exactly afraid of him. He just looked like a normal Good Samaritan. I started explaining what happened while also trying to help Morgan find her phone that, of course, went flying out of her hand. And once we found it, the operator was still on the phone, which, by the way, after hearing the screams and crash, I applaud them for still being there for us. So, we told them what happened, and they explained that the officers were almost there. I was able to get out of my door, and Morgan had to climb over to my side to get out. The old man stayed with us until the police arrived, and we gave him a hug, thanking him for trying to keep us calm and offering his coffee to us. We gave the police as much information as we could about the man and also the vehicle and how this came out of nowhere. They tried to play it as road rage taken too far, but if so, it was only on one side. Like I said, I never even saw the Jeep prior to him tailgating me. I didn't recognize the man, nor did Morgan. We tried explaining this to the police, but whether or not they believed us, they did agree that it was taken way too far. We had my car towed to the nearest auto shop, and the cops gave us a ride there for us to wait. Sadly, the whole right side was smashed in and unable to open the front passenger door, but just about everything under the hood was still fine. They replaced the wheel on the passenger side since it was bent or something, and tried to pull out some of the dents on that same side, but the door was still difficult to open. Overall, we were pretty shaken up, and the fact that we were so close to our destination, we thought that it would be a waste to turn back. Once we had calmed down and the car was done, we took it slow, driving on some side roads until we were ready to get back on the highway. I was still super nervous about it, worried that that guy may have never exited or has just been in the same area. But thankfully, we never had any more incidents. That's not to say that I didn't have a slight mental freak out anytime I saw a Jeep or someone following a little too close. We gave the police our information in case that they ever saw the Jeep or the guy, but as of me writing this, neither of us have heard from them. And this experience was terrifying for both of us, but it also left us confused. Again, I get road rage. I have shamefully flipped some people the bird for cutting me off, but I would never try to risk their life. On top of this, I have no idea what the hell I could have done to set this guy off. We still go on road trips, Morgan and I together and with the others, but I don't think that I would ever forget the feeling that I had that day, or the feeling like I was being targeted, or even the feeling that someone wanted me dead, or at least severely injured. So, if you are on the road, just take some precautions. Make sure people know where you are and how to read mile markers, and always wear your seatbelt. When my parents got a divorce, me and my two brothers had to deal with a custody trade-off. During the summers, we'd go to my dad and stepmom's place for 1 to 2 weeks and then go back to my mom's. One summer, my dad and stepmom would be driving to the middle of nowhere, Iowa, to see her family, and you guessed it, that was the week at their place. I didn't care much to be around her side of the family, but I did enjoy the long car rides. They had a kid together, so it would be the 4 of us in their giant van that they had, which was also nice. I got to sit in the middle seat, meaning that I got a spot to myself. My stepsister is in the next seat to me, and my 2 little brothers in the back. This was before we had smartphones though, so all I had to keep me sane was my knockoff MP3 player and my drawing pad and a book that I was reading. So, off we were on this road trip for around 12 hours or so. Maybe it was longer, but being a kid, I know it felt like forever. We also had to stop overnight once. Once it started getting dark out, everyone was starting to fall asleep. I remember listening to my music when my dad said something to me. We were the only ones awake at that time. He said that he needed to stop to use the restroom and try to stay awake and ask if I needed to go, because it would probably be the last stop for the night. I told him no, so I just sat in the car and waited. After a few, he came back and we headed out for what I assume was a few more hours of driving. Not long after we left the gas station though, I ended up falling asleep. When I woke up, it was still pitch dark and the car was off and everyone else was fast asleep. I got up and I looked at the time on my dad's phone to see if anyone would be up soon, but it was only like 2 or 3 in the morning, so I assumed that we would still have a few hours before we were moving again. I laid back in my seat for a bit, trying to fall back asleep, with no luck. My dad snores, like a lot, so I more so sat looking up at the roof, waiting to eventually pass out. But after a few minutes of that not working, I decided to look around to see if I could see anything. From the front, I couldn't see much, but a long concrete parking lot, and to the left, I could see the highway, which was giving off the most light. And from my side, there appeared to be a small concrete building with one street lamp above it on the opposite side. It appeared that we were at the back of the building, as there weren't any doors on the side that I could see. At that time, I didn't know where we were or what I was looking at, and at the end of the parking lot on the side that I was on, there were some trees after it, like the type you see lining a highway. They were tall, bunched together, and you can barely be able to see past them. I decided that while I couldn't see much, I would try drawing the trees in hopes that that would make me tired. As I started drawing them, I looked back over to get a good reference when I noticed two particular shorter trees that looked dead. I started staring a little harder to try and focus and get a better idea of what I was looking at. At this point, I had my head to the window, hands cupped around them, staring out at these trees. That's when I finally realized that I wasn't looking at trees. The two shorter ones appeared to be legs. They weren't swaying and bending even slightly with the wind. They stood perfectly still until I saw them all move like they were going to walk away or readjust how they were standing. I couldn't see much of the head though, as it led right up to the dark parts of the trees. I thought, okay, so this is like a really big deer or something. So I continued to watch it for a bit, and then I tried to add the deer to my picture. When I looked back up, I didn't see it at first, thinking that it just moved. I then started looking around for it, and it didn't take long to find it, as I saw something small fall from a tree that the creature was standing near. And then I watched it practically crawl down that same tree. It was actually pretty unsettling. I can only describe it as human, trying to walk on all fours or trying to climb a tree like a cat. The limbs were all just as long as I had seen them too. The head though, it looked horrendous. It was round like a human's, but it looked too big for the body, and it also had what appeared to be two small horns. Something told me that something wasn't right here, but I had to keep watching. As it finally got to the ground, I saw it lower its head and pretty much just tear apart whatever it got from that tree. It was horrible, and I was actually pretty freaked out. I thought this was a deer at first, but I didn't think that deers could climb trees, and I also didn't know that they were carnivorous. I stopped watching as I sat on the floor of the van, thinking about what I saw and what to do. Do I wake someone up? Do I still try to draw it? Or should I just keep watching it? Of course, I decided to look for it again. And when I looked back up, I noticed the thing had stopped moving again. So I did the same and I just stared and watched. That's when I think it got tired of me watching it too. I noticed that it turned in my direction instead of at a side and appeared to be looking right towards me. I couldn't see its eyes, but I could tell. You get that feeling when you're being watched, and it was an awful feeling. I decided to go back in my seat, to cover my head up with a sweater that I was wearing, and try to fall back to sleep now. Unfortunately, the watching feeling was not going away. I uncovered my head, and I looked back out the window to see that this thing had gotten closer. I quickly covered my head back up, grabbed my MP3 player, and I tried to drown out my thoughts and silly fears. I was just a kid, so surely this was just an animal that I didn't know of, right? And after a while, I had finally fallen asleep. I woke up again due to my dad snoring and my music ending. And when I awoke, because of the way my head was facing, I could see out the front where it was still dark. And when I pulled my sweater down all the way, to my horror, I saw a face on the other side of my window, with their hands cupped around it. I could clearly see human eyes, but there was no nose, not even a slit where the nose could be. This, of course, made me scream and jump out of my seat, waking everyone else up. My stepmom, being startled, was the first to ask what happened. When I looked back at the window, there was nothing there. I didn't want to scare my siblings, so I just told them that a bird hit the window and scared me. My dad then went and walked around the car and didn't see anything, but since we were all awake, we just decided to go ahead and leave. Apparently, we had stopped at some kind of rest stop. The building we were parked by was a restroom, but there was not a single other vehicle around us. I didn't get out to use the restroom as I was too scared, and I decided to hold it until we stopped somewhere for breakfast. I still haven't told anyone other than a good friend of mine because I feel like I was just seeing things, and I didn't know if anyone would believe me. One thing that I do know that was real though was the drawing that I did that night that I recently found. Trees, darkness, and a deer-like creature with no head.
Back in 2019, I, an 18-year-old female, decided to download Tinder a few months after a rough breakup. I was very inexperienced with dating and pretty shy, so it seemed unlikely that I would meet a potential partner in person. Anyway, after a few matches that led to nothing, I came across the profile of someone that I found very attractive. He was 21 years old and male. We matched, exchanged Snapchats, and continued to set up a date. Our first date was relatively normal and enjoyable. We saw a movie, and by the end of it, I felt like we hit it off. However, our relationship was extremely short-lived. Not long after I had agreed to be his girlfriend, after about a month of going out, he began to behave very erratically and would sometimes fall completely silent in the middle of a conversation, ignoring me when I tried to ask him what was wrong. He became hot-tempered, slamming doors and speeding on the road when he got mad, and I started to feel really uncomfortable about our relationship. This went on for about a few weeks until one night, when we were on our way to have dinner downtown. He fell silent mid-conversation. I became extremely anxious as he pulled into a nearby parking garage, wondering what I had done to upset him. And as we parked, I decided to ask him what was wrong. He did not answer, and when I asked him again, he shouted at me to shut the hell up. I was completely frozen for a moment, but I finally got up the courage to tell him that we were done, gather my belongings from the car, and I walked over to the nearest coffee shop to call an Uber. It was fairly late that night, so I walked as fast as I could, hoping that he wouldn't follow me. When I made it to the shop, I noticed that I had several missed calls from him. And when I made it home that night, I blocked him on all social media and decided to never contact him again. I am fairly familiar with the dynamic of toxic relationships, and I knew that if he could talk to me that way, completely unprompted, it was likely that he was capable of much, much more. About a week goes by as I start to settle my emotions a bit. I decided to confide in a friend who had never met a guy about what happened, feeling completely embarrassed. And a few nights later, I received a text from the same friend. It was a screenshot of an Instagram DM from someone she didn't follow. It was from my now ex. It said something to the effect of, "Hey, I'm sorry if we're having to meet like this, but your friend is ignoring me and I need to talk to her." My heart sunk. I decided to message all of my friends separately and let them know what happened just in case. And later that week, I start receiving several DMs from various accounts, all without profile pictures or posts. And eventually I gave in and I responded to one, asserting that the relationship was over and that I didn't want to hear from him ever again. I blocked the accounts immediately afterwards. As time went on without hearing a word in weeks, I figured that I had reached the end of the situation. Until one morning while I walked to my car, I noticed something dangling around the handle of my car door. It was a necklace I gave him. He had only picked me up once from my house before. The thought of him driving to my house earlier that night freaked me out. I was shaken up for a while. It was by no means an expensive necklace, and I had the exact same one. But I kept it pushing. I thought maybe it was his way of acknowledging that we were done. And 2 months later, I was working my job at a small boutique near my house. I was used to answering the phone several times a day, so when the phone rang, I thought nothing of it. But when I picked up, I immediately recognized his voice. He started rambling about wanting his sweatshirt back, but I hung up before he could finish. That was the last time that I would ever tell someone I was dating where I worked. I was completely losing it at this point, especially considering that he had never called me at work while we were together. I didn't even know how he knew that I was working that day or time. I told my older sister the situation, and she, being very protective, decided to message him herself. She told him to leave me alone and even offered to give him back the sweatshirt for me. He refused and insisted on meeting up with me in person to get it. And when it became clear that he didn't actually want the sweatshirt back, she threatened him with a PPO, to which he never responded. And that was the last time that I had heard from him. We've all had bad dates, right? Well, this is the only date that I've had to date that rang every alarm bell and waved every red flag. I'll preface this by saying that I don't go on many dates, but when I do, I make sure that I follow safety protocol by only meeting my date in public places, let either my family or friends know where I'm going, and park in a populated place close by to wherever we meet. Anyway, this date initially suggested that we meet at his house to watch a movie and have a few drinks, and I said no, that I don't feel comfortable with that and I only want to meet in public. He seemed okay with this, but then brought it up a few more times, and I said, if money is an issue, we could meet up another time, or forget about it altogether. But my date backtracked and went with my idea of meeting at a cafe that I chose. It was a place that I was familiar with and equidistant to where we both lived. Anyway, he turns up in a 2-door car, which this detail will be relevant later, and then goes into the cafe, and I follow behind and introduce myself. And after a polite introduction, things began to get weird. I order a Coke and he says, "Don't you want a drink? I was going to pop into the bar and get one, which the bar is connected to the cafe. I say no, that I'm not drinking, and then he looks at me like as if I was being unreasonable. I already explained in messages that I don't drink as I'm on medication, so having to re-explain it again pissed me off. He seems disappointed and goes to order a cider from the bar while I get a table. Anyway, we sit down with our drinks and my date immediately goes on about going back to his place again, even though the original plan was to stay here and order food, and I already stated that that was not happening. He says something along the lines of having a few drinks and eating at his place, and I said we don't have to eat, we can just have our drinks and leave. He gets defensive and says he has the money, but prefers it if we go back to his. I make a joke and say, "You're not a killer, are you?" And instead of laughing it off, he stares at me uncannily and says, "You don't think I would hurt you, do you?" I laugh uncomfortably and say of course not, but really, I'm relieved this date won't be going any further. My date suddenly says, "Are you going to follow me in your car? Because that wouldn't make sense. How about we go in my car, but I've got packages in front, so you'll have to squeeze in the back and I'll drop you back off to your car after." In reality, that made less sense than me following in his car and driving home from his house. The fact that it was completely illogical made it even more creepy in my mind. Every alarm bell was going off at this point, and I said, "Look, I don't want to go to yours, and your insistence is giving me the creeps." My date looks shocked, mumbles something about needing the toilet, and excuses himself from the table. And a few moments later, I see him through the cafe window getting into his car and then driving off. Massive bullet dodged in my opinion. Also, the fact that his car didn't have back doors made it even more sinister, because imagine if something happened in the car and I couldn't escape. So this didn't happen to me, but a friend of a friend. She told me that her friend had met a guy on Tinder from another city whom she had been texting for a little while. They had planned to meet up at her apartment one night, and the whole time he was there, she got a really weird and creepy vibe from him. He would make morbid jokes and tease or flirt with her in a super creepy way, like telling her that he loved her tits, but they would be much bigger, and therefore hotter if she was 200 pounds heavier. And when it was time to go, he seemed very reluctant to leave and asked if he could stay, but she refused and he finally left. Half an hour later, however, he was back at her front door asking if he could spend the night at her place because he had missed his train, and she reluctantly agreed to let him sleep on the couch for that night. But when she went to bed, she made sure to lock her bedroom door. At some point in the night, she heard strange sounds and him creeping through her apartment. A few moments later, he was knocking on her door saying that he needed help with something, but her gut feeling told her not to open the door, so she stayed put. When morning came, she cautiously left her room and looked through her apartment. He was gone apparently, but she discovered that her bathroom was entirely covered in foil. Always make sure to trust your gut and meet your Tinder dates in a public place. If it's the first time, guys, you can't really gauge what a person is like just from texting them. This happened a few years ago. I, a 20-year-old female, had just gotten into the Tinder scene and was pretty new to the whole thing. One of the first matches I had was with a guy named Zach. Not his actual name. Zach seemed super cool, and we messaged back and forth on the platform about video games, anime, and generic other things in our lives for about a week. Finally, Zach asked if we could meet up. I figured enough time had gone by and he hadn't given out any red flags, so I said yes. We set a date for the next day, and I made my first big mistake. I gave him my address to pick me up. Looking back on this now, I realize how stupid I was to do that, and things could have gone a lot worse when they did. The next day comes, and I spend much of my morning nervously getting ready for my first real Tinder date. Thankfully, my roommate Sarah, also not her real name, was home with me and experienced the whole ordeal. About 30 minutes before Zach was supposed to pick me up, Sarah and I watched 2 cars pull up in front of our 4-unit apartment building. 3 of these redneck-looking creepy countrymen get out, and they looked to be about 40, so Sarah and I paid them no mind. The next thing we know, we hear a loud banging on the main door. Our building is locked unless you are a tenant, so they clearly didn't belong. Me, being as naive as I am, thought that they were there for one of the other building residents, and I stupidly opened the door to ask him who they were looking for. The guy in the middle said, "We're here for," and they mentioned my name. At that moment, I went from friendly to confused to scared. I didn't like the way that they were looking at me. I told them that I was the one that they were looking for, which was my third mistake. And he gave me the creepiest smile, came over and said, "Oh, yes, you look like your pictures." This sent a chill down my spine, and I demanded to know who they were and what they wanted. The guy in the middle said that they were friends of Zach and that they were here to pick me up for our date. I asked him where Zach was, and he snickered and said, "He's in the car," and pointed to the second car, which was strategically parked behind a tree, so I couldn't see if Zach was actually in there or not. Luckily, I'm not that stupid. I told them that if Zach wanted me to go out to the car, then he could come get me himself. Then the guy on the right steps up and asks if I would like to get with him. I went to shut the door, but he shoved his boot into the frame before I could completely close it. The man on the right then said, "If you won't fuck me, then fuck my buddies at least." At that moment, Sarah comes out to the lobby, yanks me into our apartment and locks the door. They banged on the door for a few minutes and Sarah calls the cops. They left shortly after, and we watched them from the living room window as they got back into the cars and drove away. There was nobody else in the car. What's even worse is a couple hours later, I got a message from Zach saying, "I am so sorry. My friends took my phone and thought they would play a prank on me. Don't worry, you will see I'm a great guy when we actually meet." I blocked him instantly and deleted my Tinder. The cops couldn't do anything because I didn't get their names or license plates. So, I never did find out what happened to those guys. I just need to type this story out because it's still so unbelievably surreal to me that I can't even believe it's real. I'm not sure if this is the right sub to be posting this, but hopefully it applies. And apologies in advance because this will probably get long. So last fall, I started using dating apps seriously because I really wanted to branch out and meet new guys. I moved back home after I graduated college in May, which was still the pretty early stages of COVID, so I was lonely. I've only ever used Tinder, so my friend told me that I should try Bumble. And at first, it was fun. I matched with a few guys and there were nice ones, but the convos kinda died after a while, and I didn't really form a real connection with anyone on there. One of the guys I matched with asked for my Snapchat, which I gave to him so we could talk on there, and we also followed each other on Instagram. That kind of stuff is harmless to me, and I really don't think much of it. Our convos didn't last long, and we stopped talking after just a few days. He was a little strange, and I was turned off by it. And fast forward a couple of months, and I get a message from him on Instagram. He told me that he had unfollowed me because of my support of Joe Biden in the election, and then proceeded to spam me with probably over 40 messages trying to convince me to change my views and vote for Trump. I'm a very liberal person, and if I would have known he was like this, I would have never spoken to him. He kept telling me people have blocked him for doing this before and to please just understand where he's coming from. His last few messages were memes to ease the tension of the one-sided convo. He and I never talked long enough for him to feel comfortable messaging me like this. I didn't respond. I didn't even block him. I opened the messages so he could see that I saw them, and then I unfollowed him. The next morning, I got notifications telling me, "This message has been unsent by the sender." For every single message. Of course, I screen recorded it and sent it to my friend to tell her what happened because it was creepy and bizarre. It was over after that though, and the topic of this guy didn't come up again, so I moved on. A few weeks ago, I was scrolling through Facebook and I saw a post from a local news station that was shared from the town this guy was from in my state that's about an hour away from me. It was a news article about a guy who shot and killed an 87-year-old woman who lived in his apartment complex with a semi-automatic rifle. He was trying to get other residents out of their apartments until he was shot and killed as well by a resident in order to protect the others who live there. And as I was reading about this, the guy's name and face seemed so familiar, and then it clicked. It was the same guy. I went back to the screen recording of the messages that I took months ago, and they confirmed it was him. I'm not sure how to describe what my response was, but I got really sweaty and my heart was racing when I made the realization. It's extremely disturbing knowing that I spoke to this man and even had a weird experience with him. It's been a few weeks since I found out, and I still feel weird about it. I was just reading about it again today since more details have been reported since the initial shooting. Sometimes, I think about the what-ifs. Like, what if I had responded to his messages the way I wanted to and called him a creep and weirdo and pissed him off to the point of violence and he tried to harm me? God, I hope the woman that he unfairly murdered is resting in eternal peace. Thank you for listening if you made it this far, and be wary of people on dating apps. This happened last year during my student exchange in France. This was probably only 2 weeks before COVID imploded and I had to head back to my home country. That night, there was a language exchange at a bar maybe 30 minutes away from me on the subway. My roommate didn't seem interested in going, so I decided to make this my first night out alone as I had already talked to the organizers of the event, and they seemed nice. Plus, the subway in Paris on Fridays closes at around 1:30 a.m., so I knew I had time to go, meet people, and go home relatively safely. I got there maybe half an hour late, got my little flag stickers that indicated the languages I spoke, and I headed into the crowd to try to talk to people. Everything was pleasant. I made friends with a group of guys, and we made good small talk for a solid hour. After a while, the group decided to split and try to find others to actually exchange languages with, since we were all speaking English at this point. I headed over to the bar to get myself a drink, where a group of what I can only describe as chavs, but French, started annoying me about the flag on my shirt. A Chilean flag. They threw everything out there. Is it in Africa? Oh, is it in Colombia? At first, I didn't mind correcting them, but it got old pretty quick after I realized that they were just messing around. I left them to it and started talking to an older man by the bar who seemed nice enough, and after talking to him for about 30 minutes he heads off. And that's when the creepy encounter started. A random guy, mid-20s, early 30s, shows up next to me on the bar and starts making conversation by saying, "Oh, I knew immediately where your flag was from." I just smiled at him, then he started "Oh, you're very beautiful," that kind of talk. Look, as a 21-year-old woman, this isn't my first time in this situation. Usually if men aren't being overtly creepy, I'll just smile. Maybe give a conversation and try, and if they keep pushing, I just go. I said thanks and I kept nursing my drink, hoping that he caught the sign that I wasn't trying to talk. He kept asking me about where I was from, why I was here, where I was staying, to which I gave very vague short answers. And out of nowhere, and I really mean out of absolutely nowhere, he says something along the lines of, "I'm in love with you." Dude, what? I've directed maybe 20 words in total to this man, and I'm getting a full love confession? I let out a laugh that was half nerves and half "are you kidding me?" At this point, he's forcing eye contact, and I mean really intense eye contact. I tried everything. I'm not interested, I'm in a relationship, and I even headed towards my last resort, which is saying that I'm a lesbian, which is true, but he would not budge. He said, "Oh, I respect that. Yes, it's not your fault." And he meant that it's not my fault that I'm a lesbian. And he kept going with what I would consider to be the creepiest part. "I want to do romantic things with you." Excuse me? You what? This set me off on the negative gut feeling. It's one of those phrases that is just off enough that your brain goes, "Huh?" Not a dinner, not a date, not something, just romantic things. Well, I wasn't about to find out what that meant, and I put on my full bitch face going, "Look, I know you maybe are just trying to be nice, but I'm not interested, and I'm in a committed relationship to a woman." I got up, and he tried to touch my arm, to which I immediately flinched and shot daggers at him. "I just think you're beautiful. I want to marry you someday, maybe have kids. You have beautiful eyes." Thankfully, the bar had cleared out some, and I was able to cross the floor and grab my parka. He kept saying things behind me, saying, "I just want to try romantic things." I grabbed a random non-creepy man that I had talked to that night who was just leaving, and I said, "Are you walking to the subway?" And I went with him. My recently professed suitor followed us. I remembered him perfectly, wearing a tan waterproof jacket, standing right outside the bar door looking at me. The guy I was walking with was going in the complete opposite direction of the subway line, but I wasn't about to risk going down to my own line alone and waiting. Most train stations have an option to switch directions if you mess up without paying again, so I figured that I'd go down with my bodyguard of sorts, making him stand with me near the direction change, and if I saw the creep coming, I'd book it and pray a car came in time. But it was just my luck that that specific station was undergoing repairs, and it was either get your direction right on the first try or perish. No direction change in sight. So I did what I, in my 2 mojito fight or flight mode, had to do. I ran back up the stairs and tried to pay again, except the card I used was one of those cards that once you scan, you can't use it again in at least 5 minutes, and I wasn't going to wait that long, and I could hear someone coming down the subway stairs. Paris subway has turnstiles, but it also has doors that only open once you scan. So, I sucked in my breath as much as I could, went under the turnstile, and squeezed through the tiny space between the door. I have no idea how I made past it with my parka on. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug. I had just managed to make it downstairs when the train was arriving. But as I turned around, I saw him on the sort of bridge area overlooking the train tracks. I managed to growl at my biggest, meanest no. He said something like, "I want to grow old with you, give me your number," or something of that sort. And the train doors opened, and I walked inside backwards, making eye contact and saying no again. Luckily, that's just about one of the most universal words out there. I'm thankful to the Friday night 1 a.m. Paris subway crowd. They all seemed confused, but they had the right spirit, and a couple of girls waved me over so I could stand with them until the door closed. And they went with me until I had to change lines. Let me tell you, I felt safer on the 2-minute walk from the subway to my apartment than near that guy. And my neighborhood was kinda known for being a big crack hotspot. At least, the crackheads left me alone. So, if anyone takes something away from this, just be freaking mean. Be rude as hell. I tried being mean a little too late and got one of the creepiest love confessions of my life. A stalker into the subway and a story to tell on here. This is a story of someone I knew and had cut ties with because he was a freaking psycho. The first half will be to add context as to why I cut him off, and the second half is what makes it a let's not meet. I don't know if he uses Reddit, so I'll omit ages and locations. It started about 4 years ago when I was living in a friend's house while attending a nearby university. It was myself, my friend, his sister, and their parents. Roughly about 2 weeks into staying there, my friend's sister invited her boyfriend to live in the house too, and by all accounts, he was a pretty cool guy at first, very sociable and full of great stories, and we often sat around the table for drinks or talk about life, having a smoke in the garden. Within the first month, however, as he started to get comfortable, cracks started to show in his veneer. He would rant about government conspiracies, how he was always the wrong party. He was also big into Sigma male bullshit and martial arts. And Christ, did he have a temper. He had this big dog that he always kept in a cage that was extremely violent when he wasn't around. The dog attacked his girlfriend and had to be put down. That's when the guilt trips towards her began and the ranting became incessant. About 2 months later, he had the bright idea to live in a shipping container, mainly because the parents wanted him out, and he dragged his girlfriend along for the ride. I'm not talking about one of those cheap little restoration jobs. This was a rented container in a storage yard among the outskirts of town where we were living in. He would intimidate and threaten the staff there constantly until they called the police. This, of course, was another conspiracy. He became increasingly abusive to his girlfriend to the point where the family got involved to get her out of there. I stuck close to them, having to pretend to be on his side until we could safely get her out of there. They broke up, which he blamed me for, claiming that I was poisoning her against him to make her mine. She has a new partner now, and they are extremely happy. We all blocked the psycho ex on everything possible, but he continued to harass them until eventually he disappeared, or so we thought. Fast forward to last year, I started to receive messages over social media from several different accounts, blocking each one in turn when I discovered who it was. Some were friendly and some were hostile. One of these profiles, however, was pretending to be someone that I knew from university. We talked about life and how things were going, and eventually I was invited to a house party, claiming that it was a free house and plenty of people were coming. I booked the time off work, I made my travel plans, and I kept talking to this friend coming up to the date of the party. I mentioned it to my friend's sister, and she was interested in going herself, until I mentioned the address, and she panicked. The address in question was a property belonging to the crazy ex's father that was scheduled for sale. I waited until the day of the party, and I called the police to check on the property, claiming a suspected break-in. And they found 5 people there, including the ex. And parked out the front was a butcher's van equipped for food storage and a collection of knives, hammers, and rope. I'm extremely glad that I didn't go. I really want to see other people's reaction to this interaction that I had with a guy from Bumble. I, a 30-year-old female, matched with this 41-year-old guy, and we started talking via text and phone for about 2 weeks before meeting. We got along really well based on the texting and the phone calls we had. So finally, we went on an in-person date. We went to a brewery by his house, and it was great at first. The conversation came easy. Then, he invited me back to his place to watch a movie, as it was fairly close. One thing of note, I had told him previously that I didn't want to have sex on the first date, just to avoid that expectation, so I expected to literally watch a movie. When we got to his place, he was immediately touchy and affectionate. I gave him a kiss, and we made out for a second before he told me to go to his room. I really regret not speaking up for myself and saying no. It was just an awkward situation for me, so I just went along with it. But then, this is when it gets super weird. During the sex, he was so cringe, saying things like, "Yeah, who's my princess?" And, "Whose pussy is this?" Like, "Not yours, dude, I don't know you." He then was saying that it was so good that he wasn't going to let me leave. Then he said it multiple times. He then proceeded to say that he was going to keep my underwear. I said no, and he insisted he was, and there was nothing that I could do about it. I literally just wanted to leave. I felt so weird and unsafe and just overall gross. I told him that I was taking my underwear back, and I did. He remained naked for a while and I got dressed, and I told him that I needed to go. He got dressed and I left. So, does anyone else think that he was absolutely weird and creepy?
So, a bit of backstory. I'm 18, female, from the UK. This happened in February 2019. I was 16 at the time. I got set up on a semi-blind date. We had seen photos of each other by a mutual friend. And this guy, we will call Cameron, he was 19. Cameron seemed like your average guy. Maybe a little into video games and anime and stuff, but overall nothing my friend told me about him seemed off in any way. Our mutual friend gave us each other's numbers and we texted for a night and decided to meet in a Starbucks the next day, since we were both free. I never like to meet new people this soon, but I figured since Cameron knew my friend, it couldn't possibly go wrong. How mistaken I was. I arrived slightly early, ordered my coffee since I never like guys to feel like they have to buy for me, and parked up on a seat, facing away from the door and pulled out my book. I'm maybe there for 15 minutes, chilling out, and I get a text message saying he's here. So I'm like, great, I'm at X table. I feel a presence over my shoulder, and I turn my head slightly in acknowledgement. He must be here. Before I even get the chance to squeak out a hello, his lips latch onto my neck, and he starts sucking on my neck. Now, I don't like people touching my neck at the best of times. I'm very ticklish, and I get super uncomfortable by people even touching my neck. The few times I've had massages or hair treatments, I've been holding in my discomfort, and he's latched onto my neck like a leech. And this man smells horrendous, kind of like dust personified. I freak out and elbow his chest to get him the hell off me. He lets go and looks at me with this weird expression on his face and laughs in deadpan. It's really, really creepy, and I start to become alarmed. I ask him what the hell that was, and he just says,
I thought it was cute.
Cute? In what world? I try to have a conversation. I'm like, okay, first impressions don't mean anything. Let's try and give him a chance. But he's just creepily staring at my chest. He says,
Wow, I didn't know Asians could have boobs like those. Better not let you go.
Direct quote, I cannot make this shit up. I'm distinctly uncomfortable, but I don't want to just run away. He's giving me really weird vibes. So I go into the ladies' bathroom and wait for someone else to come in. I ask her to help me get out undetected. I don't want this man following me home or some shit. She of course agrees and she lends me her hat and scarf. It's in February in the UK after all. And we come out of the bathroom together and she manages to help sneak out of the back door of the Starbucks without him noticing me. He asked my friend where I went, but I told my friend to never mention me again. I was too terrified. I know I probably didn't behave well. I should have just told him I was leaving. But I was honestly just scared. Dear guy who decided it was appropriate to suck my neck before we had even said hello. Let's not meet again.
Last week, I had the weirdest dating experience in my life. Just to put everything into context, I'm not crazy about the online dating thing, but I had just gotten out of a long-term relationship and I figured, why not, right? I end up matching with this gorgeous woman who I'll refer to as Daisy. Daisy and I started talking, and at first she seems really cool. So we eventually decide to meet up at a spot near her, roughly an hour away from where I live. Finding a parking spot took longer than expected. So when I finally arrive, I'm thinking that I'm gonna have to apologize for being late. Unfortunately, I see that Daisy was nowhere to be found, and to add insult to injury, all of my texts and calls go unanswered for the next 10 minutes. This, in turn, leads to the assumption that I've been stood up. Annoying, but not the first time it's happened. Just as I'm about to leave though, I see her rounding the corner in a stunning outfit. She's every bit as beautiful as I envisioned, which probably helped me forget the poor communication just seconds prior. Daisy explains that one of her friends was having an issue and she needed to be there to calm her down. We then continue with our date and everything seems cool. Daisy was a lovely girl and we vibed the whole time. The only snag was her mentioning how she was looking for a father for her baby boy. Up to that point, she hadn't said anything about children. Something that I respectfully am not looking for. I still have a lot to figure out in my own life, and I'm just not in a place where I feel comfortable being an adult figure in a child's world. I informed her that I wasn't the best person to be around children, and she just kinda laughed it off. She gave me a whole spiel about how I'd actually be great with kids and how I just needed to trust myself. Then she went on to explain how the right woman would somehow bring out the father in me. Weird, but whatever. I asked if she was still close to the baby's dad, which leads to a tangent about how she thought she could make him into the perfect man, but he was too resistant to change. When asked more about this, she simply referred to trying to make all the pieces fit in his life in a certain way, but ultimately, he couldn't be molded into what she wanted. Seeing that this was headed towards a toxic place, I opted to just change the subject and continue on with the night. By the time 11 o'clock rolled around, I was feeling exhausted and I decided to head home. After saying our goodbyes, I go to find my car, but before I even get in, I see it's been vandalized. The headlights were smashed in, my tires slashed, and one of my windows were broken. Oddly enough, nothing was stolen. It just appeared as though someone had taken their anger out on my vehicle. Right as I'm about to call roadside assistance, I hear someone yelling my name. Lo and behold, Daisy just so happened to be driving right past me. Unprompted, she decides to pull into the parking lot and she immediately notices the damage. After inspecting my car for a few moments, she suggested that we go back to her place to hang out for a bit and then she can take me back after. At first, I was really reluctant, but after looking at Uber and Lyft prices and hearing a convincing argument from Daisy about how bad Uber is in the area, I agreed with her. I got everything squared away with having my car towed, and we headed off to her apartment. When we arrived, the first thing I noticed was how clean everything was. There wasn't a speck of dust or item out of order. When Daisy turned on the TV, it was already set to Netflix, and a bowl full of snacks was neatly placed on the table. It appeared as though she was expecting company. But what I found the oddest was that there was no babysitter. What good parent leaves a baby completely unattended for hours at a time? When I asked about this, she simply laughed it off and made a comment about how her son was too good to need someone to watch him and how she didn't trust others in her home. Definitely weird, but I didn't necessarily feel comfortable lecturing her about how to raise her kid. Before picking a movie, she asked if I wanted to meet her son. Internally, the answer was, absolutely not. But she was my free ride, so I opted for the most awkward, sure, that I had ever given. She disappeared into another room with a giddy scream and soon returned with a young boy wrapped in a blanket. She was whispering something to him with a loving smile and invited me to come over and say hello. I did as I was told, and I walked over to greet the baby. I went to peel back the blanket on what should have been the sleep-eyed young boy. But my immediate reaction was to jump back and yip when, to my horror, I was met with the disgusting face of a decrepit porcelain doll. Its single eye rolled back into its skull, and a fat roach seemed to have made a home in its dislocated mouth. The once white skin was stained black, and various cracks ran around its head. For a moment, I genuinely thought that this was some kind of horrible prank. But the look of love and acceptance on Daisy's face was so authentic. She eyed the doll like any mother would their child, and the soft kisses she gave it solidified the fact that it didn't register what she was holding wasn't a human. She gave me a big smile and asked if I thought her boy was beautiful, and I couldn't even form a proper reply. I just fumbled my way into asking if I could use the bathroom. She nodded and casually pointed me to the bathroom in her room. I took the opportunity to half sprint down the hallways toward it. Instinctually, I locked the bathroom door behind me and splashed some water on my face, trying to sober myself up from this nightmare. When the reality of the situation hit, I stood there for minutes, trying to think up a way to excuse myself from whatever the hell was going on. My thoughts, however, was interrupted by what sounded like a soft yet persistent crying noise. Thinking it was Daisy coming to check on me, I unlocked the door and cracked it open slightly, but didn't see anyone in the room. Curious, I cautiously made my way out of the bathroom, trying to keep as silent as possible, and followed the source to a walk-in closet. I was preparing myself for the worst, and I took a deep breath and slowly cracked open the door, where I was greeted by seemingly nothing. The only thing inside seemed to be a CPR dummy torso. Multiple pairs of differently shaped arms and legs were strewn about along with various pairs of unorganized clothing. For a moment, I thought that I was hearing things, or that it was a neighbor coming through thin walls. But suddenly, what I thought was an inanimate torso quickly turned its head toward me and then let out a loud gasp for air and shouted, "Help me! Oh God! Oh God! Please help me! I'm in so much pain!" The shock and horror at the fact that this horribly disfigured person was alive nearly put me on my ass as I scrambled to slam the closet door shut. But it was too late. The man screaming had alerted Daisy, and I could hear her inquiring about what was happening from the other room. It was now or never. I burst down the hallway, pushed past awaiting Daisy at the door, and made my way outside, sprinting down the dark street until I physically couldn't go any longer. The last thing I heard was Daisy running after me, screaming, "Come back, please! Our baby needs you! We'll die without you!" The sound of her voice slowly died out, and the moment I felt that she was no longer coming after me, I called an Uber and sat in their car in silence the rest of the way home. As soon as I arrived, I called the police and I explained everything that went down that night. The next day, I tried to get a follow-up on what exactly happened, and to my shock, I was told that they found absolutely nothing. Just a young woman who was living alone by herself. No kids, no torso in the closet, nothing. I didn't know how to take that information, and I still don't. I know what I saw, and if Daisy is still out there hurting people, I don't know if I can live with the fact that she's free to meet other people and do horrible things to them. I would have assumed that the story ended there, but just the other night, I got a phone call. It was Daisy. She told me that our kid said his first word. Apparently, it was my name. She said that she loved me and that both she and the boy miss me so dearly. And then, silence. The next day, I find a postcard in the mail that read, "Soon, we're going to be looking at daycare, thinking of finding one closer to you so that your commute from work is easier. Looking forward to seeing you soon. With love, Daisy." I never once mentioned where I live, and I'm terrified of what this means for me. If any of you are doing the online dating thing, please hear me out. Make sure that you're really, really damn careful about who you choose to connect with. That choice might stick with you forever. A friend of mine recommended a dating website for me to check out, which isn't too unusual. However, the site he told me about was clearly a joke. It was a site to date monsters, or at least that's how he put it. He gave me the website address and told me that it was only up for 7 minutes and 7 seconds after midnight. I rolled my eyes at him, and I put the information away in the back of my mind in case I got bored one day. Well, recently, I got very bored and I was unable to sleep, scrolling through my social media just trying to find anything new. I sighed, wondering if there was something a bit more interesting that I could do. That website came to mind. I mean, why not, right? If it was real, it was clearly a prank website that could entertain me for a few minutes. I waited for the clock to hit midnight, and I easily found the site. It looked like one from the early 2000s, blocky scrolling bars and a chunky mouse. The front page had a few profiles of the top creatures in demand. From what I could see of the photos, the top sellers looked like people wearing animal ears. This was a really poorly made joke. I hit my screenshot key to show my friends, but nothing happened. I guess some sites put a block on that sort of thing. I really didn't know much about website building to think otherwise. It would take me longer than 7 minutes to fill out the form or to pick out a monster that I wanted to request a date with. So, I saw a randomized button on the top of the screen. Hovering over it for a few moments, I clicked it. It then brought me to a page that was simple compared to the rest. Instead of picking out a creature, you could have one sent to you. The site would tell you a day and time, and the creatures of the site would be able to pick if they wanted to go out, so it wasn't truly random on both ends. The human just didn't know what they would get. There was no form, so I just hit the button and I waited. I doubted anything would happen. This was a joke site after all, right? The screen turned black and I started to feel a little bit of fear creep up my spine. I was almost angry at myself for feeling like that. It was just a simple website. I was about to close it when a text and an image came on screen. Alex Hawthorne, Wednesday, 10 p.m., location below. I took a small inhale of a surprised breath when I saw a photo of a park that I knew. Not only did this site somehow pull my name, it also found a photo of a location close by where I live. This was stressful. I felt as if my computer just got a virus. I closed the site and I ran a virus scanner. Just to be safe, I reset my passwords in the important sites, hoping that the fake dating site didn't install something that could spy on what I was doing. Only time would tell if I was tricked out of my life savings or not. It wasn't as if I had a lot, so it wouldn't be a huge loss. I would give my friend an earful the next time that I saw him for telling me about this damn site. As the days passed, I started to think about it. Surely it wasn't real, right? They weren't going to send someone all dressed up wearing a mask, trying to pass themselves off as a creature for whatever desperate soul signed up for the date, right? It got to a point where I could no longer think of anything else. I was done with work and was very close by the park. The least I could do was to take a peek to see if anyone was waiting, no matter how silly I felt about it. This might be a setup to rob me, but I still started down the park pathway, my phone in hand, ready to call for help if needed. Someone was waiting for me. A tall man stood under a park light looking around as if expecting someone. I froze, unable to decide if I should go near. When he spotted me and gave a wave in my direction, I could never figure out what motivated me to go over to him. Normally, I would never do such a thing. But that night, I found my feet moving on their own. He looked to be about a foot taller than me, middle-aged, with salt and pepper hair cut short and styled back. He was wearing a long wool coat that looked like it would fit into an old-fashioned European crime drama. His eyes were a bright blue, but I could not see the rest of his face. Half of it was covered by a gray cloth that went around his entire head. It was tied to a gold chain and looked like a dancer's veil. He looked like he was smiling at me, but with the cloth covering his face, it was hard to tell. "You're Alex, right? Here, we're told that this makes a good impression." When I stopped a few steps from him, he took out a rose from his coat pocket and held it out for me. I didn't move to take it. This whole thing was weird. He looked human and not at all what I expected. "This is a joke, right?" I asked slowly, not feeling right about the whole thing. "It's up to you to decide what you believe. If you want to think this is some sort of scam, you're free to walk away. However, the website will keep sending you monsters until you finish a date with one." He explained, rose still towards me. "I don't remember agreeing to that," I said. "It's in the fine print," he answered. I stared him down, trying to figure out what to do. He was a stranger after all, and I still didn't believe in the whole monster dating website thing. But I had nothing better to do that night, and he was acting friendly enough, so I took the rose from him, and his eyes turned up in a smile. "How did you know my name?" I asked, still feeling weird about the whole thing. "It's easy to find out, really. You must be uncomfortable not knowing mine if I know yours. I go by Poppy." I raised an eyebrow. That was not a name I would expect from him. Then again, none of this was really going as expected. "So, you're not human, right? Got anything special under those cloth of yours?" His eyes looked like they were smiling again, but this time I got a chill from it. He took the edge of the cloth and lifted a fraction. I couldn't see what was hidden under it, and my brain screamed at me that I didn't want to find out. It was such a strange reaction, and I needed to take a step back. "It seems as if you do not wish to know. No matter, come along. I shall buy you food. It's a step of completing the date, so you can go back home sooner." I was still freaked out, but I followed behind him. I was led to a well-lit main street with stores still open. If he wanted me to go to a dark street, I would have left. And turning to face me, Poppy handed me some money. "Regrettably, I can't go inside. You shall need to buy your dinner. I do not need anything, so feel free to choose whatever you like." There was a few fast food places on the street and within walking distance. He gave me more than enough for one meal, and I again wondered what I got myself into. I could have just walked away with the money, but I was starting to feel a bit curious over what the date with the monster would be. I picked the first place and I got a meal to go. Poppy waited outside for me and gave me another friendly wave when I came out, as if I didn't know where I left him. Damn it, this guy was a little endearing. I almost wanted to believe in the whole monster thing. "Would you like to eat in the park?" he offered. The park entrance had a few tables for people, and it was right across the street from a police station. Overall, a very safe spot to sit and eat with a stranger even if it was at night. I agreed, and I followed him again. We picked out a table that looked clean enough, and I wasn't too hungry, so I picked away at my fries from the bag. "So, if you don't eat fast food, what do you eat? People? Puppies?" I asked, looking over at him. He sat across from me and thought about my question for a moment. "I eat people's worries," he said finally. I paused, well aware I was giving him a look, and here I was trying to believe him, and he came out with this weirdness. "Okay, I'll bite. How does that work?" To put it better, I eat the causes of people's worries. It's like a monkey's paw thing. He raised a hand that was covered in a white glove to emphasize his point. "Let's say you're worried about a job interview coming up. I eat those worries, and there, no more job interview." Another example is if you're worried about your daughter's grades. You can see where I'm going with that. I ate a few more fries and I closed the bag. I did see where he was going. Can't be worried about a daughter if you don't have one, right? I should have left after that, but I felt as if I was having deja vu, as if I've heard this before. But that was impossible because I've never seen Poppy before that night. "Do you warn people before you ruin their lives? Like, be careful what you wish for kind of deal?" I asked and found my voice was shaking a little. Not often. I do tend to stress about how there is no going back, but I do believe you already know all of this. My body tensed up. This man no longer appeared charming. His blue eyes bore into mine until I needed to look away. I've never met him, and yet he was acting as if I did. My mouth became dry, but I didn't dare move to get a drink. "I haven't," I started, but couldn't finish my statement. "Haven't what? Ever met me before? Haven't requested my assistance? Alex, I recognize you after all these years. That's why I chose you when your name came up. I never expected to actually follow through with a silly dating site, and yet here we both are." My body started to tremble as I sat listening to him. I didn't believe a word of it. I couldn't. Just couldn't. This whole thing had gone too far. My arms started to ache in a phantom pain that I thought was long gone. Poppy was still sitting on the other side of the table, but it felt as if his form was getting bigger. The light surrounding him was slowly fading until it was just his blue eyes and the darkness narrowed, staring at me. I shook my head, trying to wake myself up or anything just to get me away from him. "If we have never met, then tell me, why do you wear long sleeves all the time?" His hand reached over and grabbed my wrist. My stomach turned, and I weakly tried to pull my arm away. His voice changed to something deep and threatening, almost as if he was enjoying this. When I did not respond, he went on. "If we have never met, then tell me, how you got these burns, and where is the man who caused them?" I couldn't take his looming dark form. My stomach finally gave up, and I shot out of my seat, and thankfully a garbage bin was only a few steps away. I got sick from fear and stress, and when I finally looked back up, Poppy returned to normal. He sat silently waiting for me, and as much as I wanted to leave, this man gave me a reason to stay. He was dragging up memories that I worked so hard to forget. What happened before? How did we meet?" My voice was hoarse and I sounded terrible. He waited until I sat down and took small sips of my drink. "We met when you were a child. You asked me to deal with your father. The burns are from him, I believe." I nodded as the memories came back but very hazy. I haven't thought of my father in years, but I remembered how he was always drunk, and on his mean days, he used my arms as an ashtray. I couldn't even remember his face. "However, he did worse things to your little sister." Poppy's tone was low, as if he was disgusted by what he just dragged back to the surface. My stomach nearly lost a few sips of soda I had when that horrible truth came back. What that man did was evil, beyond evil. I could never remember if he did the same things to me. I only knew the horrible things that he had done to my sister, who was 5 years younger than me. I clutched at my shirt, feeling as if I was going to explode in anger. My sister never mentioned this, and I prayed that she forgotten it all just like I had. Why did you show up again? Why did you need to remind me?" I asked through tears, thinking Poppy was very cruel in that moment. He was a monster after all. "I am aware of how you must feel, but this may be better hearing it all from me now than what is going to happen shortly. I have a vague sight when it comes to worries of the future. Back then, you were a child who still had some care for a father that was so monstrous. I could not burden you with his death. He has been in prison all this time. Your sister's memories shall never return because I devoured them. You requested some of yours to be saved in case he ever returned." My head shot up and I felt dizzy. How could he get out of jail? And if he did, what would he do to us? Would he leave us alone and go after some other children? I knew deep down that he would never stop. There was nothing good in him, and I wished Poppy talked my child self into ending it back then. "Is he?" I asked, unable to really speak. "Yes, either by escaping or by the legal system. He is going to be out of prison in the next month or so." I placed my head into my hands, unable to handle all the information that I was just given. It all felt too much of a coincidence of checking out the website and Poppy remembering my name. I suppose stranger things happened. I didn't remember Poppy in my past. Only faint memories of the same conversation about the monkey paw. When I finally raised my head, Poppy was looking at me, his eyes crinkled in a smile. "Does your father being out of prison worry you?" His calm tone chilled my blood. Without any hesitation, he offered me help only he could give. After what my sister went through, I didn't dwell on my answer, and I knew it the moment he asked. "Yes, it worries me a lot." I felt the weight come off my shoulders when he nodded, accepting my answer. He let me calm down and stood signaling that the so-called date was finished. I just wanted to get home as soon as possible. I gathered up the bag of food and the rose, but didn't leave yet. Unfortunately, the ones who made the website thinks that a date is finished if you both kiss. Poppy announced, and I looked at him dumbfounded. Now, you're just messing with me. He shook his head, cloth fluttering, and crossed over his heart. I did not want to kiss, well, whatever was under his cloth, but he did mention that the website would keep sending monsters until one date was done. If I didn't go through with this, who knew what else would show up the next time? It shall only be on the forehead, do not worry. All right, that was a bit better. At least something that I could agree to. No matter how embarrassing it was, I got myself ready to get this over with and closed my eyes. Poppy only took a second to place what felt like a normal kiss on my forehead and then backed away a few steps. Somewhere in the back of my mind, another memory was trying to worm its way through my thoughts. I thought when I was younger, I'd asked to see what was under his cloth and he showed me. I couldn't remember what he looked like, but I felt it was frightening, but in a way that heights could be frightening or venomous animals. I almost asked him if I could see it again, but I decided against it. There you are. I shall take care of your problem, and no need to ever see me again. We could meet again if you want. He looked down at me. His eyes narrowed, but in a kinder way than before. I would like that, maybe someday. And without giving me any way of contacting him again, he gave me a wave and left. I stayed in the park watching where he went before turning around to head back home. The rose I dried is the only proof of my first and only blind date. A month later, my mother called me. It was something serious judging by her tone. My father tried to escape prison that day. He was shot, and she wanted to tell me, feeling that it would be better for the news to come from her and not from some other source. It told her how I felt about him for the first time, and we spoke for a while, something I never thought that I would be able to do. I found myself not worrying about speaking with her, and we finally had a real conversation.
This happened in 2011. I'd just gotten out of a rough relationship a few months prior to this happening. My friends encouraged me to try dating again, so I caved and made a profile on the website, Plenty of Fish. I was surprised with how many messages I'd received within the first few hours. Most were just people saying hi or asking to hook up. I wasn't looking for a hookup, so I ignored those messages. After about a week, a guy, roughly an hour away from me, messaged me. He was cute, so I messaged him back. The conversation was pretty casual at first. He asked if I'd like to go for a coffee sometime. Not thinking anything of it, I said sure. This is where it started to get weird. He started to get pushy and ask when we could grab a coffee. I told him I didn't have my own car, so I'd have to borrow my mum's car to meet up with him. He offered to come pick me up, but I wasn't comfortable with the idea. The next message made my blood run cold. It read,
I'm sure your hometown isn't that big. If I knocked on a few doors, someone would be able to tell me where you lived.
Are you crazy? I replied. I'm sorry, but that's kind of creepy. This just pissed him off. He messaged me multiple times after this. They said,
You know I have a gun? I could shoot you and make you disappear. No one would look for you. You're nothing but a dirty slut. I could kill you. I'll throw you down a well, and no one will ever find you.
I was really scared at this point, so I asked him to please leave me alone. He replied with the following.
I know where your hometown is. It's not a big town. I can find you.
At this point, I'd had enough, and I blocked him. I reported his account to Plenty of Fish and deleted my account. I was really on edge for the next few weeks after the fact. I was afraid he was actually going to come look for me. So, to the creepy guy who threatened to kill me on Plenty of Fish, let's not meet. Ever.
Come on, bro, just download it. There's so many hot girls on this app.
Mark pleaded, swiping through a barrage of attractive women to prove his point.
Look, I just matched with one. I'm telling you, dude, it works.
I had always been leery of dating sites, but I'd be lying if I said my curiosity wasn't piqued. I don't know, man. Kinder? It's an obvious Tinder knockoff. Plus, I don't know if I'm ready to put myself back out there just yet. Mara really screwed me up. I retorted, hoping that not so subtle jab at my ex would thwart his attempts to persuade me.
Okay, how long has it been? 6 months? You gotta move on. You're a great guy, and any girl would be lucky to have you. Just because you picked one bad apple from the bunch doesn't mean they're all rotten.
Pulling at my heartstrings? You sly bastard. I'll consider it, alright?
Fuck yeah. You won't regret it, Jason.
I downloaded the app later that night. I was honestly giddy to test it out. If it worked as well as Mark said it did, I'd be elated. Though, I'd never admit it to him. The loneliness was beginning to take a toll on me. Mark was right. It was time to move on. I selected a handful of photos that I thought I looked decent in, hurriedly scrolling past the walls of pictures of Mara and me that I hadn't had the heart to delete. Looking at them always sent a pang of grief jolting through my heart, a constant reminder of the mess that I've made. But it was over. I couldn't change the past, only the future. So, with that notion at the forefront of my mind, I steeled my resolve and finally deleted any remaining photos of my ex-girlfriend from my camera roll. After a week, I was a bit underwhelmed at the modest number of girls that I'd matched with. When I was fortunate enough to kick off an interesting conversation, it usually fizzled out after a day or so.
Give it time. You just got back in the game after 2 years of being off the market. You've got to give yourself a chance to learn how to talk to girls again.
Mark advised.
Here, let me see your phone. I'll try to give you some pointers to set you in the right direction.
I sheepishly handed it to him.
Come on, dude. You can't simp over these girls. Hey, you're really pretty isn't gonna get you anywhere.
Okay, what do you start off with then, Johnny Sins?
I start off with a cheesy pickup line. Sometimes it makes them laugh, and it's not a bad way to break the ice.
Which one do you use? I queried, hoping to pilfer his.
I start off with, are you a parking ticket? Because you have fine written all over you. But you can't steal mine. You gotta find your own.
He smirked. Fine, I'll see what Google has to offer. After perusing the internet's bountiful selection of awful pickup lines, I settled on a mildly corny one and began to implement it. The pickup line did little to bolster my already lacking self-esteem. I was feeling dejected, nearly ready to give up on the app altogether, when a notification lit up my screen. Kinder, you got a match. My heart fluttered. I hurriedly typed in my passcode and I opened the dating app. New match, Jessica. I start swiping through her pictures. Jessica was drop dead gorgeous. I had no recollection of ever coming across her profile in the first place, but I knew that I had to make a move on her. "All right, Jay, you got this," I muttered to myself. With nothing original coming to mind, I copy-pasted the pickup line from my latest failed conversation, and then I pressed send. I waited with bated breath for a response. Then she replied almost instantly. "That's a good one. Thanks, cutie." My heart skipped a beat. I messaged her back right away. A little desperate, I know, but hindsight is always 20/20. She didn't seem to mind though. Jessica and I really hit it off. I didn't understand why such an attractive girl chose to talk to me out of all people. But I crammed the thought deep in the recesses of my mind. It was really working. I was actually having a great conversation for the first time since downloading the app. After a couple days, I mustered up the courage to ask Jessica on a date. She enthusiastically agreed and we exchanged phone numbers. I called Mark to give him the good news. Okay, admittedly, I may have called him to gloat a bit over my imminent success, but that's beside the point.
That's awesome, bro. See? I told you, the pickup line thing would work.
I have to hand it to you, man. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you were right. I admitted, much to Mark's satisfaction.
Glad to be of service, kind sir.
He replied in his goofiest British accent. "You're a goon. She wants me to meet her at her place this Saturday."
Dude, that's great. You still got a couple days to prepare, so just play it cool until then, and you'll do just fine.
You're right. I just hope I don't screw things up.
Don't worry, man. You got this. I believe in you.
Mark doted, trying to boost my confidence. I really hope you're right. That night, I had one of the most vivid dreams of my life. I was alone in a dark house that I didn't recognize. The luminescent glow of the television was my only light source. I warily stood. I felt tired, so tired, as if I was underwater with cement blocks strapped to my feet. I blearily called out into the encompassing black. "Hello? Is anyone here?" I didn't expect a response, so a twinge of fear and confusion pulsed through me when a soft, soothing voice emanated from deeper in the home. "In here, baby," she sang, enticing me to follow. I moved as quickly as my heavy feet would allow, clumsily making my way to the hall. "Where are you?" I shouted. A figure began to emerge from a room at the far end of the hallway. It was Jessica. She looked absolutely magnificent. She was dressed in lingerie, her skimpy outfit proudly advertising her assets. Her long brown hair flowed down her back, tapering off nearly halfway down. Her smile captured my heart, beautiful rows of stark white teeth gleaming back at me. Her stunning green eyes connected with mine, paralyzing me with her tantalizing gaze. She glided up to me and gently took my hand, lightly dragging me behind her. My heart pounded in my chest, and joy overtook me as we closed the distance to her room, every second mounting to the glorious crescendo that I was dying to experience. Then right as we reached the doorway to her room, I heard, An alarm clock? My eyes sprang open. Disappointment enveloped me as I realized that it was just a dream. But it felt so real. Maybe it was a vision? A passing sense of delight bubbled inside me at the thought of it. I had the same exact dream every single night that followed. Each time, Jessica and I would come so close to passing the threshold of her bedroom, only for my alarm clock to tear me back to consciousness. It was starting to freak me out with the consistency of it all. I reasoned that because Jessica was on my mind all day, then my dreams were reflecting that. I tried not to dwell on it, and I focused on mentally prepping myself to meet Jessica in person. The days leading up to our date were full of anxious anticipation, and when the day finally came, I was a bundle of nerves. I made sure to look my best, applying extra deodorant to mask the foul stench of the nervous sweat that I was certain would come. I left my house a few minutes before 8, shooting Mark a text to let him know of my departure. I pulled into the driveway and I messaged Jessica to let her know that I'd arrived. She instantly replied and told me to let myself in. I thought it was a little strange that she wasn't going to greet me at the door, but I ignored the notion and I timidly approached the house. Sweat began to pool above my brow as I pushed open the front door, and once I stepped inside, I froze in utter shock. It was the same house from my dreams. Everything matched, even down to the brown splotch on the carpet. Hey, I'm here," I stuttered, announcing my presence. "In here, Jay baby." Jessica's sweet voice floated from within the house, luring me further in. I cautiously trudged into the eerily familiar hall, and there she was. She looked even more gorgeous than she had in my dreams. That long, brown hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her petite frame was flawless. Her minuscule amount of clothing clung to her perfect features in a way that only worked to embellish her even further. Her smile stunned me as I stared transfixed into her glistening green eyes. She stood seductively in the doorway, beckoning me to come closer. My legs involuntarily drifted toward her, and in a matter of seconds, I was standing before the radiant enchantress that I'd been so eager to meet. She slipped her soft palm into mine, interlacing our fingers. And then she pulled me into her room. She led me straight to her bed, where she adopted a promiscuous position atop the covers. She said, "Care to join me?" She giggled. "You know it," I replied, donning my best sexy voice. I swiftly kicked off my shoes, discarding them at the foot of the bed. I began to approach her, but my foot clumsily caught on the corner of the bed frame, sending me crashing to the floor with a loud thump. "Oh my goodness, are you all right, sweetie?" Jessica implored, alarmed at my sudden mishap. Yeah, I'm fine," I breathed, preparing to lift myself back up. But before I did so, I caught a glimpse under Jessica's bed. A shriveled, rotten corpse glowered back at me, hollow, sullen eye sockets, cold enough to bore a hole through my chest. Fear coursed through me. At least half a dozen mummified husks littered the floor. It looked as if their life force had been drained, leaving behind only an empty shell. "Are you sure you're okay, hun? Well, Mama can make you feel all better." Yeah, I just need to use the restroom real quick," I lied, shuffling to the hall. It's down the hall and to the left. Hurry back now, sweetie," she uttered, a tinge of impatience seeping into her words. "Oh, I will." And once she was out of sight, I bolted to the front door, not caring that I'd left my shoes behind. I jumped into my car and I floored it out of there, tires squealing as they grappled for traction. Jessica tried calling me repeatedly afterward. I blocked her number and I deleted Tinder. I receive calls from random numbers occasionally, but I can't definitively say that it's her. I have a sinking feeling that I haven't seen the last of her yet, though. Because every now and then, I still have that same recurring dream. Only now, I always see how it ends, and I wouldn't wish that nightmare upon anyone. This story is really reaching back to a time before all the dating sites were really a thing, and way before smartphones and apps were the center of our lives. Back then, before everything was simplified, I used to be a long-time member of a certain IRC. That's Internet Relay Chat for the kids. These were chat rooms that were more or less embedded on websites, and they were pretty much anonymous in the fact that you had to have a display name, but not much else. Hell, most of them had the feature that let you join in as unnamed guests, and the rooms would sometimes be filled with guest 04253 and such. They were a lot of fun, and I kind of miss those days. But nowadays, the internet is all about look at me specifically, so the idea of anonymity being a core concept is relegated to pretty much just the deep web. Now, despite the fact that there was this layer of anonymity with IRC chat rooms, it was actually quite common to, quote-unquote, find love while chatting with these people. There was a direct message system too, so you could have conversations one-on-one, so you could get to know the person on the other end pretty well, even if there was no way to confirm literally anything that they told you or said. I'm sure that some of the people I spoke with that were interested in me were probably 60-year-old guys pretending to be women in their 20s. And that's okay. I can safely say that this was a long time ago, or that was the old me. But there was one person that I spoke with on these chats that I actually did have a bit of a relationship with, albeit only for a few months. Her username was the title of a song, with some X's and numbers thrown in the mix, but I can safely say that her actual name was Taylor. Taylor was a year older than me at that time. When we met, I was 21 and she had just turned 22 when we met and started speaking. I don't remember why we started talking one-on-one, but we did, and after a while, things seemed to get to a point where we both wanted to start the relationship. Now, long-distance relationships back then were a bit different than what they are in 2023. Long-distance phone calls were expensive, and cell phones had set text and talk minutes, so it wasn't like you could be as close to the other person as you can in the current year. And because of this, we had our IRC conversations, and we had also emailed each other a few times. And before anyone mentions that Taylor was probably one of the 60-year-old men that liked to play the role of a young woman, I actually knew that Taylor was legit. We had sent pictures to each other, including pics to prove that we were real, which was essentially a picture with a date, time, or username written on our hands in Sharpie and then covering one of our eyes. Yes, things were that complex back then.
You had to be creative to come up with something that was difficult to fake to prove that you are who you said you were. Now, all of this is to say that Taylor was gorgeous. She was exactly what you would think of when I say a 22-year-old girl that likes to talk in IRC rooms. She had dyed black hair, the color blue eyes, and she liked the color black on everything, and she had a few face piercings. And let me tell you that I instantly fell in love with her. I even told her that she was literally the girl that I was looking for in life, and she thought that it was the funniest thing ever. From there, we did say we were dating actually. We would chat every night, send pics through email of ourselves, and while things never went past PG-13, this was the happiest that I have ever been in my life. We had our little relationship for 3 months, and almost on the dot, and everything seemed great, until there was a stretch of time that she just didn't log on. I didn't see her in our chat rooms, and I would email her, but she didn't reply to me. I was genuinely upset, thinking maybe something happened to her. Maybe she wasn't really as interested in me as she claimed. I was almost heartbroken, thinking that I had messed this up and that this was a once-in-a-lifetime thing that I had ruined. I kept emailing her every night, just hoping that she would see them and send a response like, "Oh, my internet was out for a few days. I'm sorry about that." Or, "I was out of town." I was basically holding out hope that she would say anything to bring it back together. And then, I did get a response, but it was rather strange. It just said, "Hey, hop on IRC." It actually made me almost giddy to hear from her again, so I did what she requested and then I logged in. Immediately, she sent me a DM saying hello, and I replied asking how she was and asking if she was okay. She completely ignored those messages and just said, "What's your address? I want to send you something." I have to pause here to say that I was dumb and I was in love with this girl, so I didn't hesitate at all in giving this random internet person my address. Nowadays, I would be lambasted for doing something so stupid, and rightfully so. But back then, there wasn't really this concept of internet strangers are not your friend. I responded to her and I told her my address, thinking that this was maybe the start of us moving into a more serious relationship. Of course, the response I got back wasn't what I expected, nor what I wanted. The message I got back from Taylor was as clear as day, and I actually remember it word for word. "This is Taylor's husband. Stop messaging my girl, or else you'll be next." And that was it. What I would be next for, I obviously didn't know, but this was pretty clearly a threat. I mentioned that she never told me she was married, and then mentioned that she and I were really good friends, and if he was really her husband, I would respect that. After a few moments of silence, they logged out of the account, leaving me confused, devastated, and just overall feeling betrayed. That was the last time that I ever spoke with that account. They never logged back into the server, and Taylor never responded to any of my emails. So, that was effectively the end of my relationship, but not the end of the story. About 2 weeks later, I actually got a package at my house. The return address just said, Taylor. There was no address or city or anything. It was just her name. I hesitated to open it, thinking that it was going to be something messed up. And well, it was. When I opened the box and moved the packing material, there at the bottom of the box was a kitchen knife. And on the blade of the kitchen knife was a hard, crusty, brown-red substance that I assume was blood. I immediately called the police, telling them to send an officer to my house because I had gotten a package with a potential murder weapon. That was a really fun story to explain to the officer when he got there. Not gonna lie about that. I had to tell him that I had met a girl on the internet and that we were dating, but then her real-life husband had threatened me after I gave him my address, and then today, the package showed up. I feel like if I had told this story this year, it would be less strange. But back in 2003, it was like explaining foreign concepts, and they had a lot of questions. I ended up having to go to the station to pretty much be interrogated, and after answering questions for 4 hours, they decided that I was probably telling the truth, and then they took the knife, saying that they would look into it. I don't know what they were looking into. All I had was her first name, her username, and also a picture of her. I have no idea if their investigation ever went anywhere, nor do I know if that blood was human, but it was definitely sent to me as a threat, and it told me what he meant when he said that I was next. All of this was 20 years ago, and looking back, I kind of miss the old internet. Hopefully this can trigger some nostalgia for your older audience and educate your younger audience on how things used to be. Remember, kids, don't tell strangers where you live. You may end up with a bloody knife in your mailbox. This story started with me getting dumped. I don't want to get into a lot of details about it, but just know that my self-confidence was at an all-time low and I was in desperate need of a pick-me-up. And that's when one of my friends suggested Tinder. Now, I'm not a big fan of hookups or the hookup culture, but maybe because of how I was feeling and my friend's assurance that I just need to get laid, his words, not mine, I decided to download the app and then give it a try. I made a profile and I swiped right on a few girls, but I never got a match. At this point, my already crumbling ego was pretty much reduced to dust, seeing as no one wanted me. I was just about to call it and uninstall the app when I got a message. I matched with someone. Her name was Emily, age 25. Her picture was that of a woman with long, dirty blonde hair and green eyes. I'm going to be honest here. She was pretty, like really pretty, but like far out of my league kind of pretty. And she matched with me? I took a moment of silence to A, thank God for doing me a solid, and B, pray to him that I don't mess this up. So I opened the chat with her and I stared at it. What the hell was I even supposed to say? I was debating between either a cheesy pickup line or just saying hello when she messaged me first. "Hey," she said, spelling hey with 3 Y's, followed by the winking emoji. "I saw your profile. Your dog is cute. What's his name?" I took a mental note to give my dog Marco roasted chicken for tonight for helping me score, before replying telling her his name and breed. "He's such a cutie, kind of like his owner," she said with another wink emoji. I was blushing pretty red when I read that. "So, I usually don't do this, but I really like talking to you," she continued. My heart pounded in my chest as I saw that she continued typing. She asked, So, do you want to meet up for something? Score. I took a moment to acknowledge that God did indeed answer my prayers before replying. Sure, I'd love to. I'm not sure how desperate I sounded, but I hope I didn't scare her off. But apparently not, as she then told me where to meet her and we decided on a date. On the day of, I'll admit that I was nervous. I just hoped that the buckets of sweat that I was sending out wouldn't show on my clothes. I dressed casual but nice, brushed my teeth twice. I showered, put on deodorant, put on some cologne and popped a breath mint before getting in my car and then driving to a location. As I check, it was a cheap hotel, nothing fancy. But given that she was the one who suggested meeting here, my brain flew out the window as my mind was filled with dirty thoughts. And once I arrived at the room, I took a moment to ready myself. I was preparing to enter the room and have the night of my life. I hesitantly knocked on the door, but I got no reply, so I knocked again. Maybe she wasn't here? I took out my phone and I sent her a message asking if she was here. I unfortunately got no response. I decided to simply wait outside in case she was running late or something. But I eventually decided to give her a call after half an hour because at that point, I was of the firm belief that I simply got stood up as a prank. That is, however, until I heard a phone ringing from behind the door. Emily? I called as I knocked on the door. I was listening closely before the door opened and a hand grabbed my arm. It wasn't the dainty hand of a woman. This was a large calloused hand, a man's hand. I instantly pulled my arm close and I slammed the door on the guy, getting his wrist caught between the door and the frame. I heard a man's yell of pain behind the door, but I wasn't going to bother looking. I ran from the hotel room to the elevator and I hit the button. And looking back, I saw 3 guys running towards me as I stood there at the elevator. I made a split-second decision and I threw myself into the stairwell before practically jumping down the flight of stairs. I reached the ground floor and I sprinted past the reception before I bolted out that door. I hadn't checked to see if the men were chasing behind me or not, but I simply didn't care. I slammed into my car with my keys out and I hurriedly opened the door. Only once I was inside it with the door locked did I feel safe. After catching my breath in my car and trying to calm down, I then drove off. I uninstalled Tinder on my way home, and to Emily, or whoever was posing as a girl named Emily on Tinder, I don't know what you were trying to do, but I pray that you never succeed. Dating has always been rough for me. I thought that after coming out as a lesbian, things would get better. Oh, how wrong I was. It turns out the dating pool is a lot smaller. And I mean a lot smaller. And 9 out of 10 when I meet a girl that I'm interested in, she's not attracted to women. So, finally having enough, I decided to get a little bit of help sorting out who is and isn't on the table. I signed up for an app called Zoe. It's a dating app for women who are looking for other women. After signing up and making a profile, I was glad to see that there were tons of other girls looking for love out there that I just simply haven't met. I was a little excited because finding women who were actually interested in other women was the biggest roadblock that I've been having when it comes to my love life so far. With a pep in my step, I started my quest for love. I started matching and chatting with a few people and eventually started getting invested in one girl that lived in the town next to mine. Finding out how close she lives got me a little giddy, I'll admit it. My head filled with scenarios about the two of us. Can you tell that I was crushing hard? She was just so bold, flirty, and made me laugh out loud. Not to mention her picture. She was, to put it lightly, my exact type. So when I suggested that we finally meet and have a dinner date, I was elated when she agreed. I arrived at the restaurant about 10 minutes early. We had the date in her town and not mine, so I came early in case that I had trouble finding the place. I had spent way too long getting ready, but luckily, I still had time to spare. It wasn't any fancy restaurant, so we didn't need a reservation. I just walked in and sat at a table and began to calmly wait. By calmly wait, I, of course, meant nervously fidgeting with my hair, getting self-conscious about messing up the said hair, and then checking my mirror to fix it, and then repeating the process again. But after repeating the cycle a few times and checking the time, I noticed that she was a few minutes late. Maybe she was having trouble finding the table, so I look around. But other than the family of 4 near the front door and the creep staring at me from the corner table, I didn't see anyone. I just assumed that she was running a bit late. After waiting a few more minutes, I sent her a text to ask if she was okay. There was no reply. However, the message said that it was read. Did she get cold feet? Did she stand me up? I started to feel like an idiot, spending hours stressing out about a date and even more time struggling with makeup. And now, here I am, alone in a restaurant with a random creep who's still staring at me between checking his phone once in a while. I want to go home. I try to calm myself down. Maybe she's driving here right now and she just can't reply. So I decided to give her a call just to check. As I pressed the call button, I heard a phone ring not too far away from me. The guy in the corner seemed to panic as his phone rang before he hit silent. And as he did that, I got a notification on my phone. The call was declined. The guy stared at me, and I stared back, beginning to get a bad feeling about him. I then packed up my things, and I quickly walked to my car. While walking, I turned around, and then I saw the creep jogging after me and calling my name. No thank you. I got into my car and drove off as he was a few meters away from me, still calling my name. I drove off and I went straight home. After which, I threw my stuff on the table, fell on top of my bed, and I cried. I felt stupid. After that, I contemplated deleting the app, but I decided to give it another try. And that's how I met my current girlfriend. So, to summarize, dating apps can be scary, but also sometimes bring people together. But you should always be careful. A number of years ago, I was pretty active in a few sites that were basically like mini social media pages that weren't very well known. There was one in particular that I really enjoyed. It was a page dedicated to a specific game that was a pretty big MMO, and I liked to lurk the boards and just kind of read what others were saying or what they were talking about. I did get active on the board at one point, and that's when I ended up having a conversation with a person that very quickly became my long-distance/online girlfriend, Amanda. I was young and still pretty naive about things and people on the internet. But she and I became pretty fast friends and had a lot in common. We talked a lot in direct messages on the site and discussed pretty much everything. She was the same age as me, 17, and she had a lot of the same issues that I had. Basically, she was just like me, and we hit it off pretty quickly and got close. We ended up agreeing that we should give it a shot to see what happens, and I was over the moon. Because I have never been much of a social butterfly, and I had only one girlfriend in my life before this point, and that was in middle school for like 3 months. Obviously, the relationship started on the MMO board, and we chatted there a lot, and then it went over to email so that we could get a bit more personal. It wasn't anything lewd or anything of that sort. It was just us talking a bit more about ourselves and the things that we didn't feel comfortable throwing out there in a potentially unsecured forum platform. We emailed each other nonstop, and I tried to go a step further, and I tried asking her if she had a Facebook account so that we could be friends on there and then get a bit more into real-time communications. She told me that she didn't, and that she didn't feel safe using Facebook because it was watched. I asked her what she meant, and she told me that if you use Facebook, you were on a list of people that were being watched. I know that Facebook isn't exactly the best platform, and yeah, they're probably on the short list of pages that are checked by the government agencies. But they aren't interested in what me, a 17-year-old from the northern part of Mississippi, is doing. But I had to respect her opinion, no matter how strange it was, so I just said that it was okay and that we could keep talking through email. After a while, she ended up messaging me and asking for a picture of me because she, in her words, was really falling for me and needed to know what her Prince Charming looked like. If that message didn't make me swoon a bit, then nothing would. I went and I got my mom's digital camera and took probably the worst MySpace-style selfie that has ever existed. I was a bit of a scrawny kid, so I had to make myself look a little bigger than I really was. And with a bit of camera trickery, I made it work. When I sent it, she responded with a heart and told me that she was absolutely in love with me and just kept on complimenting me and telling me how amazing I was. Like I said, I was over the moon to have someone giving me this positive reinforcement on myself. At this point, you may be asking which part of this was the creepy part. And that's actually still coming. In fact, it's what happened next. I will say that I wasn't exactly super secure about my information. I wasn't paranoid or anything, but I did still keep some of my information hidden and secured. Like, I told Amanda my first name, and she knew how my last name started, just the first letter. She knew the city that I lived in, but that was pretty much it, outside of knowing what I looked like, I guess. I didn't anticipate that, with just my first name and last initial, the city and my appearance, that she could ever find me in person. But that is exactly what happened, kind of. A few weeks after Amanda and I had started dating and also chatting a lot, she kind of went silent on me. I was a bit concerned, but at the same time, I had sort of moved past the excitement of having this random person online compliment me. That may sound shallow to you, but that's pretty much all the conversations were. And after a bit, you kind of grow numb to the constant compliments. I kind of assumed that maybe she had moved on a bit from us as well, and then left it at that. But then, on that really awkward Saturday afternoon, as I was sitting on the computer in the living room and playing The Sims, I heard a knock on the door. I assumed it was just the mailman delivering a package or something of that sort. So I hopped up and I went over to the door and pulled it open. I had no idea who the person was that was standing there. The man on the other side of the door gave me a huge smile, said my name, and kind of gave me a bit of a squeal? It was a strange, happy sound, that much I remember. I kind of stared at this guy in confusion. I had no idea who he was or how the hell he knew my name. And I kind of said that to him like, hi, who are you? He then dropped a bombshell on me, which I'm sure you're all expecting at this point, and said that his name was Arnold and that he went by Amanda online. My heart sank. This middle-aged, overweight, balding man was my online girlfriend. Amanda had told me that she was my age and had described herself in detail, although admittedly, she never gave me any photos, which I now know why. Not a single word of the description she gave me included bald, middle-aged, overweight, male, or creep that would show up at my doorstep on a random Saturday. I replied to him with, "You're Amanda? The girl I met online, Amanda?" And he sort of shyly said, "Well, yeah, I know I'm probably not what you'd expect, but yeah, I'm her." Now, this is where things got really awkward. My dad walked into the room and asked me who it was at the door. I can't even begin to explain the feeling that hit me. I had no idea how to explain to my dad that this guy at the door was pretending to be a 17-year-old girl online and that we were dating, and he had somehow found where I lived and was now at the front door. I tried to say that he was just some guy, but then he cut me off and said to my dad, I love your son. I drove almost 10 hours to meet him." I am not going to get into the whole conversation or everything that had happened, but I will say that my dad was very confused and then very angry. Amanda, or I guess Arnold, tried to keep saying that we were lovers and that he was there to come and get me and that we were going to live together and a bunch of other really creepy things that didn't help with my situation at all. My dad then told Arnold that if he didn't get off the property, he was going to leave in an ambulance. And after a bunch of fighting and the police showing up, he did end up going. He hadn't actually done anything. There were no lewd comments made between us, no promises of anything, so technically, all he did was show up on the doorstep of a minor that he met online, which I guess isn't a crime in and of itself, so he was basically told to drive off. Obviously, that was the last time that me and Amanda, or Arnold, ever spoke, and I blocked his email. This was entirely too creepy and awkward for me, and it absolutely destroyed my trust in people online. I'm older now and a lot smarter about things, and I don't really have any reason to develop friendships online. One side effect of this is that I, now, just assume that everyone online is a 50-something-year-old balding man that's overweight, which has kind of become a running joke on the internet. If the situation wasn't so terrifying for me at that time, I could almost laugh at the fact that I lived through it. About 10 or so years ago, I had a stint in my life where I was really lonely, though I think maybe desperate is a better word. I guess I should say that I've had a few serious relationships throughout my life, but I hit 30 and I hit a major level of depression because the man that I thought that I was going to marry and be my husband decided that he wasn't ready for commitment. and then we went our separate ways. This was after a 4-year relationship, mind you. And while he said it was commitment issues, I'm pretty sure that he was just wanting to see someone else. It is what it is, and sure, I'm bitter about it, but I have to accept it and then move on. He is not who this story is about, though. Anyway, I was just out of that relationship, and then I turned 30 about 2 months later. And as I mentioned, I hit a pretty bad low in my life. I was in that I need companionship now kind of mentality, and I immediately leaned into making a profile for one of the online dating sites back then. I don't remember which one it was. It was whichever one was popular back in 2011, I think. Probably Plenty of Fish. But I remember it being a bit confusing. That, and it also kept trying to match me with people that were nothing like me. Nothing like reading a bio that it suggested and have it to be the polar opposite of yourself. I know, they say opposites attract. But when it says, no tall women and no women that like Harry Potter, and then my bio literally mentions that I'm taller than average and I'm a huge Potter lover, it almost feels like a joke to me. So after scrolling through all the bullshit, matching with a couple guys, messaging a few people, and really feeling like this was all a hopeless venture, I found a guy named Dan. Dan was exactly what I wanted in a man physically, and all his interests seemed to line up with mine. He had long black hair, looked to be taller than me, which was nice, although it never was a deal breaker. And all of his pictures had him wearing some pop culture referencing t-shirt that told me that he was absolutely into the things that I was into. I marked that I was interested, just hoping that he would mark the same on me. And much to my pleasure, he did. I instantly sent him a DM and I started it off with something corny, like, "Oh, your hair is gorgeous. I wish I could get mine to be as shiny and straight as yours." I know, dumb, but I was actually kind of jealous. He responded almost immediately with some joke response about how he had made a deal with the devil to have hair like this. His off-kilter humor was actually one of the things that made me really like him, and I was excited to get to know him. I may have been desperate, like I mentioned before, but something in my heart was telling me that Dan could be the one. Like, he could be exactly what I was looking for, and maybe we had a future together. Having these thoughts after just a few conversations may not be healthy, but there was really just something about him. We ended up talking on the phone a few times, and I started liking him even more. He had a beautiful singing voice. He told me he used to be in a band that was kind of popular locally, but never really went anywhere on the big stages. He told me that his last job was actually at an animal clinic, where he was tasked with keeping the animals company if they had to stay overnight or needed to be taken care of outside of the normal medical work. The more he told me, the more I absolutely adored this man. And after a while, I started having this weird nagging feeling in my mind. Why was he single? He was attractive, talented, entertaining, and loved animals. He was overall a really great and interesting guy. So why had no one scooped him up and put a ring on his finger? I actually brought this up, and he mentioned to me that things were complicated. I asked how complicated, mostly because that wasn't an answer that I was looking forward to. He responds by saying that he had a wife, and that things had recently gone sour, and so he no longer had a wife. That kind of made sense to me. He was married and things went bad, so he was out looking for someone else to fill that gap. I could relate, you know. We ended up talking about our past relationships. Or more so, I ended up talking about mine. He seemed a bit evasive, but I just assumed that he wasn't really feeling up to discussing it because it was so recent. And I was okay with that. It was nice to vent out some of my frustrations, and he was really good at listening and helping me see things more clearly. And then, the big day arrived. We had agreed to meet up for coffee on a Saturday morning at a local coffee shop. I got there, and he was already seated in the back waiting for me. It was actually really nice to meet him in person. He looked just like his photos. He had the same personality. He was the same funny and entertaining guy that I had come to know over these past couple of weeks. This was actually a huge relief because I was worried that I was going to get catfished. We enjoyed our coffee and companionship for a few hours, and then I had mentioned that it was getting to be midday and that I should probably be getting home at some point, but that I would absolutely love to meet up again and have dinner or something. This is when he mentioned to me that he had a great time as well, and then he kind of shyly looked down at the floor like something was wrong. I asked if he was okay, and he looked up and mentioned that he needed to ask me a favor. I said, of course, not really thinking about what the favor could be. But then he mentioned that he actually needed me to give him a ride somewhere if I could. I realized that he was already there when I got in, so I hadn't seen him pull up, and he actually seemed rather embarrassed at this request, which was almost cute. At this point, though, I felt comfortable with him enough that having him in my car and driving him a few blocks to his apartment wasn't really that big of a deal to me. Plus, I was honestly thinking this could be a long-term thing if it kept up like it had. So I was more than willing to do so. I told him that it was fine and just kind of mentioned that I didn't know that he didn't have a car, and then mentioned that he didn't need to be embarrassed about it. He thanked me, and then we headed out to my car, and then we went to get him home. As we were driving, and he was pointing out where to turn, he started telling me more about his past and about how things had been rough recently. I asked if the divorce had been a bad one, and he then dropped a bombshell. He mentioned that he and his wife actually hadn't gotten a divorce. This killed me inside, and it made things make more sense. He wasn't actually divorced. He was still married. Sure, they could have been separated, but if he wasn't divorced, then it was likely that they could get back together or try to fix things, and then there would be no room for me in Dan's life. I kind of shut down a bit after this, and I just listened to him tell me about how bad things were between him and his wife, and not really paying attention to where he was telling me to go. And then he had me turn one more time and then turn into the parking lot of a police station. I parked and just kind of looked around confused. I asked why we were at the police station. It was then that he went really quiet and just sort of looked at the building and away from me. This whole situation was really weird, and I was honestly starting to feel freaked out. This is when Dan looked over at me and said that he really enjoyed the short time that we had together, and said that I was a lovely lady and that he was certain that I would find someone. He then said that he was about to go into the station and confess to doing something that was really, really bad, and that he was going to prison most likely for the rest of his life, and that if things had gone differently, he would have loved to have spent more time with me. I asked what he has done, what he was talking about, and he just sighed and said that it was an accident, that he never actually meant to hurt anyone, and then pushed my door open and walked into the building. I just sat there, watching him walk into the department with his head held high, and then he stopped at the front desk. I watched the whole thing play out from right there, watched him talk to the desk clerk, watched an officer walk up to him cautiously, and then watched as the officer put cuffs on him and then pulled him away from the desk. A few minutes later, another officer actually walked out to my car and then spoke with me. He asked me if I knew the man that had just walked in, how I knew him, if I knew what had happened, and I told him that we had just met online a couple weeks ago and that we had gone on our first date just that morning. I was more or less interrogated by the officer in the parking lot about Dan, and I told him all that I knew, and he told me that Dan had just walked in and told them that he needed to confess to murdering his wife. I obviously didn't know anything about that. I thought he was divorced. And after a bit more talking, they gave me a card, took my info, and then let me leave. At this point, it was a little more clear to me how Dan had a wife, past tense, but he wasn't divorced. And then it occurred to me that I had coffee with a murderer and even drove him to the station to turn himself in. I really don't know if our date was just him getting a free coffee and then a ride to the station, or if he was really interested in me. But either way, it was the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me. Not because he was a creep to me, but because he was perfectly normal the whole time that we spoke during our date. This man was a murderer, but he seemed like a calm and complacent guy that was all there. That was just a normal person, you know? This was the only time that I ever went on a date with someone that I met online, and I actually shut down my account after that. I have been flirting, if you will, with online dating for probably the last 4 or 5 years now. And before you start feeling bad for me, it wasn't really consistent. I would go on a few dates that seemed fine, and then something would end up happening, or we just wouldn't click at all. So I would quit, get rid of the apps, and then delete my profiles. I would then try again, and unfortunately, the cycle would repeat. But I wasn't willing to give up yet. I still wanted to find someone that I could spend the rest of my life with. So I cleaned myself up and again updated my profiles ready to start searching. This was early 2022. I guess I was feeling more confident about myself and the state of the world as I went on another hiatus from mid-2020 till close to the end of 2021 for obvious reasons. I had a few matches, some that ended pretty quickly at the chatting part, but the others I was actually able to go out with. However, there was one girl that really drew me to her, and I thought that I was the luckiest man around when she actually agreed to a date. The girl's name was Kaylee. She had long, wavy hair that probably went about to her mid-back in a copper blonde color. She had soft green eyes that complemented the freckles on her face, but her smile and her laugh, well, it was really what did it for me. It was adorable. She had some kind of dumb joke on her profile to which I had answered it correctly. Already off to a good start when they don't take it too seriously. We talked a bit, then even video chatted a few times before we finally went on a date. The first date went perfectly. We had dinner, then we walked around a dog park and then got ice cream nearby. It's normally here where I feel good about things, but then later on, I get a message through the dating site that it wouldn't work out for us and that I would have to start over. However, Kaylee surprised me when she said that she would love to do something again. So eventually, we had our second date where we went to a movie and arcade, which was a lot of fun. We started learning that we had a lot in common, especially in the type of music that we listened to. So, when she asked me if I would want to go to a concert with her for a band that we both enjoyed, I definitely agreed. I even offered to pay for both tickets or maybe just mine, but she refused, saying that she had already bought them. Now, I had never really gotten this far in the process, so I don't know how long this normally took for others. But this all happened within the span of a month. So, I dressed a little down from what I normally wore, picking a band shirt and jeans, and when I picked her up, she was wearing something similar, although it really looked much better on her. We decided to grab a few slices of pizza before the show, and we went to a local pizzeria that was probably about 45 minutes away from the venue. Unfortunately, as we were enjoying our pizza and each other's company, she got an email or a text about an electrical fire occurring at the venue, and until they knew if it was safe, all shows would be cancelled, starting from that night forward until further notice. We were both pretty disappointed because I think we were really both looking forward to it. And after moping a bit, I just suggested that we still drive around the area as we may be able to find some band members at a local bar or something. However, she had better ideas, and she suggested that we just go back to my place. This was not something I would have ever offered or have expected. The reason should be obvious, but being a guy, I never wanted to suggest anything, and I really didn't have much self-esteem. But she insisted, saying that we should make the most of the night. So, after we finished eating, we left, stopping only to get some cheap wine per her recommendation, and then headed back to my place. Once we got there, I played some music from the same band that we were supposed to see, and even put on a previous live performance on YouTube, trying to be funny or sweet, I guess. And after we talked for a while, things heated up, so we ended our night in the bedroom. That night was fantastic, and since we didn't work the next day, I was looking forward to spending the day with her. Yet, when I woke up that morning, the spot next to me was empty. I thought, well, no problem. Maybe she just got up before me and was in the bathroom. Or even, maybe she beat me to making breakfast. So, I got out of bed, walked past the bathroom to see the door open, so I went to the kitchen and noticed that it was empty too. I got a little discouraged at first, thinking that maybe she had left, but her purse was still sitting on the coffee table. Then, I heard a loud crash, and I realized I didn't check the spare room which I had made into my makeshift office. I quickly ran to the room, opening the door, and a flood of emotions ran through me as I saw Kaylee standing over what was my laptop, holding a hammer, as her face was a splotchy crying mess. When I was finally able to talk, I blurted out, "What the hell happened?" I know, I'm dumb. It was obvious, but for some reason, I still didn't want to believe it. In a shaky voice, she made comments about me seeing other people behind her back. I was confused by this because I hadn't been, so I tried to figure out what she was talking about. She said that she noticed my dating profile where we met and saw that I had gone on other dates other than her. However, I guess what she failed to see was that I hadn't gone on any other dates since I went on the first one with her. There were ones prior, yes, but I had 2 more lined up around the same time that we met, but I canceled on them because I was so into her. For some reason, none of this worked for her. Or maybe it was just too late. I don't know. But she kept screaming about how I was a liar and I was just using her. I again tried to reason with her and calm her down, but nothing was working. She snapped and said that I would pay for hurting her, and then charged at me with a hammer. I ran out to my room, holding the door shut behind me, hoping to buy me some time to think about what to do. That's when I could tell that she was swinging the hammer at the door. I let go of the door and I made a mad dash to the front door, running out of my apartment in only my boxers. I ran down the stairs and then started banging on the door to another apartment. There was an older lady that answered, and oh my God, I still feel awful to this day doing this to her. But I ran in, begging her to call the cops and trying to explain what had happened. I think she was already about to call 911 on me alone. I stayed by her front door, stopping myself from looking around her place, hoping that my pathetic self looked harmless to her, until I heard police knocking and calling out. I opened the door and I told them what happened, and then I led them to my apartment. They made me stay outside so they could get my side of things, while another cop went in to get her. After a short time, it was a small apartment after all, I heard shouting and what I assumed to be people struggling. They finally came out with her in handcuffs. She had on one of my t-shirts that she slept in, but also the zip-up jacket that I wore the night before. And when she saw me, she instantly became enraged that they had to calm her down again to get her in the car. They then had me walk through my place to see if anything was taken or if anything else was damaged. She ended up finding my phone and breaking it, and also smashed the picture that I had in my living room of me and my mom and sister. My dad died when I was young, so they were the only two people that were really significant to me. Oh, they also found her hanging off my balcony, talking about how she was going to jump. I lived on the second floor, so she may have had some broken bones if she did, but that was about it. Not to mention that it was grass below mine and not concrete. After all was said and done, I think I was confused and disappointed more than anything. I didn't press charges, but she bit the officer that detained her, so they had their own charges on her. I don't know what exactly changed or happened, nor will I probably ever know, but I felt bad for her more than anything. There was obviously something wrong or maybe something traumatic that happened to her to cause her to be like that, but I think she probably could have used help more than charges. In the end, I just got a cheap phone until tax season, and I replaced them both at that point. I don't know what happened to her, as she never tried to contact me again after that, but I do hope that she's doing better. But yeah, I'm taking a break from dating again. Hi, this event actually happened to me fairly recently, and I wanted to share with you after listening to some similar experiences. So, here it goes. I am in my late 40s, and the closest to a serious or long-term relationship that I've had was with my kid's father. I got pregnant at 16, which forced us into a marriage per our parents' demands. We were still kids ourselves and barely knew each other, so it was definitely difficult at first. But we slowly worked on ourselves to make sure that we were there for our little girl. But then we had another girl that wasn't necessarily planned, but also very welcomed. However, I had her when I was 30, so my girls are about 15 years apart. Thankfully, they get along regardless of the age difference, and I am incredibly blessed for them. Now, their father seemed to have two sides to him, so while he seemed ecstatic about our second daughter, I guess he was having a midlife crisis or something. and had burned through a bunch of our savings on his friend's wife, whom he also had an affair with. Anyways, long story short, we got a divorce. The girls both chose to stay with me, so good riddance, I guess. So, even though I've only been legally divorced for the last 2 years, I was already emotionally divorced or alone years prior. I was feeling pretty lonely, especially with one daughter already being grown up and moved out. So my oldest, Lacey, actually suggested that I put myself out there and try my hand at love again. I'm not the best with technology, but I can get myself around a computer. So she came over and got me set up on a site that she also had been using for herself. I had a few younger guys message me, but it was way too weird to me that guys were interested in me, that were closer to my daughter's age, you know. But I did finally come across a guy named Bill. He was 2 years older than me. He had 3 kids, close to the same age as my younger daughter, and said that his wife had died a few years prior, so he was looking to start over. We started talking through this site and even started talking over the phone. He seemed very family-oriented, which made me feel even better about him. I also shared with him about my little family and how I ended up here. I told him about my 2 girls and he also seemed very interested. I've noticed while scrolling through people that there weren't a lot that were interested in a woman with kids at home, so I was relieved even more than anything when he asked about my daughters. He asked how old they were, their names. He asked about the things that they were interested in, and he seemed like he genuinely cared, which was already winning me over. So after about a month of talking, I finally got up the courage and agreed to meet him in person. We met at a local coffee shop that we're both familiar with and frequented often. And when we met, we hugged, and then I noticed he looked around me and asked where my daughter Molly was, my youngest. I told him that she was in school, as she was 15 at that time. It was a slightly odd question to me, as I knew he had kids around the same age, so I assumed that they were in school as well. I did let it go, however, as we did talk about her a lot, so I assumed he was just wanting to meet her too. So, we just talked for a while before we finally decided to leave. He was so kind, very funny, and had a very distinguished look. He reminded me of a slightly chubbier Downey Jr., so for my age, I thought that this worked out, then I got lucky. We continued talking and then met up for dinner a few nights after. This time, Molly was at a friend's house after a sports event, so she didn't join us again. Bill again made a comment about this, and I explained this to him, and he seemed kind of disappointed. I know it was just me being clouded by the situation, but again, I thought it was kind of sweet that he was so interested in meeting my kids. So I told him that we could look into scheduling something so we could both bring our kids, and he seemed to like the idea. It was probably about 2 weeks later, and the church that I volunteer at was doing a potluck dinner. Molly and I were already planning on going, and anyone was invited, so I thought that I would ask Bill to join us since there would be plenty of kids for them to play too. He happily agreed, and then we planned to meet there that night. However, when we all arrived, I saw him get out of his Jeep with what I assumed to be his youngest, only who was around 8 or 9. I asked him about the others and he said that they were all busy doing something else, so he had just the youngest with him. I knelt down to say hello, knowing their name already, but they were really shy. But that was understandable, you know. Bill quickly cut our conversation off though to ask where Molly was, and I told him that she was already inside helping out. I escorted him into the church and went to get Molly to introduce her. Molly knew that I have been talking to Bill, so she already knew what he looked like and a little about him from what I told her. She's also a very kind and outgoing girl, so when she approached us, she smiled and said hi, and Bill immediately pulled her in for a hug. She hugged back and even laughed. Again, I thought that it was a sweet moment, and I was really happy that they both seemed okay with each other. But then as the night progressed, I started noticing things that were making me uneasy. As we sat and talked while eating, he would talk to Molly, even more than me. He was asking her similar questions that he asked me on our coffee date. He asked her what she was interested in, what she liked to do, her goals and aspirations, all of it. Again, it just seemed like he cared about her feelings. But then it got weirder. He started asking her, with me present there, if she had a boyfriend. Molly and I were really close, so I knew that she was kind of seeing a boy at that time. They went to their school dance together, and then she answered him saying that yes, and then he said, "Aw, well, that boy is lucky to have a beautiful girl like you." She then smiled and thanked him. He continued to ask her more, but when I tried to ask about his son, he would hardly talk to me, and Bill would answer for him or stop me from being able to talk to him, which I found really odd. Feeling a bit weird, I decided to grab all of our plates and bring them to the kitchenette. I wasn't gone long when I came back, and Molly jumped up and said that she was going to help in the back and rushed off. I thought it was odd, but I decided to leave it alone for the moment. I went to sit down again, but then Bill then stood up saying that he had to leave, and after a quick half-hearted hug, he was gone. And with that, the whole night ended with this weird aura. On our way home from the church, I noticed Molly was extremely quiet, which was unlike her. I asked her if something was wrong, and after a deep breath, she said no. Well, I know her too well, and I know that there was something wrong, so I pushed, refusing to take that as an answer. Thankfully, it didn't take long to get it out of her. She said she didn't like Bill and that she didn't want me to see him anymore. She then explained the situation at the church, and it made me sick to my stomach. Bill had asked her if she was a virgin and if she had ever experimented with a boy or herself. She told me that she didn't know how to respond, so she just sat there and he told her that if she was ever curious, that she could talk to him about it. There were other little things he said, but as soon as she saw me coming, she left the conversation. I was horrified and disgusted. I had no reason to not believe her. Both of my girls were happy that I was willing to find someone, so she wasn't the type to try and mess this up, especially with this insane kind of a story. I apologized immensely to her, and I told her that it would never happen again. I messaged Bill that night and I tore him a new one. I told him that I was reporting him as well. He never messaged me back. I reported it to the authorities, but to my surprise, they couldn't even track the guy down. I had printed out his profile, so I at least had a photo of him, but his profile had been deleted. His phone number had also been disconnected. And after looking into the sky further, it all seemed made up. I don't know who I actually met, or even if that kid was even his. I was horrified that I brought this stranger around my daughter. I kept my promise and I told myself and my girls that if I ever meet someone else, I will make sure that I do a thorough check on him before they meet him. But I think I'm happy with just my girls. for the time being. I had been using a few dating apps casually to meet new people. I've probably made more friends than a significant other, but it is what it is. I did have one pretty crazy experience though, that kind of turned me off to the whole thing for a few months. I matched with a guy that started his message with a blurb from one of my favorite books that I listed on the site. I thought that it was pretty impressive because it wasn't a mainstream or popular book either. So this guy either had read it too or looked into it just to send this. And to be honest, it was a cheesy mystery/romance, so I doubted that he actually read it. But to take the time to look into it stood out to me, and I like that. I am a sucker for the grossly romantic stuff, so he had already piqued my interest. We started talking, and probably after about a week, he asked me to dinner. I told him that I would if he told me truthfully if he had read the book or not, and to my surprise, he admitted that he knew nothing of it until he saw my profile and then he looked into it. We both had a good laugh and I appreciated his honesty, and then we set a date. He said he wanted to pick me up from my place. I lived in an apartment, so I just told him the name of the complex and the building. That way, my exact unit was unknown, just in case, and I waited out front. I got a text saying that he would be there within 2 minutes, and I was in awe when I looked up to see not a fancy car or a limo, but a horse-drawn carriage. The guy got out, and while the carriage was gorgeous, I was thankful that he wasn't in a suit and tie, as I would have been way underdressed. He said this was the proper way to pick me up since I was a romantic like himself. I thought it was incredibly sweet and thoughtful, if not a little embarrassing since it was starting to draw attention. It wasn't a bad embarrassment, but like when you're called out at work for doing a good job and you don't expect it, something like that. So then he helped me up and we headed to the restaurant, which was in a very upscale part of town. Dinner was fantastic. I had never been to this place as it would normally be way out of my budget, but after asking to go elsewhere because I didn't want to assume that he would pay, or in the off chance the date was a flop, I could just pay and leave quickly. He insisted that we should go there and not to worry about the cost as he was covering everything, so I just let it go. He got a bottle of wine, and I had the best shrimp Alfredo that I have ever had in my life. Our personalities also clicked so well. We had many things in common, and even our pet peeves lined up. After dinner, we decided to walk around the plaza where there was a huge fountain. It was just a lot of fun, and I was pretty into this guy. After about half an hour or so, he said that we could just ride around in the carriage some, but said that he wanted to stop by his place to grab something. I honestly wasn't ready to end the night, so I was more than willing to go with him. His place was probably about 20 minutes out from the plaza area. It was a cute little 2-story house with a big fenced-in front yard. When we stopped, he said that he would be right back and then hopped out. But then the driver of the carriage also hopped out and followed him in the house. I sat there, kind of curious, but again, was probably clouded by how great a night it had been. I went to pull out my phone, and I started to text my friend, when I started hearing people talking and getting closer. I looked over to see my date, the driver, as well as an older woman and 4 other people walking towards the carriage smiling. They had all come out of my date's house. I stayed where I was until my date approached and offered his hand, asking if I would step out for a moment. I didn't know what was going on, so I just accepted and then got out. As soon as I stepped out, he introduced me to everyone around. This was his family. His dad was the carriage driver the whole time. The older lady was his mom, and the 4 other people were his siblings. Well, I still thought the carriage was romantic. From what I got out of him, he didn't really choose it. That was their normal means of transportation. None of them had a car. Then, I started getting bombarded by questions from his mother and his 2 sisters. Mom asked me about the flowers that I like, my dress size, what type of design I preferred, saying that she'll be making it for me. I was confused as to what was going on. Then I saw his mom snatch the daughter by the arm to move her out of the way. I was then face to face with my date until he fell to one knee. And then he held out this giant old-looking ring that was pretty clearly not going to fit me anyways. Everyone was standing there, silently and smiling. I didn't know where I was or what to even say. Obviously, I wanted to say no. I just met this guy, but it was so awkward that nothing was coming out of me. And when I did finally get my voice back, all I could muster was, I need to go. I'm guessing they were all really expecting a straight answer by the look on their faces. But my date quickly stood up and then brought me back to the carriage. I told him that I could get a ride so as to not be a bother, but he insisted on taking me home. So we both climbed in the back and his father in the front. Now, the ride back was pretty damn awkward. We hardly spoke, and when we did, I felt like he was just talking to talk. He mentioned how he knew a house nearby that was for sale. He told me some facts about an old garage school nearby that was now sitting empty. And of course, even the weather. Once we got to my place, he tried walking into the building with me, but I stopped him at the door. He asked me when we would see each other again, and I told him that I wasn't sure and to have a good night. He even tried to go in for a kiss, and I just backed up and went inside. I called my friend immediately and I told her what all had happened and agreed with her that I needed to put an end to that immediately, as to not lead him on or give him any ideas. We hardly knew each other, and he was already wanting to get married? That's insane. So I messaged him that night and I told him that it wasn't going to work out, and I wished him the best. That went on longer than it needed to, as he kept pushing as to what was wrong since the date seemed to go so well. This guy really acted like the dating site was a planned marriage or something. I had to explain to him, like I would my grandparents, how it's used. He was still adamant that I was the one, and then he started spouting off some religious stuff that I couldn't follow. So I basically ended it at "we're done here, do not message me again, and then good luck in the future." I figured that that would be the end of it, but other than the random texts here and there, he also tried to add me on Facebook, and when that wouldn't work out, he tried adding my friends, telling them lies about things that I apparently told him on our date. He even tracked me down on some future dates that I had gone on with other guys, and even on a business lunch, claiming that I cheated on him and called me some colorful names. Thankfully, he didn't stick around when he started being threatened by my friends and also my co-workers. I did have one date leave during the event, saying that he didn't want to be involved, but to be honest, I can't say I blame him. And while this was all very stressful and ruined some potential things for me, the worst part of it all was when I saw him standing out front of my complex, just staring up at it. He still had no idea which one I was in, and I think that was probably the only thing that stopped him from going any further. I was just worried that one day he would be out there as I was leaving or coming home, and then I worried what his intentions were. At one point though, he did add my ex and we were on good terms, so he told me about it and what he was telling him too. My ex actually said a few things back to him. I don't know what exactly because he wouldn't tell me, but I never heard from him again. So, it's probably best that I don't know. I do apologize if this wasn't all that creepy, but there were definitely a mix of emotions during this time, so again, it was pretty stressful. I still use the same dating app, and I'm still a sucker for romantic stuff, but I make sure to drive myself now. I actually have 2 dating stories that should be pretty quick, hopefully. And they're not necessarily horror as in scary, but they're horror in the sense that they were horrifying and turned me off online dating pretty much altogether. I don't think much backstory is really needed for me, beyond the fact that I was in my mid-20s, have never had luck with meeting people that I care to really spend time with, and I wasn't exactly picky with who I swiped match on. When I say I wasn't picky, I mean that as long as they were a guy above a 3 on a scale of 10 and didn't throw any major super creep vibes, I was pretty much willing to give them a try. I know this may have been really dumb, but I'm the kind of person that is really willing to give anyone a shot to see if we vibe, if that makes any sense to you. Anyways, on to the first date story. I had matched with a guy named Jake on one of the apps, and he seemed like a pretty straightforward guy. His profile was pretty much your basic mid-20s guy that was into tech and fitness, 2 things that were actually bonuses for me. He and I spoke for a while, sent a few photos, had a few phone calls, and he was pretty much the most normal guy that I have ever spoken with. I was totally okay with normal. In fact, that was what I was looking for more than anything. We agreed to meet up for lunch at a small diner-like restaurant and set a date. The day comes and I show up first, and I then get the table for the 2 of us. As I'm sitting there, just waiting, I get a text from Jake saying that he had some car troubles and that he's going to be a few minutes late, but he was 100% not ghosting me. That was fine with me. I get it. I've had my share of "why won't my rust bucket start?" kind of moments. I tell him that I'm at the table and that it's totally fine and that I understand and so forth and so on. After about 20 or so more minutes, he finally walks into the restaurant and to our table. But he looks like he just had a panic attack. He was sweating, and it was early spring, so it was still pretty chilly outside, and he just looked distressed and disheveled overall. He sits down, and immediately just kind of looks like he lost all sense of the situation, like something happened and he's freaking out, but can't make it not obvious that he's freaking out. I ask him if he's okay and what was going on, and he just kind of starts looking like he's about to start sobbing. And as soon as that happens, I hear shouting, and I see several cops running into the restaurant telling him to get down on his knees and arresting him. It took me a few minutes to convince them that I was already there at the restaurant and that I was not with him prior to the minute that he walked in. Thankfully, the host and the server could vouch for me on that though. Come to find out, on his way to the date, Mr. Jake had actually hit someone with his car and then kept going. I don't mean like he sideswiped or bumped someone else's car. I mean that he literally hit a person and ran over their leg, causing major injury, and then kept going to meet up with me at the restaurant. I'm assuming that I was supposed to be an alibi, or I would have been if he hadn't been looked for by the police. So obviously, that date ended pretty quickly with him being shoved into the back of a cruiser, and me just staring at the floor like, oh my god, what am I doing with my life? Thankfully, the waiter was sympathetic and didn't make me pay for my drink, which was nice. At least, I got a free Dr. Pepper out of the situation. This second one, though, is the one that's not necessarily scary, but it's still what I would consider a dating horror story. It was, once again, a story where I met up with a guy that I met on one of those dating apps. This one was a guy named Chris. Chris's profile was a bit above the others that I looked at on the apps, because Chris was actually pretty attractive and was all about staying fit as he was a former military. Now, I've never been with a military guy, but I know a few of them, my brother for one, and I found out that I can tolerate most of them, and they can even be fun to hang out with. Talking with Chris went pretty smoothly at first, though he seemed to have a really strict "I can't chat with you before 8 p.m. kind of schedule about him, which had me initially concerned that he may have been a married man looking for an affair. I figured that I would at least see it through to the first date and see if I could spot an indentation on his ring finger, or try to ask him what it was all about. I mean, it could have been that he had a job that he worked until then and couldn't have his phone. Or maybe he just had other adult responsibilities that he had to see too. I was willing to be patient with him and get my answers. So, we scheduled a date for dinner. That 8 p.m. rule made it hard to do anything else, and I was looking forward to it. Once again, I was early to the date and I got a table for us. Then, when he finally shows up to the date, he walks in with another woman. I was a bit confused and taken aback that he would have the audacity to bring someone else to the date like that. But it was even more awkward when he sat down and said, "It's very nice to finally meet you in person. This is my mother." This man literally brought his mother on the date without warning. Now, mind you, if his mother had needed his care or been disabled, then I would have no issue with it, assuming that he would have informed me beforehand. But this woman was quite fit and able to take care of herself, and she was definitely there because she wanted to be there. What was weirder, at no point did Chris act like this was a weird thing. He just kept up the conversation as if she wasn't there. And then, it hit the apex of, "Oh my God, this is so awkward." When it came time to order, he tried to order one thing, and then his mother told him no, and then told the waiter something else. When the waiter walked away, he tried to tell his mom that he wanted the other thing, almost whining like a little kid, but she told him that it was too fatty and that he needed to watch his carbs. I just kind of sat there like, what? Was this woman really ordering for her adult former military son like this while he was on a date? Again, I know this wasn't scary, but it was definitely my "nope, I'm done" moment here. The entire date was so strange, and I pretty much ghosted him after this. I tried to think that maybe I was just being shallow about the whole thing, but it was just too much. Chris was actually my last date through any of those apps, and I kind of embraced being single for a while for reasons that I think are pretty obvious. Breakups are never easy, but my last one hit me harder than I expected. I'm Adam, and I'm a 28-year-old guy who thought that he had it all figured out until my relationship fell apart. For weeks, I was a mess, barely eating, hardly sleeping, and just going through the motions of daily life. Eventually, I decided that it was time to move on. My friends encouraged me to get back out there, so what else would I do I downloaded a few dating apps, hoping to find a connection that might fill the void. Swiping through the profiles became a daily routine. There was a mix of excitement and skepticism. I matched with several girls, but most turned out to be bots or people who weren't really interested. The genuine conversations were few and far between, and I really started to lose hope. But then, one day, I matched with a girl named Bethany. She seemed different, genuine. Her profile was filled with pictures of her smiling and just enjoying life, and her bio was simple yet intriguing. We started chatting on the app, and for the first few days, everything felt normal. There were no red flags, just easy conversations, and also a growing interest from me to her. After a few days of chatting, we decided to move the conversation off the app. We added each other on Snapchat, and soon, we were talking every single day. We called each other, we shared stories, and laughed about our lives. It felt like we were really connecting, you know? I started to think that maybe, just maybe, I had found someone special. After about a week of talking, I decided that it was time to ask her out on a date. A coffee date seemed perfect, casual, no pressure. But when I suggested it, Bethany hesitated. She explained that her family was somewhat conservative and that it would be best if our first date was at her house. She invited me over for dinner with her parents, followed by a movie in their basement. She assured me that her parents were fine with us being alone down there. At first, I felt a little bit reluctant. Bethany was 27 and still lived with her parents, and the whole setup seemed just a bit strange to me. But I really did like her, and I told myself that maybe her family was just really close-knit and protective, you know? Those kind of people. So I decided to give it a chance, and I agreed to the plan. We set the date for the coming Saturday at 6 p.m. Bethany gave me her address, and the countdown began. Saturday arrived. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, I drove to the address Bethany had provided, and I half expected to find a run-down or eerie house. But to my surprise, it was a beautiful, well-kept home in a nice suburban neighborhood. The lawn was perfectly manicured, and the house itself looked like it looked something out of a family sitcom. The exterior was a classic American home, if you know what I mean. White picket fence, flower beds, and a welcoming front porch with a swing. I texted Bethany to let her know that I had arrived, and the front door opened. Bethany stepped out, looking exactly like her pictures, beautiful and well put together. And standing just behind her were two people, a man and a woman, whom I assumed to be her parents. They greeted me warmly, and as I approached the house, her mother made a strange remark about me feeling at home because this would be my home soon too. I found the comment odd, but I just brushed it off as a quirky attempt at being welcoming. Her father also mentioned something about not being bothered by the decorations inside, saying that they were a bit religious, but that I would soon understand and accept them. To be honest, I was actually feeling increasingly uneasy, but I just followed them inside. Based on what I have seen outside of their house, I'm gonna be honest with you. Nothing could have prepared me of what I would see inside. The interior of their house was a stark contrast to the exterior. The walls were adorned with bizarre symbols and statues that gave off a cult-like vibe. There were various ornaments, some strange masks, talismans, and sculptures that seemed to stare at me as I walked past. One wall had a mural depicting a hooded figure surrounded by what looked like worshippers. Another had a series of shelves filled with jars containing who knows what. It wasn't settling, to say the least. All throughout, Bethany remained silent, her eyes fixed on me in a way that really made me uncomfortable. And I was starting to regret coming here. They then guided me to the dining room, where an old woman and a little boy were already seated. I assumed the boy was Bethany's younger brother. I said hello, and then I took a seat, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. At first, the conversation was actually normal. They asked me basic things about my life, about my job, my interest. I tried to focus on the conversation and convince myself that they were just quirky and overly religious at the same time. When Bethany's mom brought in the food, it actually looked delicious and I was excited to eat. But before we started chowing down, her father insisted on saying a prayer. We all had to hold hands, and the prayer was unlike anything that I have ever heard. They thanked a chosen one for the blessings, and Bethany was praised for bringing a new lamb to their house. The words made my stomach churn. I got so nervous, and I actually gagged. It was a good thing that I did, because after the prayer, Bethany's mom asked if I was okay. And instantly, I thought about a lie. I lied and I said that I was feeling sick, but I assured them that it was nothing serious. I claimed that I had some medication in my car that I needed to take. Her mom protested, saying that she had medicine, but I insisted and I stood up, walking swiftly to the door. I didn't look back as I ran to my car. I then got in and I locked the doors. My heart pounded as I started the engine, and then I drove as fast as I could. I did not stop until I reached a gas station. My hands were shaking and I felt a rush of relief and fear. I checked my phone, expecting a message from Bethany, but there was nothing. So I just blocked her number and I uninstalled the app. I grabbed a drink from the gas station just to calm my nerves, and then I drove home, still glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them following me. It's almost been a year since that night, and this memory still haunts me. Every now and then, I find myself thinking about the bizarre decorations and that eerie prayer. I wonder what could have happened if I had stayed. Would they have tried to indoctrinate me into their strange cult? If it was a cult, would I have been able to leave at all? These thoughts keep me awake at night sometimes, but I'm just grateful that I trusted my instincts and I got out when I did. So, that was my creepy experience. I just want to say that please, be careful with who you meet online and always trust your instincts. If something feels off, don't ignore it. The world can be a strange and dangerous place, and you never know what kind of people are out there. So Bethany, and probably your cult family, let's not meet again. I've been bouncing between a few different dating apps for a few years now, and while I'm still not in a long-term relationship, it hasn't all been bad. I've at least met a few people that have become good friends with me. But I do have one date that was very memorable for different reasons. I'll start by saying that I found my date on an app that was heavily used by the LGBTQ community. I am a female, and I ended up coming across a woman that I'll refer to as Jody. She was gorgeous. She had a few pictures on her profile, but her bio was kind of lacking. She gave a few things about herself and what she was looking for in a partner, but that was about it. Unfortunately, I'm used to seeing a fake profile on occasion in catfishers, so I wasn't hesitant, but I guess I was thinking that I would either find a good date or find another account to report. I was surprised when I got a response back within a reasonable time, and it didn't seem like a canned response. She greeted me and made small talk about herself and what her interests were. She even apologized if she seemed dull and short-answered, as she explained that she was new to this and just recently accepted who she was. This made me feel a bit better about her being a genuine person, because it's normal for people to be withdrawn and shy. So I was ready and willing to take her under my wing and help her feel comfortable with herself. We started talking more and quite frequently, daily even. It all stayed within this app though, as she said she wasn't ready to talk or text via phone. I could understand that, especially if she hadn't come out to her friends and family. So, it was probably about 3 weeks of us talking. I wasn't too confident that we would ever meet, or at least not in the near future. So I started accepting the fact that she may just be a new friend, which was definitely fine. However, she did finally ask about meeting up casually for drinks or something, and I was all for it. Jody and I agreed to meet at a bar and grill that was about midway for both of us. She was already there when I showed up, and she looked just like her photos, except her hair was a little longer. She was sitting at the bar, looking around the front for what I would assume would be me. I walked over to her and she hugged me immediately and had the biggest smile on her face. We ordered drinks and wings and just continued our conversation from the app. It was just like we knew each other for years. We could finish each other's sentences, and we had the same sense of humor, and she just genuinely seemed to have a lot of fun. Like I could tell that this was the true Jody. This was who she wanted to be. She grabbed my hand a few times and said that she really appreciated me being so patient with her. It wasn't a big deal to me. I would like to assume that anyone meeting new people would do the same, but I know we don't live in a perfect world. And now, the date was going great, perfect even in my opinion. But one thing I noticed was how her phone went off quite a bit, and she would constantly look down at it. However, other than looking at it or swiping the notifications away, she stayed off of it. I'm sure many people would find it rude, and if she was constantly on it, I would have probably had a different opinion on it. But I couldn't help but notice that when she did look at it, her mood seemed to change. Her smile would slowly fade, and then she would look back up at me and then smile. At some point in the night, her phone lit up with a phone number, but I couldn't see the name on it. It was obviously a phone call. It was obvious that it was getting to her based on her size and how her swiping to dismiss it was getting more and more eccentric. So I just told her, "If you need to answer someone, I totally get it. It's fine." She immediately started apologizing, and I assured her that I wasn't upset. It just seemed like it was important, and I suggested that she take it if she needed to. She thanked me and then excused herself, saying that she would be right back. I watched as she walked to the front and started talking on her phone. From the look on her face and hand motions, I could tell that it was not a pleasant conversation. When it was finally over, she walked back and again apologized for that, and now clearly upset. She explained that it was her ex and that they split up over a month ago, but wouldn't leave her alone. Given the situation we were in, and since she didn't say much more about them, I just assumed that it was a bitter ex and didn't want to ask because she obviously didn't want to talk about it. So, we pushed it aside and then continued with our date. After we finished our last drinks, we decided to head out for the night. I was pretty smitten with her, so when she looked down at her phone one more time and then asked if she could spend some more time at my place, I definitely agreed. She wanted to leave her car there and just ride home with me. We walked to my car and then got in, and continued our conversation on our way home. The parking lot at my apartment was pretty limited, and since I was getting back late, I was going to have to parallel park. And there was a car behind me, so I rolled down my window to let them go by before I started. As they were passing, they slowed down, almost to a stop right next to me. At first, I was about to make a comment about them being in the way when Jody said, "Oh my God," and then exclaimed, "That's my ex's car." It was too dark for me to see a person inside. They may have had tinted windows too, but it was hard to tell. But they did have a lighter colored stripe down the side, so I assumed that's how she could tell. I definitely wasn't ready to deal with an ex on a first date, but I was ready to call the cops if necessary. So after they finally passed me, I parked and then got out. I was ready for confrontation with some crazy lady. But what I did not expect was this burly football player guy to get out. Crap, all I could think in my head was, he wouldn't start a fight with a girl, right? He immediately yelled at me, demanding to know who I was and what Jody was doing with me. And before I could say anything, Jody jumped in and said that I was a coworker and that we had just had dinner and that I was going to show her my guinea pig because she was thinking of getting one. I did have a guinea pig, so I guess that wasn't a lie. I just stood there, letting her talk to see where this would lead. However, as his tone became more and more aggressive, I put my keys between my fingers and unlocked my phone. She was over on my side of the car already, so as he got closer and closer to her, I could tell that she was visibly shaken. I didn't like where this was going, so I approached them, saying that he needed to step back. But before I could finish, I was punched in the jaw with enough force to make me fall backwards. I was trying to regain my composure and trying to figure out what exactly just happened when I heard Jody screaming. I stood up and I saw that she had run to the other side of my car and that this guy had just grabbed her by the hair, dragging her to his car. I was terrified. I'm far from being a small girl, but there was no way that I was going to be able to stop this guy. I quickly called 911, but thought that I needed to do something right then and there for her. There was no way of knowing what would happen to her if he left with her, if he was willing to deck a total stranger, and a girl at that. So, I ran to them screaming for someone to call for help, shouting out my address and grabbing Jody from the front to hold her back. I was trying to hold her hair so it wasn't ripped out, but he was fighting me the whole time. And thank God, someone walking their dog noticed all of this and immediately ran to us. He started fighting the ex, and the dog was biting the ankles until he finally gave up. He then let go of Jody and turned his anger on this good Samaritan. He didn't get any hits on him before the cops showed up though, and he was detained, and I'm sure as hell pressed charges on him. Once he was out of sight, we all talked to the cops, and that's when I learned that this guy was just as abusive to Jody behind closed doors as he was that night in public. She finally had the courage to split, but he didn't accept that. She was very apologetic and embarrassed, but it's not like it was her fault, so I still invited her in to calm down. We talked more that night, and she ended up staying, so she knew that she had a safe place to go in case that he got out somehow. To sum it up, Jody and I became really close. Our romantic relationship didn't really work out for us, but she has become a really good friend, and in fact, we live together. I at least was able to convince her to file a restraining order and block him everywhere that she could, so she finally stopped hearing from him. I do joke with her though, that was definitely the most memorable first date that I have ever been on.
I used to believe in fairy tales. I thought that once you found your soulmate, you would live happily ever after. That's how things felt with Charlie. We met when I was 24 at a Korean-themed fair. The vibrant colors, the sweet aroma of street food, and the cheerful music set the perfect backdrop for our first meeting. I remember the day vividly. I was intrigued by a traditional fan dance. When someone accidentally nudged me, causing me to spill my drink, I turned around ready to confront the person. But instead, I met Charlie's apologetic eyes. Our connection was instant, like a spark igniting a flame. Charlie was sweet in ways that I had never experienced before. He had this habit of cutting the crust off my sandwiches because he knew that I didn't like them. He would fold napkins into little swans whenever we dined out because he knew how much I adored them. His love for anime and poetry added layers to his personality that made him really irresistible. He would write me poems, simple yet profound, and we would watch our favorite anime series late into the night. I loved every moment we spent together, no matter how mundane or extraordinary it was. For years, our relationship blossomed, and we eventually got engaged. We planned our future together, dreaming of a beautiful wedding and a life filled with love and laughter. He would often joke about how many kids he wanted. But life had other plans. Just a few months before our wedding, Charlie was involved in a tragic car accident. He didn't survive, and my world shattered into pieces. The love of my life was gone, and I was left to pick up the fragments of what could have been. I was heartbroken. I wasn't able to see myself with anyone else. The pain was just unbearable, and it took years for me to even consider moving on. Years passed, and although the wound never fully healed, I knew that it was my time to try again. My name's Valerie, by the way, and I'm 34 now. I'm a teacher who had poured myself into my work just to escape the loneliness. My friends, seeing my struggle, have been encouraging me to put myself out there again. One of them actually even set up a date for me, insisting that I deserved happiness too. I knew she was right, but it was just so hard for me. I reluctantly agreed. I wanted to humor my friend who tried so hard for this. The date was set for a Friday evening at a charming restaurant downtown. My friend assured me that the guy was nice and that I would enjoy his company. I wasn't convinced, but I decided to give it a try. After all, what did I have to lose? The day of the date arrived and I was nervous as I made my way to the restaurant. My heart was pounding in anticipation. I haven't done this in so long. I don't even know how to act or what to do. What if I say something stupid? I was panicking a little in my head. I arrived a few minutes early and I sat down at a table by the window. I tried to calm my nerves, reminding myself that this was just a date, nothing more, nothing less. After a few minutes, my date arrived. He was handsome, with a kind smile and a confident demeanor. He introduced himself as Daniel, a 36-year-old architect. He seemed genuinely pleased to meet me, and I felt a glimmer of hope that maybe this wouldn't be so bad at all. He sat down, and then we ordered our food. While we waited, we chatted about our lives. As we talked, Daniel began fiddling with his napkin, and to my surprise, he folded it into a swan, just like Charlie used to do. It was a small gesture, but it struck a chord deep within me. I brushed it off as a coincidence, telling myself that anyone could fold the napkin into a swan. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Our food arrived shortly after. Daniel ordered a salmon steak,
which happened to be Charlie's favorite dish. I ordered a simple sandwich with some sides because I wasn't really feeling a heavy dinner. When Daniel saw my sandwich, he offered to remove the crust for me. I was taken aback by this. From an outsider's perspective, it might have seemed like either a kind gesture or maybe even a weird one, but to me, it was eerily familiar. I asked him why he offered that, and he simply said that it looked like I didn't like the crust. I tried to stay calm on the outside, but internally I was freaking out. The similarities between Daniel and Charlie were unnerving. As we continued to talk, I found myself feeling strangely comfortable with him, as if I had known him for years. His mannerism, his interest, and even his quirks reminded me of Charlie. Curiosity got the best of me, and I blurted out a question about his hobbies. "By any chance, do you like writing poems?" Daniel nodded and said yes. He started going more into the things that he likes and enjoys. And if you've guessed that he likes anime, then you're absolutely right. There were of course other hobbies he mentioned, but those two stuck out to me. I felt a chill run down my spine. These were things that Charlie loved, and I thought to myself, did my friend tell him these things in advance? Was this some kind of sick joke they're playing at me? But then I also realized that my friend, or anyone else for that matter, does not know these things. There was no way that Daniel could have known these details in advance. Maybe I was just reading into things too much. The rest of the date went well, almost too well. Daniel was charming, attentive, and we had a great conversation, but I couldn't ignore the weird feeling inside me. Physically, Daniel and Charlie were different, but their personalities and quirks were strikingly similar. It was as if fate was playing a cruel joke on me. After the date, Daniel texted me asking for a second one. I didn't know what to do. Part of me was really drawn to him because of the uncanny resemblance to Charlie, but another part of me was freaked out by it. I asked my friend if she had told Daniel anything about Charlie, but she vehemently denied it. She insisted that she hadn't shared any personal details and that she just thought that Daniel seemed like a great guy on his own. I was torn. Should I say yes to a second date, knowing that Daniel reminded me so much of Charlie, or should I protect myself from the emotional turmoil that might follow? My mind is a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. If you have any advice, please don't hesitate to let me know. I would really appreciate it. The world of online dating is a strange and often unpredictable place. After a recent breakup, I found myself drifting through the maze of dating apps, just hoping to find someone who could bring a spark back to my life. My name is Lindy, and I'm 26 years old. I was ready to meet strangers with the hope of finding a genuine connection again. I didn't want to use dating apps at this age, but with my schedule at work, and also me being an introvert, it was really hard to find a connection by myself. So I ended up downloading those apps. After spending countless hours scrolling through different profiles and engaging in superficial conversations, I finally matched with a guy named Derek. From his profile, Derek seemed like a nice, ambitious guy. He was so well dressed in his photos, he was always smiling, and his bio was filled with his humble brags about his successful career and his love for outdoor adventures. He seemed so genuine, and our initial chat was pleasant. He was attentive with the things that I said, he asked interesting questions, and he seemed to be eager to get to know me. So, after a few days of chatting, and when Derek asked me out on a date, I of course agreed, and I just hoped for the best. We decided to meet at a popular restaurant downtown. It was known for its cozy ambience and excellent food, though a little bit pricey, but it's fine. I didn't mind splurging a little bit. The night of the date, I dressed in a simple but elegant outfit. I was hoping to make a good impression on Derek. I arrived a few minutes early because I wanted to settle in and gather my thoughts. When Derek walked in, he looked just like his pictures. He was tall, confident, and very well groomed. I was actually very excited. He greeted me warmly, and I felt an initial sense of relief that he wasn't a catfish. We were seated at a nice table, and the evening started off smoothly. Derek was charming and seemed genuinely interested in me, and I thought that this might actually work out. I was already planning in my head on where the second date would be. However, things took a turn when the waiter arrived to take our order. Derek's demeanor changed instantly. He became overbearing, insisting on ordering not just for himself but for me as well, without even asking what I wanted. He picked the dishes that he claimed were the best, and while I appreciated his enthusiasm, it felt so controlling on my end. I just tried to brush it off, thinking it might be a quirk or a misguided attempt to impress me. But as the evening progressed, Derek's behavior grew more and more unsettling. He was incredibly proud and rude to the waiter. He was snapping at him for the smallest things and making snide remarks about the service. At one point, he even tried to embarrass the waiter by comparing their financial statuses, boasting about his own wealth and implying that the waiter was inferior for not having as much money as him. I could see the discomfort in the waiter's eyes, and I felt a pang of sympathy for him. To be honest, now that I think about it, I actually regret not standing up for him, but I think I was just so taken aback and so confused, and maybe a bit scared of Derek too. Derek didn't stop there. He made a point to claim that I was his girlfriend, despite it being our first date. He told the waiter that someone like him could easily afford someone like me, implying that I was some sort of trophy. The possessiveness and arrogance of this guy just made my skin crawl. What started as a promising date quickly turned into a nightmare. My initial attraction to Derek evaporated with each passing minute and every single time that he opened his mouth. His attempts to dominate the conversation, his disrespect towards the waiter, and his awful behavior just left a sour taste in my mouth. I realized that he wasn't the charming, considerate person that he had initially appeared to be at all. Instead, he was this controlling, arrogant, and disrespectful asshole, qualities that I found deeply unattractive. I knew that I had to get through the rest of the date gracefully, but I also knew that I would never go out with Derek again. I just tried to remain polite and composed, nodding along to his stories and fake laughs, while counting down the minutes until I could leave. When the check finally arrived, I offered to pay my part, but Derek made a grand show of paying for everything, further assisting his sense of superiority. After the date, I thanked him for the evening and I made my way home. I didn't want him to send me back home because I did not want an asshole like him knowing where I lived. When I got back home, I was feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. I had hoped for a nice time and maybe a potential connection, but instead, I had encountered a side of a person, Derek, that was both alarming and off-putting. I decided not to respond to any more of his messages. it was clear that we were not a match at all, and I wanted to avoid any further interaction with him. Over the next few days, Derek tried reaching out multiple times, sending text messages and leaving voicemails, and I just ignored them, hoping that he would get the hint. But then, one evening, I received a text message from Derek, and it was just filled with hate. He was accusing me of leading him on and calling me all sorts of hurtful names. He berated me for ignoring him and made it clear that he was furious about my lack of response. Text was so unsettling, and it left me feeling shaken. His kind and charming facade had completely crumbled, revealing a bitter and vindictive side. I decided to just block his number and delete any trace of our conversation. It was clear that Derek was not someone that I wanted in my life, even in the most peripheral way. And no, absolutely not. So, to anyone who's trying to get into the world of online dating, I share my story as a cautionary tale. Be mindful of people that you meet and the personas that they project. Trust your instincts and don't ignore the red flags, even if red might be your favorite color, and no matter how subtle they may seem. In my case, it was not subtle at all. Kidding aside though, Derek, let's not meet again. I do hope that you find the self-awareness to change your ways, but that's gonna be a journey you'll have to take on your own. As for me, I'll continue my search for a genuine connection. This is a story that I never thought I'd have to tell. I'm Nina and I'm 28 years old, and several months ago, I found myself in a situation that still sends shivers down my spine whenever I think about it. I met Kevin when I was new to my company. He worked in the IT department while I worked in a different department on another floor. Our paths crossed when I had to get my company-issued laptop set up. Kevin was one of the ID guys responsible for onboarding new employees. He was charming, funny, and he made me feel at ease in a new environment. We hit it off almost immediately, and after a few casual conversations, he asked me out on a date. To be exact, we went out on 3 dates before deciding to make it official. I know how it sounds. Just know that I was lonely and it was hard for me to find a guy that I would like. So when I found Kevin, I didn't mind jumping into a relationship so quickly. The first couple of weeks were great. It was filled with the typical new relationship energy. However, it didn't take long for our differences to show. Well, 2 months exactly. Kevin and I had fundamental differences that we just couldn't work out. For one, he didn't like animals, which was a huge deal breaker for me. I have 2 dogs and 3 cats, and they are like family to me. At first, I just thought that Kevin wasn't used to animals, but his disdain for my pets was clear as day, and he often complained about the cost and attention that they required. Well, the final straw came one night when he casually suggested that I should consider giving them away or abandoning them, especially if we ever got serious and decided to get married. This was a conversation that he brought up 2 months into the relationship. Well, that was it for me. I couldn't be with someone who didn't love and respect my pets as I did, so I ended it that same day. Looking back at it now, I'm actually glad that he showed his true colors so early into the relationship. Anyway, the breakup itself wasn't messy. There was no shouting matches or cruel words exchanged. Kevin did push back a bit, but ultimately he accepted. I also didn't worry about seeing him at work since we were on different floors and we rarely crossed paths. Life went back to normal after the breakup. I focused on my work, spent time with my pets, and then went out with friends. However, a couple of weeks later, I received a text message from Kevin. He asked me to meet him at a specific area of the park that we used to visit together. He said that he just wanted to talk. I didn't think much of it at that time. I figured that he might want to talk things over or ask to get back together. I wasn't interested in rekindling the relationship, but I thought that it would be kind to explain things to him in person, calmly and rationally. But as the date approached, I started to feel uneasy. I don't know why, but something about the situation didn't sit right with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that I might be in danger. Trusting my instincts, I called my older brother and explained the whole situation to him. Let me tell you about my brother. My brother is a tall, strong guy who is very active in sports and weightlifting. He's the kind of person who can intimidate most people with just his presence, but he's actually a caring and sweet man. My brother then suggested that he would go with me. He said that he will keep a bit of distance so we still have our privacy, but he wants to be able to keep an eye on me just in case that things go south. On the night of our meetup, my brother picked me up and we drove to the park. We were running late for some reason that I can clearly remember now. I told my brother the exact location, and he dropped me off near the spot while he went to find parking. I hurried to the bench where Kevin and I used to sit. But when I got there, Kevin wasn't around yet, so I just sat on the bench waiting for him. I noticed how eerily quiet and empty the park was. I never went to the park at that hour, so I never knew. But suddenly, I heard some rustling behind me. I turned around and I see 3 men emerging from the trees behind the bench. They had masks covering their mouths and they stared at me intensely. My heart sank and a wave of nausea hit me. It didn't take long to realize that this was a trap set up by Kevin. I started to panic, unsure of what to do, and the men closed in and I felt utterly helpless. And just then, I heard a booming voice yell, "Who the hell are you guys? Get the hell away from my sister!" It was my brother. He was running towards us, and the sight of his massive, intimidating frame must have freaked the men out. They hadn't expected anyone else to be there, let alone someone who could easily overpower them. They took off running, disappearing into the darkness. To be honest, in my panic state, I even forgot my brother was there. But I thank whatever stars I have that he was there and that I listened to my gut feeling a couple of days ago. I ran to my brother and then we got out of there as quickly as possible. My brother then drove me back home and we talked about what had happened. We debated calling the cops but ultimately decided against it, thinking that we didn't have enough proof that it was Kevin who orchestrated the whole thing. But deep down, I knew it was him. Looking back, I realized how foolish I was to meet him in the first place, but I had no idea that he was capable of something so horrible. A few days after the incident, I found out that Kevin had quit the company and no one knew where he was. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I was relieved but also scared, knowing that he was out there somewhere. I thank God for my brother, because I don't know what would have happened to me if he hadn't been there. I still get nightmares about that night, imagining what could have happened if my brother hadn't shown up in time. So, to everyone, all I can say is listen to that inner voice that tells you that something isn't right. I was just a sophomore in high school, and I fell head over heels for the new quiet kid and thought that he was my forever. Crazy, but I would actually go on marrying down the road just 1 week after graduation. High school sweethearts. Looking back now, I can see how many red flags I noticed but ignored because I was young and eagerly wanting to be grown up. Well, fast forward, the night before my wedding day, I was going over last-minute wedding details with my mom, who is easily one of the most caring and selfless people that I know. So bless my sweet mama's heart when I asked her if she'd be mad if I decided that I didn't want to go through with the wedding. The wedding was the next day, but me being me, and Mom thought that I was messing with her, I couldn't tell her the truth of what was going on now. So I took a deep breath and I forced a believable chuckle. She genuinely thought that I was just pulling another one of my jokes. I went on to finally tell her the truth almost a year after I escaped him, and she still feels bad for not taking it seriously. No one knew what was going on behind closed doors, but makes sense. I was honestly his biggest PR team. Only 2 hours passed in saying I do's. He was throwing me out of the truck in my parents' driveway, cussing and yelling that he wanted a divorce. He was then recklessly driving off. So much for all that honeymoon phase on our actual honeymoon. I ran inside and my dad came out of the bedroom, and he couldn't understand a word that I was saying, but he is trying to basically ask me what was happening, and I say it as clear as I could while uncontrollably sobbing. He left me. How could he? On our honeymoon. My dad is pissed, but then he relaxed and tried to rationalize the situation, like maybe he forgot something, or pulling a bad joke or something like that. And then we see his truck flying in our driveway, and my dad smiles and says, "See, he's right there." I wipe my tears and I walk out of the door and tell them yes, that it was a prank. But inside I was screaming. I was so embarrassed for myself because now I looked crazy. But if I wanted to save this relationship, they could never know the truth. Months go by and he starts being sweeter ever since we had to be in a long-distance relationship because he was in the military at training. But soon, I would be packing up my life and moving to Texas with him. I could tell that my parents were starting to see the cracks that I had worked so hard to glue together. My mom even picked up my phone on the table, mistaking it for hers, and saw this huge message from my ex, crying and begging me to stay because he was not a good person. But I assured her that this was way out of character for him, which was a lie, and that he was just lonely. I knew that she didn't believe me, but she also knew that I was stubborn and I was going to do whatever regardless of her concerns. After just a few weeks in Texas, I knew my life was in danger. It was Thanksgiving that day, and my family just called to check up on us and just tell us happy Thanksgiving. And the moment that I hung up, the man that I thought was my soulmate just started cussing at me and saying that I need to stop talking to my family because he was my only family now. I let out a little chuckle thinking that he's gotta be joking. And then he picks up our wedding glasses, which I specifically had made for us, and then he throws it directly at me, shattering around me. Shocked, I didn't know what to do. So I walked over to the broom and I just start sweeping up the broken glass. You may read this and think, surely he would be done throwing a tantrum by now, right? But no. He then throws pictured frames at me while I'm sweeping up the glass. Honestly, that broken glass on the wooden floor was just a metaphor for any love that I had left towards this man. I broke that night, and I stopped seeing him as my other half, and more as the monster that I'm now stuck with. I became very depressed, and he loved that. He would break me down over and over again just to get a reaction. 2 months go by, and one night, he completely lost his shit over the washer and dryer people messing up the days that they were supposed to come out, and he started pacing back and forth, mumbling words that I couldn't quite make out. But then he demanded that I call and fix it. He grabbed me and sat me on the couch, telling me what to say and that I better not fuck it up, like a damn negotiation. This man was paranoid as hell, making comments that they were doing it because he was a soldier. And then he started blaming me, even though I wasn't even around him when he called the place in the first place. But he still yelled at me for hours. He walked to the bedroom, and I'm still on the couch still processing that moment. He said, "You're so stupid. This is all your fault. Did you plan this with the workers just to make me look dumb? Or are you really just that dumb? Huh? You bitch?" That's what I fucking thought. You're no good. You're just an ungrateful bitch. I said, "You know what? I'm done. You won't do anything except complain and bitch at me, blaming me for everything, and all you do is cuss and yell at me for no damn reason." He looked at me with this look that I've heard other victims try and describe, and the best that I can describe it is a darkness in his eyes. Like an emptiness that still causes me nightmares to this day. And without hesitation, he lunges at me in the middle of the day with our curtains open, with our door wide open, and our neighbors out and about. He then throws me against the wall and starts choking me. I slowly see black, but then he lets go for a second because then he slammed my entire body to the floor. At that moment, I either blacked out or my brain was trying to shield myself from what was happening. But piece by piece, I would come to, and he was holding me by my shoulders and just repeatedly slamming me on the wooden floor. My screams ignored by the people outside, and I pleaded for anyone to call the police, and I repeated yelling for help over and over and over again. My fight or flight takes over and then chooses flight. I run to the main bathroom, and I lock the door, frantically calling my mom because I'm in that moment that I just wanted to hear her voice. Unsure if that would be my last. But my poor mom didn't know the nightmare of that phone call until it was too late. She was with my sister and dad, and then she put me on speakerphone because we usually do this so they can all talk to me like we were all there together. But instead, they hear me screaming for my life and hear my ex calling me awful names and telling me to get my ass in there and to unlock the door. They were so confused, and my dad was ready to come and kill this asshole himself. But then silence. No more banging, just me softly crying and just trying to calm my mother over the phone that I am all right and that I know that I need to leave him, but that I had to do it in the safest way possible, because if he were to catch me, I may not make it out with my life. When I walk out of the room, my ex is just sitting there with a blank stare like nothing had happened. There was a theme throughout our 3-year relationship, but I could no longer ignore the escalation of his behavior. So one night, I finally put my escape plan into action. I was gonna make a run for it. It was 2 a.m. Keys to my Pontiac were on the kitchen table, and he was asleep in the bedroom that I wasn't allowed in several days earlier. I then busted out of the guest bedroom that was my prison, and then I beelined out the front door quietly, but also as quickly as possible. 9.5 hours to my home state, and I only stopped once in Dallas to fill up on gas. With every mile in my rearview mirror, I felt something inside that reassured me. I'm free now, forever scared, but most have healed or faded. I 100% believe that if I had stayed, I would be 6 feet deep now. So, to my abusive ex-husband that I fled from that late February night, let's not meet again, ever. So my senior year of high school, I dated this guy. Let's call him Tom. We dated for over a year. The relationship was not good. We were always breaking up and then getting back together. We were fighting a lot, and he also threatened me a lot. It was just overall very toxic. His parents also had a very rocky relationship. His dad was an alcoholic and beat on his mom most nights. I even witnessed it when I spent the night there on rare occasions. It was scary. And toward the end of the senior year, Tom cheated on me at his birthday party. So again, we broke up, and months later we tried to get back together. But I just realized that I just didn't like him anymore, and I called it quits for good. That was 15 years ago, and that was the last time that I saw him. I've since heard that he became an alcoholic just like his dad, that he became very violent, and he wound up in a mental hospital. I wasn't sure on the details on this, but I had heard that he might be schizophrenic. 9 years ago, I met my now husband. We've been happily married for 4 years and have a 2-year-old and another one on the way. Maybe about a year ago now, I got a random text message asking my name. I get work calls and texts on my personal phone, so I just answered, "Yes?" And they wrote back, "How are you?" I should mention that I've had the same number since high school. I just didn't respond because I didn't know who it was, and at this point I figured that it wasn't something having to do with work. But then, a few minutes later, I got another text that said, "It's Tom. How are you?" When I tell you, I absolutely gasped. I responded, "I'm well. I hope you are too." He then wrote again and asked, "What are you doing?" Again, I didn't respond. A minute later, I get a follow-up message from him that said, "Do you ever think about us? Do you ever wonder what would have happened if we were still together? Do you ever think about getting back together?" I sat in silence rereading these messages, unsure of how to respond. I finally just replied and said, "I'm sorry, Tom, but no, I'm married now, and I wish you the best, but I don't think we should have any form of communication." He just responded with okay and apologized. I thought that it was weird, but whatever. Maybe the dude was lonely and decided to reach out, but who knows. Last week, his mother showed up at my family business. I've worked here since high school in different roles. She and his father had gotten a divorce, and she now has a boyfriend that she seems happy with. We exchanged pleasantries, and then she asked me, "Did you hear about Tom? He was in an institution." I said that I'd heard and that I was sorry to hear it. She said, "Well, he killed several animals, and that's why they ended up locking him up." Again, I said that I was sorry to hear that, but then she said, "Yeah, but he's out now. He's been for a while. You know, you were always my favorite girlfriend he had. Do you ever still think about him?" I wasn't sure what to say to this. I wanted to say, "Lady, that was in high school. No." Instead, I just said, "No, I'm married now with a toddler. I don't have much time to think about anything else." I guess I was just trying to lighten the mood. But she then said, "You know, he's not a bad guy. I don't see him that much anymore, but when I do, he still talks about you. He wonders what could have been. Would you ever be open to talking to him?" Well, that's when I shut things down. I told her that it was great to see her, but that option was off the table now and forever. I then said that I had to get back to work, and I walked away and hid in the back until she left. I mean, what the actual fuck? This high school relationship was years ago. I want no part of him or his family. I'm just sincerely hoping that he doesn't pop up at my place of work. I have no idea if he's still around the area, but I really, really hope that he isn't. Anyway, bizarre old high school boyfriend, let's not meet again. Hi everyone, my name is Chris and I'm 25 and male. I'm here to tell you about a terrifying and somewhat embarrassing story that I have. Please forgive me if I write some things a bit weirdly. I'm really not the best when it comes to writing. Anyway, let's start the story. Falling in love with Samantha, who was 22 and female, was like a dream come true. We met at a mutual friend's party, and from that night on, it felt like we were inseparable. She was everything that I have ever wanted. She was kind, thoughtful, and beautiful. Our relationship was the epitome of what you would call healthy and beautiful. We took care of each other, we shared our dreams, and we made plans for the future. After dating for a year, we decided to take the next step and then move in together. I know, some of you might think that it was too fast, but for me, I couldn't wait to just be with her all the time. Those first few months were nothing short of magical. We did everything as a couple, cooking meals together, we had weekend getaways, and we were cuddling up for movie nights. We spent lazy Sundays in our jammies. We were playing board games and, just enjoying each other's company. It really felt like a perfect match. Like everything had just fallen into place. It felt like I have finally met the one that I was going to spend the rest of my life with. But as time went on, something shifted. It wasn't gradual. It was like someone had flipped a switch. By the 7th month of living together, the dynamic between us had completely changed. We stopped caring about each other in the way that we used to. Where there had been once love and affection, there was now apathy and irritation. It happened so suddenly that it was jarring. We started getting annoyed with each other's presence, snapping at the smallest things. I couldn't stand the way she left her shoes in the hallway, and she hated the way that I absent-mindedly left dishes in the sink. Our once cozy home turned into a battleground, if I may say, and every little annoyance became a reason for a screaming match between the two of us. Intimacy completely vanished. We went from being a couple who couldn't keep their hands off each other to barely acknowledging each other's presence. There were days when we wouldn't even speak to each other at all. The silence between us was just heavy and suffocating. I don't know why we stayed together despite the obvious signs that it was over. Maybe it was just because neither of us knew how to end it. Or maybe it was the looming specter of our lease that had just a couple of months left. We were both just waiting it out, I guess, hoping to avoid the discomfort of a breakup until the lease was up. But everything came to a head one day when we fought over something as trivial as dishes in the sink. The argument escalated quickly, and we started another screaming match with each other. And in the heat of the moment, I thought to myself, "Oh God, I hate this woman." And that was when it clicked for me. I couldn't continue being in a relationship where I harbored these kinds of thoughts. I told her that we should end it, and she agreed. We decided to just wait for the lease to be up, but I already moved my stuff to the spare bedroom that night. We hadn't spoken a word for a week after that. Living in the same space with someone you once loved but now couldn't stand was a new kind of torture. One day, I was feeling bored and somewhat lonely, So I decided to download the dating app. I was already single. I wasn't looking for anything serious, just some people to chat with. I matched with a few women and I started talking to them. But there was this one girl that I really connected with. We hit it off and we decided to take our conversation out of the app. We exchanged numbers and started talking on the phone, sometimes for hours. It was refreshing to have a friendly voice to talk to, a distraction from the tense atmosphere that I had at home. Do take note that during my relationship with Samantha, I have never cheated on her, nor did I ever think that she cheated on me. This all happened weeks after me and Samantha finally called quits on the relationship. One night, while I was on the phone with a new girl in my room, I heard a loud banging on my door. It startled me. It wasn't a normal kind of banging. It sounded like someone was using a heavy object to hit the door. So I ended the call abruptly. And then came the yelling. It was Samantha. She was screaming and calling me names. She accused me of cheating on her, her voice filled with rage and hysteria. The noise was deafening. I could hear things breaking outside my door, glass shattering, objects crashing to the floor. And despite being a man, I knew that I didn't have the strength to stop Samantha in her state. I was just horrified. I genuinely thought that I was going to get hurt that night. So I did the only logical thing that I could think of, and that was to call the police. They arrived within minutes, thanks to a neighbor who had already called them after hearing the commotion. The neighbors actually called in for a noise complaint. The officers came in and then detained Samantha until she calmed down. 2 officers spoke to her while one talked to me, and I explained everything, my voice shaking as I recounted the ordeal. To be honest, in my head, I was terrified that Samantha would make up lies and blame everything on me, but luckily she didn't. After everything was sorted out, I decided to just leave that night. The police waited while I packed my things and I loaded everything into my car. As I drove away, I felt a mix of relief and sadness. I stopped by a gas station to buy some snacks and I called my parents to explain what had happened. They were understanding and offered to let me move back in with them. I then blocked Samantha on all my social media accounts and I changed my phone number. Thankfully, she didn't try to contact me again. The entire experience left me shaken, and I just knew that I wouldn't be dating anyone anytime soon. So, to Samantha, the woman that I once loved, who turned my life into a nightmare, I hope that I never see you again. The creepy guy I dated for a while is a murderer. As a teenager, I waited tables in a local restaurant to pay for the gas for my car. That's where I met Mr. Creep, let's call him that. In my naive mind, he seemed normal at first, despite the fact that he was 20 and wanting to date a 17-year-old. Leaving my job after dark scared me, so I taught myself to get in my car, shut the door, and lock it in one fluid motion, and it made me feel safe. One night, while I was leaving work, I had just gotten into my car when Mr. Creep seemed to just appear out of nowhere, yanking my door handle to try and open it. I looked into his eyes in the split second before he smiled, and what I saw absolutely chilled my bones. I don't know how to describe the evil that I saw. I just rolled down the window a crack and then faked a laugh when he said something about wanting to see if he could scare me, and then I just used my curfew as an excuse to get away. From then on, I was terrified of him, but I didn't let on because I was afraid of what he might do if I told him that I never wanted to see him again. After this, he constantly lied to try to impress me and try to invent ways of being alone with me. But my instinct was to run, so I tried my best to avoid him. About 2 weeks after this incident, the restaurant got robbed, and there was significant evidence against Mr. Creep, but it was just not the kind that allowed the cops to charge him. I tried sending all of my text conversations with Mr. Creep to the police chief in hopes that it would help. But Mr. Creep just slithered away after that, and I always had to look over my shoulder. About 5 years ago, he messaged me on Facebook out of the blue. He went on about his top secret military clearance, as well as a huge acreage he owned. It made me nervous, and I felt like he was trying to spring a trap or something, but I tried to put it out of my mind. And then today, I was looking at posts about an unsolved murder when I saw his mugshot. He is now facing murder charges as well as 2 other violent felony charges. I am so glad to know that he's locked up now, but I am so overwhelmed about how correct my instincts were about Mr. Creep. I feel like I escaped him. My name is Matthew, and I'm 30 years old. I met Kimberly when I was 26. We were introduced through a mutual friend, Richard, who had been my best friend since college. Kimberly and I had an instant connection, the kind that you read about in novels. We were that couple who finished each other's sentences and shared inside jokes that made others feel like outsiders. It was even so cheesy to the point where I can't even believe it. Richard, who was also 26 at that time, was incredibly supportive of our relationship. He seemed genuinely happy for us, often joining us for outings and gatherings, and I valued his friendship deeply. He was like a brother to me. For a long time, it felt like I was living in a dream. Kimberly, Richard, and I formed a close-knit trio. We spent countless weekends together, hiking, dining out, and even vacationing as a group. My life literally felt perfect. But perfect never lasts, and I was too blinded by love to see the cracks forming beneath the surface. The first signs of trouble were small, almost insignificant. Kimberly started making quirky comments about how Richard and I had such a strong friendship. She would say things like, "You two are practically inseparable," with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. At that time, I thought she was just being playful. But these comments became more frequent, and gradually, they took on a more critical tone. She started suggesting that Richard didn't respect our relationship and that he was a bad influence on me. I brushed off her concerns, thinking that she was just being overly protective. Richard had been my friend for years, and I couldn't imagine him having any ill intentions. But Kimberly's words planted a seed of doubt in my mind. I began to analyze Richard's actions more critically, looking for any signs of disrespect or betrayal. And this was just the beginning of a manipulation that I didn't yet recognize. It wasn't long before Kimberly's influence began to affect my behavior. I started declining Richard's invitations to hang out, choosing instead to spend time with Kimberly alone. She would often claim that she felt uncomfortable when Richard was around, saying that he made her feel like a third wheel. I wanted to make her happy, so I distanced myself from Richard, thinking that it was the right thing to do for my relationship. Months passed, and my social circle began to shrink. Friends who had once been close seemed distant, wary even. Kimberly always had an explanation though. She would tell me that they were jealous of our relationship or that they had said things behind my back. I trusted her completely and I took her words at face value. Confronting my friend seemed unnecessary. After all, Kimberly was the woman that I loved. As my friendships deteriorated, my dependence on Kimberly increased. She became my entire world, the only person that I felt that I could trust. But as our relationship deepened, so did the manipulation. She started questioning my memory, insisting that I had said or done things that I couldn't recall. Simple disagreements turned into elaborate blame games, with her always emerging as the victim. I seriously began to doubt my own sanity, relying on her perception of events rather than my own. Richard tried to intervene a few times, expressing concern about my relationship with Kimberly. But his words fell on deaf ears. I saw his attempts as meddling, convinced by Kimberly that he was trying to sabotage our happiness. My once close friend became a stranger to me, someone that I viewed with suspicion and resentment. The isolation was complete when Kimberly suggested that we move in together. She painted a picture of a perfect life, just the two of us, free from the negativity of others. I, of course, agreed, thinking that it would strengthen our relationship and bring us closer. But moving in only magnified the problems. Kimberly's control over my life became more apparent. She monitored my activities, questioned my interactions, and she criticized my own decisions. I felt trapped, but I couldn't see a way out. One day, while I was cleaning a drawer of mine, I found a group photo from a few years back. It was taken during one of our outings with Richard and a few other friends. Looking at that photo, I felt sad. I realized how much I missed my friends and the carefree times that we had shared. It was a moment of clarity, just a brief escape from the fog of manipulation that had clouded my mind. So I secretly decided to reach out to Richard. It was a hesitant, tentative step, driven by a longing for the friendship that we once had. I wasn't sure if Richard was going to accept me, given all the things that I have done to him. But to my surprise, he was receptive. He listened without judgment as I poured out my confusion and my doubts. He assured me that he had never said anything against me and that he had always wanted the best for me. His words were like a balm to my wounded soul, but they also amplified the realization of how much that I had lost. As I rekindled my friendship with Richard, Kimberly's behavior became more erratic. She sensed a change in my behavior and intensified her efforts to control me. The arguments escalated and her accusations became more severe. It was a really difficult time for me, but with Richard's support, I began to see the manipulation for what it was, and I started standing up for myself, questioning Kimberly's narratives and asserting myself. The breaking point came was when Kimberly learned that I reconnected with Richard, and then she accused Richard of trying to seduce her. It was an outrageous claim, one that shattered the final remnants of my trust in her. I confronted her for the first time, truly challenging her manipulations. Her facade crumbled, revealing the extent of her lies. The confrontation was messy and painful. Kimberly tried to turn the tables, playing the victim and accusing me of betraying her. But I was no longer blinded by her manipulation. I really did love Kimberly. But I found the strength to end the toxic relationship. It was difficult, one that left me feeling both free and heartbroken. The weeks that followed were a period of healing and self-discovery. Richard stood by me, helping me rebuild my life and reconnect with old friends. It was a slow process, and it was filled with a lot of moments of doubt and insecurity. My relationship with Richard grew stronger. He never once said, "I told you so." Instead, he supported me with unwavering loyalty and understanding. My other friendships gradually mended too, as people saw that I was working on my life and distancing myself from the toxic relationship. Looking back, I realized how easily I had fallen into the trap that Kimberly had set up for me. It was a humbling experience, one that taught me the importance of self-awareness and putting up healthy boundaries. Eventually, I moved to a new city. Of course, Richard and I and our other friends stayed in touch. Years passed, and I met someone new. This time, I approached the relationship with caution and self-awareness, mindful of the lessons that I had learned. And I could feel that this time, it was a healthy and genuine connection. No manipulation, no lies, and I felt a sense of peace. As I reflect on the past, I am grateful for the support of friends like Richard. Kimberly's manipulation had been a dark chapter in my life, but it doesn't define me. So, to Kimberly, I hope one day you reflect on yourself, maybe get some therapy if you think you need it. And to the others, thank you for reading this, but I just want to remind you to not throw away your friendship so easily, like I did. Life has a funny way of pushing you to your limits. And when I decided to move to a new city after a particularly ugly breakup, I thought that I was making a fresh start. Little did I know that the past has a way of creeping back into your life, no matter how far you run. I'm Lyra. I'm 27 and female. The relationship I had has been a roller coaster, filled with highs that made me feel invincible and lows that left me questioning my sanity. When it finally ended, it wasn't mutual. It was messy, complicated, and filled with accusations and regrets. My ex, Mark, 28 and male, wasn't willing to let things go easily. The months following our breakup were filled with incessant calls, a lot of messages, and unexpected visits. I realized that I needed to create some distance from him and regain control over my life. It was just getting too toxic for me, and it was messing with my mental health. So, moving to a new city seemed like the best solution. I found a cozy one-bedroom apartment in a bustling neighborhood, complete with friendly neighbors and a sense of anonymity that was very refreshing. It has been a stressful couple of months, but the move was cathartic. It was a way to reclaim my life and my independence. For the first few months, everything was perfect. I found a new job, I made new friends, and for the first time in a long time, I finally felt like I was at peace. But then, it started very subtly. At first, I didn't think much of the small changes in my apartment. I'm naturally forgetful, so when I found my favorite coffee mug in a different cupboard or my keys on the kitchen counter instead of the hallway table, I chalked it up to my scatterbrained nature. But as time went on, these little inconsistencies became harder to ignore. One evening, after a particularly long day at work, I came home to find my living room window slightly ajar. I distinctly remember closing it that morning, as the weather forecast said that it was going to rain. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I dismissed it as my imagination just playing tricks on me. Maybe I had left it open and simply forgotten about it, and just thought that I closed it. But then, there were the messages. Mark had stopped trying to contact me directly after I moved, which was a relief, but I began receiving anonymous texts from an unknown number. Initially, they were innocuous, just generic greetings and questions about my day. But they quickly turned invasive. The sender seemed to know too much about my daily routine, my new friends, even the layout of my apartment. I blocked the number, but the messages continued from different numbers, almost as if the sender had unlimited resources to keep reaching out to me. It was really freaking me out. I started feeling watched. It was an unsettling sensation, the kind that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. I don't know if you've tried that before, but in my opinion, it's a horrible feeling. Every time that I would walk home from work, I would glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was never anyone there. It was just the city life, strangers going about their business, not knowing about my paranoia. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On my nightstand, next to my favorite book, was an old photo of Mark and me. It was from the happier times. It was a picture that I had torn up and thrown away before I moved. Seeing it there, perfectly intact, felt like a violation. It was a clear message. Mark had found me, and he had been in my apartment. I'm not stupid, so I went to the police directly with the photo and the couple text messages that I haven't erased yet. But with no concrete evidence to prove that it was Mark, there was little that they could do. So I tried doing the logical step. I changed my locks, I hired a locksmith, and I felt a brief sense of security. But the feeling was short-lived. The next time that I came home, I found another photo. This one of me sleeping, taken from the inside of my apartment. The realization that Mark had a key, again, to my new place despite the lock change was terrifying. I didn't understand how he could do this. Every creak of my old apartment now felt like a potential threat to me. I started sleeping with a chair wedged against the bedroom door. My phone was always clutched tightly in my hand. My friends even noticed the change in me. They were asking me all the time if everything was all right, but I was somewhat too embarrassed to admit the truth, so I just kept it to myself. It just felt like if I admit it out loud, then it made everything too real, and part of me wanted to believe that it was all in my head, that maybe I'm just too paranoid, or maybe I'm just going crazy. The tension reached its peak one rainy night when I had just settled into bed, the sound of the rain pattering against the window like a soothing backdrop. When I heard it, a faint click. It was the sound of my front door opening. I almost didn't hear it because of the rain, but I think I was just hyper aware all the time, and that's why I was able to catch that sound. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to hear. My breath caught in my throat. Footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, and they made their way down the hallway. I knew it was Mark. I mean, who else could it be? The intruder moved, like they know the exact layout of my apartment, like they've been there multiple times before. It was great that I already had my phone on me, so with trembling hands, I dialed 911 and I whispered my situation to the operator. I could hear the intruder moving closer. I stayed as quiet as possible, praying that the police would arrive in time. The footsteps stopped right outside my bedroom door. The handle turned, but the chair wedged against it held firm. There was a moment of silence followed by a frustrated grunt. The intruder tried the handle again, shaking the door violently. And a couple of minutes later, I heard it. The sounds of the sirens in the distance was the most beautiful thing that I have ever heard in that moment. The intruder must have heard them too, because the door handle stopped rattling and I heard hurried footsteps retreating. By the time the police arrived, the apartment was empty and the front door stood open, rainwater pooling on that welcome mat. The police found no trace of the intruder and no signs of forced entry. They took my statement and promised to patrol the area more frequently, and they just told me to call them back if something happens. But I knew that wasn't enough. Mark was so determined, and as long as he knew where I lived, I would never be safe. So, I chose the hard route. I decided to move again. This time, without telling anyone except my immediate family. I found a new apartment in a different part of the city, and I changed my phone number. And I deactivated all my social media accounts. The process was exhausting, both physically and emotionally. I was being drained from everything that was happening to me, and I didn't know what to do. I felt helpless. For a while, things seemed to improve. The messages stopped, and there were no more signs of Mark's presence. So I kind of started to relax, letting my guard down, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could finally breathe again. But then, on a quiet Sunday afternoon, I received a package. It was simple, a small brown box with no return address. My curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. Inside was a single item. Another photo of me sleeping, taken from the inside of my new apartment. Panic just washed over me, and I just fell down on the floor and started bawling my eyes. Despite all my efforts, Mark had found me again. I realized then that I couldn't keep running. Mark's obsession had become a dangerous game of cat and mouse, one that I was tired of playing. I didn't want to do this anymore. So I contacted the police again, this time providing them with every piece of evidence that I had collected, the photos, the messages, everything. They took my case more seriously, assigning an officer to check on me regularly. Days passed, and I haven't heard anything from Mark. The days turned into weeks, and while I remained on edge, there were no further signs. The serious police presence seemed to deter him. Perhaps he had finally realized that his behavior would land him in serious trouble. I also don't know why I didn't think of this before, but one good friend of mine suggested putting cameras all over the place, in the front door, inside my apartment, just to make sure that if he ever comes inside again, I can catch proof of him and I can finally have evidence to use against him. But months passed without incident. I started going to therapy. My therapist helped me understand that Mark's actions were not my fault and that I deserved to live without fear. I think going to therapy was really helpful. I made new friends, I reconnected with the old ones, and I even started dating again. Each step felt like a victory. Yet, in the back of my mind, there was always a shadow of doubt, a lingering fear that Mark would suddenly resurface again. One evening, as I was walking home from work, I noticed a man standing across the street, partially concealed by the shadows. But when I looked closer, I realized that it wasn't Mark. It was just a stranger, someone who had no interest in me. The realization was a small victory, a reminder that not every shadow held a threat against me. As time went on, the fear slowly went away and I learned to trust again, to let people into my life without the constant worry of betrayal. I still took precautions, of course, changing my locks regularly, being mindful of my surroundings, having cameras around my house, but I no longer let the fear control me. Years passed and I finally built a life for me. I got married, I have children now, and I found a career that I am passionate about. This happened years ago, and the only reason why I'm writing about this now is because the other day, I received a letter. An old friend passed it to me and said that it was from Mark. It was handwritten, and it was filled with apologies and explanations. He claimed to have changed, to have found redemption and a new purpose in life. He begged for my forgiveness, hoping to close the chapter on his own terms. I read the letter once, then twice, and finally, I just tore it up and threw it away. Mark had taken enough from me. He didn't deserve my forgiveness or my time. I had moved on, and I wasn't about to let him back into my life even in the smallest way. So, to Mark, my crazy ex-boyfriend, who haunted my life for so long, I hope we would never meet again. So, this didn't happen to me but a friend of a friend. She told me that her friend had met a guy on Tinder from another city whom she had been texting for a little while. They had planned to meet up at her apartment one night. And the whole time that he was there, she got a really weird and creepy vibe from him. He would make morbid jokes and tease or flirt with her in a super creepy way. For example, telling her that he loved her tits, but that they would be much bigger and therefore hotter if she was 200 pounds heavier. When it was time to go, he seemed reluctant to leave and asked if he could stay, but she refused, and then he finally left. Half an hour later, however, he was back at her front door asking if he could spend the night at her place because he had missed his train. She reluctantly agreed to let him sleep on the couch for the night, but when she went to bed, she made sure to lock her bedroom door. At some point in the night, she heard strange sounds and him creeping through her apartment. A few moments later, he was knocking on her door, saying that he needed help with something. But her gut feeling told her not to open the door, so she just stayed put. When morning came, she cautiously left her room and looked through her apartment. He was gone apparently, but she discovered her bathroom was entirely covered in foil. Always make sure to trust your gut and meet your Tinder dates in a public place if it's your first time, guys. You just can't really gauge what a person is like from just texting them. A year ago, I was at a band competition and it was very cool. I was 16 at that time, and while I was there, I met a really cute boy, and he was a nerd that likes video games like myself. He looked like a completely normal dude, and I was somehow brave enough and asked for his number, even though I'm really shy usually. Anyway, we texted for a while and I really liked him. He was funny and sweet, and he liked wholesome memes like me. So, we planned a date and we went to the movies together. I had a really nice time. Now comes the weird part. We were texting for a bit, and we both asked each other random questions. Just to get to know each other. It was normal and all until he asked me, "What would you do in a zombie apocalypse?" I answered that I would probably be the first to die, which is true, then. I asked him back the same question, and he said the following. I think I would be okay, because I've always fantasized about killing people. And then, for like 10 minutes, he told me in great detail some deeply disturbing stuff about how exactly he wanted to do it, what he would use, and how it would look and feel like. I was horrified. I didn't know what to say, so I just moved on and asked what his favorite Pokemon was. Yeah, I know, but I didn't know what to say. Then I ended the conversation that night. I tried to act like everything's normal, but I knew that it was messed up, and I was actually really scared of him. So I sent him a text that I don't want to date him because I have to study for the finals and I really have to focus. He was upset and constantly asked to meet me, so I'll explain why. Everyone always tells me that I'm too nice sometimes, and I've got some problems with saying no, so I said yes to him. I'm stupid and I'm well aware, but I just felt so bad. What if he was just joking and I misunderstood it? My parents only agreed that I meet him at the house so they know that I'm safe. So yeah, he came over, and my entire family was home watching TV that day. There were my aunts, cousins, and my grandpa, and they all got weird like, "Oh, who's the boy?" It was so bad. So he then comes into my room, sits on my bed, and I eventually tell him that he kind of freaked me out that day. He then says, I knew it had something to do with that. And he then started telling me even more things, like how his school told him at some point last year that he can't come to school because he, and I quote, is a danger to himself and others at school, and that they can't have him there until he goes to a psychiatrist that will make sure that he is stable. And then he said that he went to the meeting and faked being okay, which is the biggest red flag. I mean, how good of a liar is he? I know from other side of school a little bit about what happened that led to this, but I will not share it as it is triggering and also very private to him. He also said that at night, he mostly doesn't sleep because he has hallucinations. I was freaked out. I kept saying that it's okay and not messed up at all. I tried to understand, and I think that I did. He has some problems, and it's not my place to solve him. But he is a dangerous person to me, and I should keep my distance. He isn't a bad person. He just needs to solve some things within himself. So, I tried to cut things off. But he kept texting me every day around the same time, asking to chat, asking to meet, and every time I said that I couldn't. This went on for about 2 weeks, and at one point I said that I can't chat because I was going to do a show at a teens club, where I met him in the first place. And he just showed up there. He came up to me, grabbed my hand and said, "July, I would do anything to be here with you tonight." And then he started telling me how he can't enjoy the things he loves anymore because we're not together, and how he would love to get one more chance because he felt like we had great chemistry. And I still said no even though it was really hard, because again, I'm very bad at saying no. After a while of this, I finally texted him that I wished to not speak anymore because I felt like I was leading him on and all of that. He was very upset and tried to convince me not to. But eventually he agreed and we stopped talking. And that was it. I'm still kind of nervous because we live in the same rather small town and he knows where I live. In addition, people who know him told me that after everything went down, he was heartbroken. I mean, we went on one date and he told everyone that I was mean and fat, which I find quite funny honestly. So yeah, that's my weird story, and I feel like some more dumb drama will come, and if it does, I promise to update you. My name is Shirley, and I would like to share a story that has forever changed the way that I view online dating. I'm 29 years old, and I have always been a bit of a romantic, believing in the idea that you could meet your soulmate by chance. This led me to create a profile on a popular online dating site. I don't want to tell you which one, but you probably already have an idea which one it is. That's where I met Christopher. Christopher seemed perfect. His profile picture showed a handsome, well-groomed man with a kind smile. His interests matched mine almost exactly: books, movies, and a love for late-night discussions. I swiped to match him, and I was hoping that he would do the same. And when I checked my phone a couple of hours later, I saw that he did. I was so excited. We started chatting, and I was instantly drawn to his wit and charm. He knew just how to make me laugh. and our conversations flowed effortlessly. It felt like we had known each other for years. After a few weeks of chatting online, I was comfortable enough since I didn't notice any red flags about him, so we decided to meet in person. We arranged to meet at a small cafe downtown. I was nervous, but I was also excited. And when I arrived, Christopher was already there, waiting with a warm, welcoming smile. He looked just like his pictures, and our chemistry was even better in person. We spent hours talking, and before I knew it, the cafe was closing. Over the next few weeks, we went on more dates. We visited museums, we went for walks in the park, and we had a dinner at cozy little restaurants. Everything just seemed perfect. Christopher was so attentive. He was always making sure that I was comfortable and happy. He was such a gentleman, and I found it easy to trust him. I felt like I had found someone truly special for me. So, we finally made things official. However, as time went on, I started noticing small things that didn't quite add up. Christopher would occasionally make comments that seemed off or inconsistent with what he had told me before. For example, he mentioned having a sister who lived out of state, but later, he then spoke about her as if she was just living nearby. I brushed it off, thinking I must have just misunderstood. One night, we had a deep conversation about our past. Christopher opened up about a difficult breakup that had left him weary of relationships. He seemed so vulnerable, and I just felt a strong urge to comfort him and just be there for him, you know? But looking back at it now, I realized that this was the moment that he started to manipulate my feelings. Despite all these small inconsistencies, our relationship continued to grow. Christopher was incredibly attentive. He always knew the right things to say and do. But then, he started becoming a bit too involved in my personal life. He would ask detailed questions about my friends, my family, sometimes making me feel like I was being interrogated. Again, I dismissed these feelings, just attributing them to his caring nature. One night, after a lovely dinner, Christopher walked me back to my apartment. As we stood outside my door, he mentioned how it would be nice to spend more time together. He suggested that we exchange keys to each other's places. I hesitated. I felt a bit uneasy about the idea. I couldn't decide if it was really weird or maybe it was just a thing and I didn't know about it. He could probably see the doubt on my face, so he reassured me, saying that it was a sign of trust. And against my better judgment, I agreed and I gave him a spare key. Shortly after this, I started noticing strange things happening around my apartment. Small items would be moved, and sometimes I felt like someone had been there while I was at work. If I asked Christopher if he has been to my apartment, he would deny and say that of course he would never do that unless he told me in advance. I told myself that I was just being paranoid and that there had to be a logical explanation for this. But the feeling of unease was in the back of my mind. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I received a text message from Christopher. He was unusually cold and distant, saying that he needed to talk to me about something important. My heart sank, wondering if he was about to break up with me. I couldn't think of any reason that he would break up with me though. So, we just arranged to meet the next day at a local park. The next day, I went to the park feeling anxious and worried, and when I arrived, Christopher was already there and he was pacing back and forth. Without any preamble, he started accusing me of being unfaithful saying that he had proof that I was seeing someone else. I was shocked and confused. I haven't done those things. He showed me screenshots of messages that were supposedly from my phone, but I have never seen them before. It was horrible how he was just making shit up about me. But it dawned on me that Christopher must have somehow accessed my phone or social media accounts. The realization made me feel sick to my stomach. I tried to explain that I had no idea what he was talking about, but he refused to listen. He became increasingly agitated, accusing me of lying and betraying his trust. And the conversation was going nowhere, so I just left the park feeling shaken and scared. My mind raced as I tried to piece together what had happened. Christopher had never given me any reason to doubt him, yet now he was accusing me of things that I hadn't done. When I got home, I decided to check my phone and my computer for any signs of tampering. And to my horror, I found several unauthorized login attempts on my account. I was desperate for answers. I didn't understand what was going on. Was he accessing my accounts? And even if he did, I didn't cheat on him. Where did he get those messages? I didn't know what to think, so I just reached out to a friend of mine who worked in IT. She agreed to help me figure out what was going on. After some digging, she discovered that someone had indeed been accessing my accounts remotely. It was clear that Christopher had somehow hacked into my personal information, or maybe he accessed it when he entered my house without letting me know, because my socials are still logged in my computer. It was so weird how my boyfriend was accessing my socials and my devices and then making up lies about me cheating. Isn't that just messed up? Knowing all of this, I confronted Christopher. I told him that I knew what he had done and I demanded an explanation. Well, he didn't deny it at all. Instead, he tried to turn the situation around, claiming that he had only done it because he loved me so much and he wanted to protect our relationship. He had to make sure that no one was trying to take me away from him and that I wouldn't leave him. Well, his manipulation was clear now, and I felt a surge of anger and betrayal. How dare he gaslight me? I ended things with Christopher right then and there. The breakup wasn't messy though, but it was emotionally draining. He protested, saying that he only wanted to make sure that I was loyal, but I couldn't trust him anymore. The realization that the person that I trusted had been spying on me was creepy and just messed up. After the breakup, I changed all of my passwords and I took extra steps to secure my online accounts. I also decided to move to a new apartment. I felt unsafe in the place Christopher had access to. Some might ask, why didn't you just get the key back or change your locks or something? Well, if I get the key back, I don't know if he made any copies of it. And if I change the locks, he still knows where I lived, and I'm not comfortable with that. So, moving was definitely the best option for me, despite the fact that it is extremely exhausting. I haven't heard from my ex for a while, and I do hope that it stays that way. So, creepy obsessed Christopher, stay the hell away from me. I met this guy on a popular dating app. He's my same age, 25, and he teaches middle and high schoolers. He loves to cook and be adventurous and also funny. And he really seems like the whole package and we got along great. We had a lovely first date, went to a bar, got a drink, then took a stroll for ice cream. We parted ways after this, and he asked to see me again, but didn't even try to kiss me. Honestly, it was refreshing. I feel like people so often rush intimacy, so I appreciated the slow pace. We went on several more great dates over the next few weeks. My favorite one was going roller skating followed by an arcade, and then we nightcapped for a beer in some pool. At this point, we're getting pretty comfortable with each other, getting a little handsy, making out a bunch, but mostly filling out days with fun activities. We got really into playing pool with each other and would end most of our dates this way. We were a little tipsy and curled up in a corner of my favorite bar when he asked me, "If you could go back and change anything about your life, what would it be?" I don't know why I picked this event out of everything, but I picked this one encounter that I had as a child. I was a ballet dancer, and this much older man was externally inappropriate with us younger dancers. I briefly told him the story, said I wished that it never happened, or at the very least, that creep would have gotten kicked out. He was sympathetic and caring, and I asked him the same question he asked me. "If you could go back and change anything about your life, what would it be?" He glanced down and back up at me, let out a sigh and said, "Well, I hooked up with a 15-year-old a few months ago." Obviously shocked, I asked him to explain exactly how that happens. He told me that he met her off a dating website and had no idea that she was underage. But he found out after they slept together, then continued to hang out with her, but he said that they didn't do anything sexual and that they were just friends. I asked him why he would be friends with this kid that he accidentally banged, and then he said that he liked the attention. Not only do I absolutely not believe that he didn't know that she was 15, I mean, he spends all his days with middle and high schoolers, but I seriously don't believe that they didn't do anything further, Mr. I like the attention. Completely repulsive and pathetic. I'm glad that I dodged that bullet. I wasn't sure what to do because I have no proof, and I didn't even know the girl's name. So I called a sexual assault hotline and I asked them for advice on what to do. The very nice lady told me that the cops would be pretty useless since I don't have any concrete information, but she did say that I can contact our state's Board of Education and they will automatically launch an investigation. It's not much, but it's the best that I could do, and I really hope that he doesn't hurt any more kids. Seriously, fuck that guy. So it's 2011, and I am newly divorced. I am in my mid-20s and a single mother. So, I decide to try out some dating sites. I start talking with this guy on one of the dating sites, and it seems that we have a lot in common. He also seems pretty normal. So I decided to give him my phone number, and we continue chatting via text and phone calls. One day, I suggest that we go get some coffee to meet up. He states that he doesn't drink coffee. Well, okay. So I suggest that we get some drinks at a bar. He also says that he doesn't drink alcohol. Then, he says he has a great idea, and that's for us to go on a hike, and I reluctantly agreed. He wants to go to this place called Batstow in South Jersey, which is a historic village with old abandoned buildings, hiking trails, and is the home of the Jersey Devil. So, I suggest that we meet in the main parking lot. But no, he has a better idea. He says that we should meet at a train station nearby, and then he will drive us over because he knows of another entrance with better hiking trails. I, again, reluctantly agree, not wanting to be rude. So the day of the date comes, and for whatever dumb reason, I don't tell anyone that I'm doing this. I think because I was embarrassed that I was using a dating site, and I knew somewhere in the back of my mind that my friends would have talked me out of it. So, I pull into the train station, and he's there in his late 90s Bronco. not so bad. We can't all afford newer cars, right? He then gets out and is actually the guy from the pictures, and I have an internal sigh of relief. We then get into his car and start to head to a secret hiking trail entrance. We have a nice conversation on the way there, and everything seems good. We get there, and as we're getting out of the car, I go to grab my phone, and he says, "Oh, no, just leave it there. I have mine." Again, being polite and not wanting to argue, I comply. I see the entrances, and one directs you towards the village and humanity, so I naturally suggest that one. But he says no, and then he points to this other trail that goes God knows where. I, again, being the good girl that I say I am, say okay. Right before we go to set off, a bit of a rebellion sets in, and I'm like, you know what? I should really have my phone with me. He then starts to argue, and I'm like, no, I need it in case the babysitter calls about my son. He then gives in and unlocks his car, and I grab my phone. We then set off this trail side by side. We are talking and everything seems okay. I start thinking that maybe I was overreacting before and that everything is all good. Well, we get to a part in the trail where you can only go one by one, so I say that you go first and I will follow. He says, "Oh, no, you go, so in case you trip or anything, I can grab you." I do that nervous giggling thing, and I politely decline, saying how bad I am with following paths. But he then insists that I go first in a stern voice, and I stupidly comply. The trail is getting narrower by the second, and the woods are getting darker because of the amount of trees and brush. We are now no longer talking, and the only sounds are the crunching of our footsteps. The panic starts setting in, and I look back at him, and he's just got this scowl on his face and a dead look in his eyes. I try to smile at him, but nothing. So I stop, and I say, "You know what? Let's turn back. I liked it better when we could walk to each other and talk." And I was still trying to be polite. He says that he wants to keep going this way, so I say no, and that I really want to go back the other way, and I start to do just that. As I go to walk past, he then grabs my arm and then blocks my path. I don't say anything, and I just casually grab my phone out of my pocket, not saying anything. He then lets me go, and we walk back towards the car in silence. Me with my phone in my hand the whole time, I amazingly did have a signal. And as we reach the clearing where the cars are parked, he looks at his watch and states that he has to go now and that he has somewhere to be. We were only on this date for less than an hour, but okay, I'm not complaining. For whatever dumb reason, I get back in his car and we drive in almost near silence the entire way back to my car. Me with a death grip on my phone and him looking miserable. He then drops me off and then speeds away. I never hear from him again. I want to believe that there was no chemistry between us, but let's be honest, when I decided to fuck politeness and grab my phone that day, I spoiled his dastardly plans. When I just finished college, I was living in a one-bedroom townhouse. I met a guy on Plenty of Fish, and at that time, I wasn't exactly smart about my online digital footprint. Not like I've really changed, but at least now, I'm not as ridiculous. Anyways, he seemed like a decent guy. He was really good looking. Said that he had a good job. He had nice teeth. Don't judge me for that. And he looked like he cared about his personal health. All things that I would typically look for in a guy. I'm not a shallow human, but I like to be presentable, and if I'm with someone, I would like them to care about being presentable in a business environment also. After about a week of chatting online, we agreed to meet. We met at a restaurant downtown, which was really far from where I lived. When I got there, I noticed him standing at the door. We sat down to eat and the evening went great. At the end of the date, we said goodbye and I got into my car and I began to drive away. I realized right away that he was following me. Because of the distance to my house, I wasn't immediately scared because it's a big city. Maybe he'll turn off the freeway. But he didn't. My exit was coming up and I decided not to take it. I kept driving. I circled the entire city on the freeway and he stayed right behind me. I was starting to panic a bit, so I decided to go to my friend's house instead of mine. And when I pulled out the exit, I noticed that he didn't. So, I had a little bit of a moment to breathe and then decided, okay, screw it, I'll just go home. I took the off-ramp back onto the freeway and I began going back to my exit. I got home and showered and I was getting ready for bed when I started feeling dumb because was that really him or am I just overreacting? Do I ask him if he was following me? Just a number of things were racing through my overactive imagination, or so I thought, and I decided that I was going to message him and just say, I had a good time, good night. And when I started typing, all of a sudden, a message came through to my phone of a picture of my car outside my house. I nearly died. My heart jumped out of my chest and I started shaking and I didn't know what to say. And then he texts me and says, I didn't know you lived across the street from me. I've met my neighbors and not once have I ever met him. There's a huge apartment complex kitty corner to my townhouse, so maybe that's where he lived and I don't know. I popped up and went to look outside, and there he was, just standing there outside like he was waiting for me. I opened the door and he asked if he could come in and if I still wanted to hang out. I told him that I was exhausted and I'd rather just crash out as it had been a long day. The next morning, I woke up to go to work and my windshield had been smashed, my car was keyed, and my back 2 tires were slashed. And as I was noticing the damage to my vehicle, the guy comes out of his car with 2 coffees and is like, oh, I thought that I would surprise you with morning coffee. So again, I'm freaked out. I called the cops and I reported the damage to my vehicle. The guy offered to drive me and something in my gut was like, no, don't get in that car. So I called my boss and told him the situation and I explained that I wasn't going to be there until after the police came. This guy just hung out the whole time, by the way. When the police finally got there, this guy was acting really suspicious. He walked away and he was hiding on the other side of his car. I filed a report and the police basically said, well, I hope you have insurance. And then they were on their way to leave. They pulled around the corner and then all I heard was the siren on the cop's light turn on and the cops scream, freeze! Put your hands in the air and get down on your knees. I look and the cop's got his gun drawn at the sky and this dude's on the ground getting arrested. I spoke with a cop after he got into the back and then he explained that this guy was wanted for stalking, breach of probation, assault with a deadly weapon, fraud, and aggravated sexual assault. I was shook. It took me a couple of days to get over the hypothetical situations that could have happened. About a week later, I was on my way out the door to work, and guess who was sitting in my driveway? We live in Canada, so essentially, you're released on conditions until you go to jail. I told him that I was late for work, but that I would call him when I was done with work. I never went to work that day. I went and I found a new apartment on another area of the city. I also changed my phone number, and I hired my friend's husband and his friends to go pack my apartment up and then move it to their place for a month and then move it to my new place because I was so scared that this dude would follow them while moving. So yeah, that's my horror story, the first time that I used plenty of fish. Hello everyone. I'm not sure if this is the right subreddit to post this to, but I would like to share my story. My name is Sarah, and this is the story of a first date that went terribly wrong. I'm 28 years old, and like many people these days, I decided to try my luck with online dating. That's how I met Jake. His profile was interesting. He seemed adventurous, liked exploring new places, and he had a quirky sense of humor that matched mine. We chatted, we exchanged stories and jokes, and eventually, we decided to meet up. Jake suggested something different for our first date. He was into urban exploring, so he said that he wanted to visit an old abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. He claimed it was a fascinating place with a lot of history and that it would be fun to explore together. I was a bit hesitant at first, but his enthusiasm was infectious, so I agreed to go. We met at a nearby cafe before heading to the factory. Jake was just as charming in person. He had an easy smile and a confident demeanor. We chatted over coffee, and I felt my initial apprehension just start to melt away. After finishing our drinks, we drove separately to the factory, following a winding road that led us further and further away from the city. When we got there, I saw it. The factory was massive. It was a crumbling structure surrounded by overgrown weeds and broken down fences. It looked like something out of a horror movie, but Jake assured me that it was perfectly safe. He seemed to know a lot about the place, pointing out various features and sharing bits of its history as we walked around the perimeter. We eventually found a way inside through a broken window. The interior was just as eerie as the outside. It was dusty, dark, and filled with the remnants of old machinery. Sunlight filtered through shattered windows, casting strange shadows on the walls. But despite the unsettling atmosphere, I felt a sense of excitement. It felt like we were on an adventure. Jake led the way, navigating through the maze of hallways and rooms with surprising familiarity. I was confused, but he then mentioned that he had explored the place before and knew some interesting spots. We climbed rickety staircases, peeked into empty offices, and we wandered through the vast echoing chambers. I took some photos with my phone because I was fascinated with the decaying beauty of this place. I know, you may think that may sound weird. It's just that I know that it was all broken and dirty and old, but there was something so beautiful about it, I just can't explain it. At one point, we reached a large room filled with rusting equipment. Jake suggested that we take a break and sit down for a bit. We found a couple of old crates to sit on, and he pulled out a water bottle, offering me a drink. As we chatted, I started feeling a bit uneasy, like there was something about the situation that didn't sit right with me, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I brushed off my discomfort, just blaming it on the creepy surroundings. But as we continued our exploration, Jake's behavior started to change. He became more possessive. I'm not sure if that's the right word to say, but he was insisting that I stay close to him and to not wander off. He also started asking personal questions that made me really uncomfortable. He was digging into details about my family, my friends, and my daily routines. But I tried to keep the conversation light and casual. When I suggested that we head back, Jake brushed it off, saying that there was one more spot that he wanted to show me. He then led me down a narrow hallway that ended in a heavy metal door. With some effort, he pushed it open, revealing a small room with a single boarded-up window. And as soon as we stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind us. My heart raced as I turned to see Jake standing between me and the door, and there was this strange look in his eyes. He started talking about how people never appreciated his adventurous spirit and how he needed someone who truly understood him. His tone was intense, almost desperate. I couldn't understand what he was trying to say to me, but there was one thing that I definitely understood, that I was in a potentially dangerous situation. The isolated location, Jake's sudden shift in behavior, and the fact that he had led me to this secluded room all pointed to one thing. I needed to get out of there, and fast. I tried to stay calm, making up an excuse about needing to leave soon because I had plans later. Jake's expression hardened, and he stepped closer, blocking my path to the door. Panic set in, but I forced myself to stay composed. I needed to find a way out without provoking him further. And just then, I heard a faint noise coming from the hallway outside. It was the sound of footsteps, and they were getting closer. Jake's attention shifted for a moment, giving me the opportunity that I needed. I darted past him, grabbing the door handle and yanking it open. I then ran down the hallway with my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the main area of the factory, I saw a group of teenagers, likely here to explore the place like we had. There was a couple of them, 4 or 5 maybe, I don't quite remember, and they looked surprised to see me running towards them. I quickly explained that I needed help and that someone in the building was making me uncomfortable, and they didn't hesitate to come to my aid. With the teenagers in tow, I made my way out of the factory and back to my car. Jake didn't follow me. He must have realized that with the witnesses present, he couldn't do anything to me. I thanked the teenagers profusely, and then I drove away, my hand shaking on the steering wheel. Looking back, I realized how lucky I was that those teenagers showed up when they did. The whole experience left me shaken and paranoid, and I took a break from online dating. I never heard from Jake again, and I didn't try to contact him either. That experience was a strong reminder that I need to be cautious about the people I meet and where we meet. Some adventures are just not worth the risk. So to Jake, wherever you are, let's never meet again. This may not be a story that would be considered a horror story, but it's one of those stories that makes it clear that you shouldn't go on dates with people that you don't know too well, or at least ask better questions about the person that you're going on a date with. This happened back when I was on a stint with dating apps, and there were a handful of guys that I matched with. But I was also a bit picky who I selected. There was one guy, we'll call him Chris, that I saw in the app. I thought that he would be a really good candidate. He was fairly attractive, was around my age, and his bio talked about how he was an entrepreneur and that he was always working on his next business venture. Maybe I had a thing for the business type, I don't know, but I matched him and he matched with me, and we were good to go from there. We chatted for a while on the app, and I told him about who I was and what I did, about how I was attending night classes to become a nurse. and he told me about who he was. Well, sort of. I asked him about his business ventures, and he avoided the question entirely, which to me was a bit sketchy. But I also thought that maybe he wanted to make sure that I wasn't just trying to get with him for the money. I know, kinda stupid. It would have made more sense for me to think that he was into drugs or other shady activities. Anyways, we talked for a bit and then decided that we would get together at a steakhouse in town. It was actually his suggestion, and he was almost insistent that we go to a specific steakhouse because he said that he loved their prime rib there. This guy was talking to me about getting prime rib at a steakhouse for a first date, so yes, I was a bit excited about seeing this through. Since first impressions are everything, I dressed up a little nicer than normal. I spent a lot of time making myself look presentable, and I really gave it my all. Again, a steakhouse for a first date. I get there, and I am sitting in the lobby area waiting for him to arrive. And when he does not look at all like I had anticipated. He was clearly a few pounds heavier than his pictures. His hair was longer, his facial hair was unkempt, and he looked like he hadn't showered in a few days. On top of that, his clothes were fairly loose-fitting and stained. I was a fair bit taken aback by his appearance, but in the end, was still wanting to go forward with this date. Our conversations were decent, and appearance isn't everything, so maybe he just had a really stressful week. We get to the table, and when the waiter comes to take our drink orders, he asked him to bring back 2 baskets of the free bread. He insisted that we needed 2 baskets. When they came to the table, this man grabs the small loaf and then starts staring into it like he hadn't eaten in days. And fast forward to the actual meal, and he orders the prime rib, as he said he would. I ordered the chicken parmesan because it sounded awesome. And after that, while we're waiting, I started wanting to talk to him and get to know him more. So I asked what kind of business venture he was currently working with. He laughed at my question and told me not to worry about it again. Well, that's a red flag. He then starts talking to me about nursing school and asking about how much it was costing me. This was a strange question, but I told him how much I was paying to get my license. He then proceeds to tell me that I needed to quit nursing school and take all the money that I was spending on it and then put it into Bitcoin. Now, I know that currently Bitcoin would be a good investment had I gotten in way back, but this was in December of 2017 when it peaked. This man was telling me to drop my career aspirations and invest all my money into it when it was like 15K. Had I done so, I would have lost everything when it tanked only a month later. He then continued to tell me that he put all of his life savings into it a week prior and that he was going to be a millionaire because of it. Suddenly, the night kind of made sense. He had pushed all the money he had into Bitcoin, and he meant all of his money. He was broke, and he was using the dating apps to find other targets to get them to invest and possibly get a free meal. This last part became apparent when he asked me if I would pay because he had forgotten his wallet. At the end of the meal, he asked the waiter for 2 boxes and an extra loaf of bread. He then crammed all of his leftovers into 1 box with what was left on the table, and then filled the other with my leftovers and the extra bread. I almost felt bad for him at this point. He was clearly very broke. Well, let me restate that. I would have felt bad for him had he not expected me to pay, and then ordered a $25 cut of beef while I ordered a $10 item. Anyways, I guess the whole moral of the story is, get to know people before you go on a date with them, And try your best not to be a meal ticket for someone that doesn't know how to invest their money. I know Bitcoin is doing great nowadays, but investing when he did was stupid, and I can't imagine it worked out well for him back then. And no, there was no second date. I got into online dating due to being introverted. I don't like going out to bars or other highly social places, and I prefer spending time with a few people only. So, I made a profile, uploaded some pictures, left some information about myself, and I started chatting to people. I wouldn't say that I found anyone that I clicked with. Some of them were okay. There were obvious scammer accounts where they would have models as their profile pictures. When Henry, not his real name, contacted me, his pictures were of a handsome man. But they weren't too handsome, if you get what I mean. They were still realistic and not too polished, so I didn't think that they were fake. We started chatting, and we had a lot of similar interest. In fact, I've never met anyone as into the things that I'm into. I didn't realize at that time that he was just mimicking me and wasn't actually interested in what I was talking about. The conversation got flirty, and I admit that I indulged in it. I started talking to him every day, and it was part of my routine. And to be honest, I really enjoyed it. We talked on the phone, and he sounded exactly what I imagined him to. We would go and talk for hours, and after another week, we decided to finally meet. He said that he hoped that I would like him in the flesh. I laughed, telling him how silly he was being and not to worry. The day came and I got to the restaurant first, and I sat down on the table. He texted me to warn me that there was some traffic and that he would be a little late. I didn't mind. I sat and people watched when an old man approached the table. He then stood there with his arms wide for a hug, and I awkwardly said hello. He said, "Aren't you happy to see me?" I stared up at him in confusion when I realized what just happened. He catfished me. I sat there with my mouth open like a fish, trying desperately to come up with something to say, and I couldn't even hide the look on my face. I don't know why, but I stood up, awkwardly hugged him, and he pulled me into a tight hug. At this point, I just felt bad for him. I thought that he must have been a lonely old man who just wanted some company. But he didn't let go until I gently pushed him away. You don't quite look like your pictures," I said, after blubbering for a bit. "Oh, those are my grandson's pictures. He's good looking, isn't he?" He didn't seem fazed by this and then sat back down. I looked around and wanted someone to help me. Henry started talking about how happy he was that we got to finally meet, and it was oddly wholesome at first. Well, until he said how excited he was to be taking me back to his place to have sex with me. While he was looking over at the menu, he started talking about all the things that he wanted to do to me and that he was excited to have a mistress. So, that was also how I found out that he was still married as well. I didn't care about letting him down gently, and clearly, he wasn't just an innocent, lonely old man. I stood up, told him that I would never be interested in someone like him, and to never contact me again. I picked up my bag, I started walking away, and he then reached over and grabbed my arm really hard. It hurt, and I had dark bruises on my arm afterward. He told me that he came all this way to see me, and he called me quite a few horrible names, telling me that I was a tease and that I had led him on. I pushed him away again and I screamed for him to leave me alone. A waiter approached and asked what was the problem. I told him, and fortunately, it gave me enough time to get away and then get to my car. I drove as fast as I could within the speed limit. I got home and I saw that he had sent me so many messages. Some were him begging me to come back, others were calling me a variety of slurs, others saying how horrible I was, and I just blocked him. After that, I would get some messages from other accounts, and the writing would be similar. One managed to slip through and I recognized him. I yelled at him to leave me alone, and I reported the account. So, I've learned to do video chat with every prospective date before I go to see them. All of this just to avoid any issues, and so far, it has gone pretty good. I found someone and things are going well, so I didn't need the apps anymore. I deleted them all. The creepy old guy is a story that gets a lot of giggles now when I say it, but it was exhausting at that time. I went to one of these matchmaking parties a while back. I was tired of being alone, and I just really wanted to meet a nice guy. I'm a woman, by the way. And now, I realized that I was better off staying alone, and you'll soon find out why I feel that way. It went kind of well, and I actually ended up being asked out by someone. The guy wasn't exactly my type if I'm being honest. I mean, he was pretty good looking, but I think that he was a little immature for me. Also, he was younger too. I decided to give him a try because he asked me out for a drive, and I thought that that was a little more interesting than just sitting in a coffee house sharing awkward silences. He came to pick me up in the morning, and I got in his car and then we set off for our driving date. We planned on going to a little tourist location with some great views. We were going to have lunch, and then we would head home in the evening. It was a nice morning and afternoon. He convinced me that he wasn't as immature as I thought he was, and overall, it was a fun date. When it started to get dark out, we set about heading back to our hometown. It was when we were driving home that night that I noticed a change in his behavior. He was starting to act strange. The vibes he was putting out were very much, "I don't want you to go yet," and "please don't leave me" kind of vibe. I put up with his neediness, expecting him to change his attitude once he noticed that it was making me uncomfortable. But he didn't change. His neediness and bossiness were strong. The guy who had made me laugh and who I was keen to having a second date with was gone. And now, a domineering and controlling guy was sat in the driver's seat. We had discussed earlier how we both had work in the morning. I thought about that part of our date as I noticed how dark it was getting out. He wasn't interested in trying to converse with me any longer, nor was he interested in trying to make me smile or laugh. He had created such a horrible atmosphere in the car that I could hardly bring myself to mention to him about how late it was getting. I decided that I would ditch him as soon as I was able to get out of the car, and for my plan to work, I just needed for him to stop the car. We were going down dark country lanes, and there weren't many opportunities to ask him to stop. I bided my time, and when I saw the lights of a convenience store up ahead, I said aloud the sentence that I had been practicing in my mind for the last 15 minutes. "Hey, do you mind pulling over? I want to use the bathroom," I asked. He agreed, and I thought that I would get away from this weirdo. I expected him to pull over into the convenience store's parking lot, but then he zoomed past it. I said something like, "Hey, why didn't you stop?" And he replied, I know a public restroom closer to home." I hated that. He could have easily stopped, but he didn't. He eventually did stop, but he stopped at a public bathroom in the middle of nowhere. I doubted that there would even be cell reception, but I checked my phone before getting out, and I noticed that I had a couple of bars. I figured that I would be able to guide someone to come and pick me up from here, or at least share my location, so I took my chance. I got out of the car, stood up, and then stooped to pick up my handbag. I grabbed one handle of the bag and I turned to walk to the bathroom. And then I felt some resistance. It was like my bag was stuck. I looked back and I saw my date was holding the other handle of my bag. I stood there stunned. I couldn't believe that this guy could get any worse. My eyes then met his and he said to me, "Do you really need that if you're just using the bathroom?" I had just dropped my phone in my handbag, so I couldn't even grab that. I froze. I really didn't know what to do. I couldn't be left out in the middle of nowhere with no bag, no phone, and no coat. I wasn't really paying attention to what roads we have been on, so I don't know how long it would take for me to get home. I reluctantly had to get back in that creep's car, and then we set off. I had to hide my fear from him. He was controlling, but he wasn't going to beat me. I didn't want him to think that he had some kind of power over me, and I didn't want to give him that victory. I next tried to hint that it was hot and I needed something to drink. I was surprised that he really didn't need all that much convincing. I guess that he was thirsty too. At this point, we had been driving around and around for a couple of hours. As we approached the convenience store, he parked up in the furthest away spot and said that he would be right back. He darted out of the car, and I thought to myself, "Whew, now's my chance." I tried to make a break for it as he ran into the store, but the door wouldn't budge. He must have had some kind of lock activated. He then came back and he had a big smile on his face. As soon as he opened his door, I shot across into his seat and then pushed my weight against the door, and this caused him to back up a little. I told him that if he didn't leave me alone, that I would be calling the police. One of the convenience store staff members stepped out at that perfect time to take out the garbage bags and was alerted to our heated exchange. When he realized that he was being watched, he looked at me and then shook his head and then got in his car and sped away. I called a taxi and I got myself home. I was shaken up, but I tried my best to hold it together until I was behind a closed door. And then it all came out. I was really upset. I later found out when I spoke to the police about him that he had stalked his ex-girlfriend and had an official police caution just a month before that we went out on our driving date. It feels amazing to be saying that I got home in one piece because I truly don't know what this guy is capable of. I hope that I never run into him again. When I first met Alex, everything seemed perfect. We met at a local coffee shop, one of those cozy places with soft jazz playing in the background and a comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee. He was sitting at a corner table, absorbed in a book, when I accidentally bumped into his chair. Apologies were exchanged, followed by small talk, and before I knew it, we were talking like old friends. There was an immediate spark between us. Alex was charming, with a warm smile and an easygoing manner. We started seeing each other regularly, and I was quickly drawn into his world. He seemed to have a fascination with art and literature, often surprising me with tickets to gallery openings or literary readings. I found his interest intriguing and refreshing. Usually my partners loved partying and drinking, but this was new to me. And to be honest, I liked it. I didn't even know that I had this side to me. As weeks turned into months, I fell for him deeply. He seemed to know me so well, always knowing the right things to say, and he was incredibly attentive. My friends noticed a change in me, and they were happy that I found someone who seemed so genuine and caring. Yet, there was always this small voice in my mind that wondered if everything was too good to be true. Despite the happiness, little things started to not add up. Once, I noticed that he was uneasy when I asked about his family. He changed the subject quickly, and I thought that he was just a private person or had a difficult past that he didn't want to discuss yet. But then, other inconsistencies started to pop up. His stories about work often changed, and there were times when I couldn't reach him for hours or even days. He never invited me to his place, and he often gave me vague excuses about renovations or how he was embarrassed about his messy home. Suspicion began to gnaw at me, so I decided to do a little investigating on my own. I started with the simplest step, Googling his name. And to my surprise, there was hardly any trace of Alex online. No social media presence, no mention of him in any articles or professional directories. It was as if he didn't exist prior to meeting me. But then again, there are people like that, those that keep to themselves and don't really put anything online. Feeling uneasy, I would gently probe him for more information, subtly asking questions about his life and his background, and he always had answers. But the more he talked, the more I realized how little I actually knew about him. One evening, I decided to follow him after our date. I know, it was wrong of me, and I'll allow you to scold me in the comments about it, but I just needed to know who Alex really was. I watched as he walked down the street, turning into an unfamiliar neighborhood. I followed at a distance, feeling a mix of anxiety and guilt. And he then entered a small apartment building, and I waited outside, unsure of my next move. And after a while, I saw something that I did not expect. I saw him through a window, but he was not alone. A woman and a child appeared, greeting him warmly. My heart sank. Is this his family? Is he living a double life? What a psycho. My confusion turned to anger and then to betrayal. I left. I needed time to process what I had seen, and over the next few days, I kept my distance, avoiding his calls and his texts. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. Who is this guy really? What was he hiding? I decided to confront him eventually, not with accusations, but I just wanted to seek the truth. When we met, he sensed that something was off. I chose my words carefully, expressing my concerns and what I had discovered. His reaction was unexpected, though. Instead of denying or becoming defensive, he seemed resigned, almost as if he had been expecting this moment. Alex confessed that he had been living under a false identity. He's using a fake name and background to escape a troubled past. The woman and child that I saw were his sister and niece, not a secret family, but he had hidden them because of the issues with a dangerous former acquaintance. He explained that his real name was Timothy and that he had been trying to start anew, free from his past. His confession left me with mixed feelings. Part of me understood his need to protect himself and also his family, but I also felt deceived and hurt. My trust had been broken, and I wasn't sure if it could be rebuilt. So I told him that I needed time to think, to decide if I could continue the relationship, knowing everything that he has hidden from me. In the days that followed, I reflected on everything. I realized that while the truth was unsettling, Timothy was still the person that I had grown to care for. Yet, I couldn't ignore the weight of his deception and also the possibility of being in danger. It was a really hard decision, but I knew that I had to prioritize my peace and my safety. We eventually parted ways amicably, but with a lingering sadness of what could have been. The experience taught me valuable lessons about trust, honesty, and the importance of truly knowing someone before giving your heart away. So, Timothy, or Alex as I once knew him, I genuinely hope that you and your family are safe and doing okay. But let's not meet again. This happened about 5 years ago. I randomly just felt like I wanted to share this with someone, and I also hope that this can help other people in a similar situation. I had just gotten out of a 2-year-long relationship, living in the city I moved to my then boyfriend for. And after he left, I felt lonely and heartbroken. I was stuck in the apartment that we had shared, so I downloaded Tinder to chat to guys as a way of coping with a breakup. There, I matched with this guy. He was about 4 years older than me. He was extremely handsome and charming, and he was very much into fitness and had an amazing body. After talking for a few days, he asked me to meet, so we did. He came over to my house, and I was immediately attracted to him. He was a bad boy, the kind that I usually fall for. But he was also very sweet in the way that he talked to me. He kept complimenting me and doing sweet stuff for me. And after a few days of meeting, we ended up having sex, and it was honestly the best sex that I have ever had. I felt this intense chemistry between us. We started hanging out and having sex a lot. At that time, I did smoke weed a lot, and I know he smoked too and did some other drugs. I didn't really care much at that time. Eventually, he would keep asking me to hang out pretty much every day, begging me to come over because he missed me. When I told him that I was too tired, he would bribe me with stuff, like saying that he would give me massages, weed, dinner, romantic things, and then give me the best night of my life, etc. He didn't like it when I told him no. He would sometimes get angry, send me a bunch of messages just pleading for me to come over. He would often shower me with compliments, but then get angry when I said that I didn't have time to hang out with him. One time that I was at his house, he got a phone call from someone. After he hung up, he told me that I had to go upstairs and hide because his baby mama was coming over. He didn't want her to see me, saying because she was crazy. He told me so many stories of crazy stuff that she had apparently done, and I believed him. He was very convincing, and I believe this happened twice. And now I know I should have seen the red flags. I probably did to some extent, but I didn't care much at that time. I kept hanging out with him a lot, even though I figured out that he was heavy on drugs. One day, I was at his house and we had sex. I had smoked a lot and he was on coke and probably some other stuff too. He wanted to do it again, but he got frustrated that he couldn't get it up. He got mad and kind of blamed me for it. He yelled at me to squeeze it harder, and I just kept getting more frustrated. I felt uncomfortable and I wanted to leave, but he wanted me to stay. He tried to continue, but it didn't work. I was extremely uncomfortable at this point and I felt embarrassed. And after a while, I told him that I wanted to leave. He then told me to give back the weed that he gave me. As his mind, it was his payment to me for being with him. I honestly felt so pissed that I just grabbed my stuff and I walked out the door, and he followed me. At first, he walked calmly about 30 meters behind me, begging me to stay with him, asking where I was going, and I just kept walking and saying no. But he then ran towards me. I picked up my phone to call a friend of mine because I could tell that he was getting aggressive. I turned around and I saw him literally tear his shirt open and stomping towards me. He grabbed my phone out of my hands and then kicked me in my stomach so hard that I fell into a ditch. He then smashed my phone to the ground and told me, "Ha, you're done." And I thought that he was going to beat me up, but then it looked like he was actually trying to contain himself for a second, and he just turned around and left. I was mortified by what he had done. I ran away shaking, and I can't even remember how I got home, but somehow I did. I was able to borrow a phone from someone and called my friend. He then came over, and I had bruises on my stomach and legs and had no phone. I also called the police using a friend's phone, and I told them that I wanted to press charges. A few days later, he then messaged me saying that I tried to steal from him, that I took advantage of him just to get some weed. And a few hours later, he then texted me saying sorry. And then a few more hours later, he texted asking what had happened to me yesterday. And then, a week later, he found out that I had reported him to the police. He was mad. He said he couldn't believe that I reported him. And then, he told me that he would give me 2 new phones, or whatever I wanted, if I withdrew the report. That he wouldn't contact me anymore if I just did it. He just didn't want any trouble and didn't want to lose his daughter. I didn't answer. And then, he sent another message, fabricating the whole story of what happened that night. He kept harassing me for weeks with messages. Some days he would be begging for us to get back together or be friends. He would be bribing me. And other days, he was accusing me of random stuff and calling me names and saying that he would get a great lawyer and that he would report me to the police for stuff that I had never actually done. He kept acting like a smart ass, saying that he would beat me in court, and it all just became a big chaos. After a few months, there was a trial. I couldn't attend physically, so I testified via a phone call. I was questioned about our relationship and the incident that night. He lied and made up stories about me, but no one believed him. And as the trial was done, I received all the papers in the mail. I was shocked when I read it. He had previously been charged with violence and rape towards his ex. Apparently, there was also an incident where he had forced his ex-girlfriend to touch herself while multiple other men watched and videotaped her. There were other girls too that had experienced similar things. There was stuff like robbery, weapons, fights, violence, and torture, you name it. He had been to jail multiple times. I had no idea that I had been dealing with such a dangerous man. I'm pretty sure he's a psychopath. He has no understanding of what he has done. And the sick part is, I recently came across a post about him on Facebook. Apparently, he is pretty popular with women lately on Snapchat and Instagram. He posts stuff about his life, whining about being beaten up by random men, being tortured or robbed, and etc. That people follow him with guns. I have learned that the reason that he keeps being beaten up by people is because they know what he has done. He posted pictures of himself at the hospital to make people feel bad for him, and they do. He makes women feel sorry for him. He says that people lie and makes up stories about him, and he gains pity. He then posts all the sweet replies and messages girls send him, saying stuff like he feels so grateful for all the support. He's extremely good at manipulating people. I honestly feel so lucky that I got away at the time that I did, and that it didn't escalate any further. I checked his Facebook and apparently he has a girlfriend now, and I just pray that he doesn't hurt her in any way.
Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate it. I would also like to give some extra love to my Patreon members, my channel members, and also my tippers. Thank you so much. If you would like to extend a little bit more support for the channel, don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. If you would like to become a Patreon member, a channel member, a tipper, or even to buy merch, check out the links in the description below. Again, thank you. And I hope you stay scared, because your fear feeds me.